I'm calling the March 4th, 2021 meeting of the Sacramento City Unified Board of Education back to order. Our first item, 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent will lead us in the pledge. Superintendent.
Thank you. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 4.2, our broadcast statement, will be read tonight by Student Board Member Shake.
Thank you. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, March 8th at noon and Wednesday, March 10th at 6 p.m. and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board. Those who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to do so orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you, Student Board Member Shake. Well, with that, we'll move on to item 4.3, our stellar students. Tonight, we are honored to welcome two stellar students, Eliar Mirzayan from Isidore Cohen and Andres Castello Sanchez from Parkway. So we'll take them one at a time. And first, I'd like to welcome Eliar. Eliar is a prime example of a future leader. He is a new fifth grade student to our district at Isidore Cohen. And since joining the Learning Hub, he has made it his main priority not only to keep himself on track academically, but his younger sister, Sara, as well. Every morning, he and his sister are the first students in line for the Learning Hub. He is eager to log on with his teacher. He's a great big brother. He makes sure his younger sister is logged in with her teachers and tutors. He helps her with her homework and always makes sure she has enough to eat during snack time and lunchtime. And most of all, he helps her make sure to stay safe and practice all of the safety measures that we have in place at the Learning Hub. So during academic time, Eliar translates for his fellow ELD students in his cohort. He explains the Learning Hub routine and schedule to the new students. He's displayed incredible integrity throughout the Learning Hub, and he is maintaining his academic progress. We would like to just congratulate you, Eliar, for all of your success and in being a stellar student.
مادر جان الیار جان هستین؟ بله. صدای مرا میشنوین؟ بله. صدای مرا میشنوین؟
بله میشنوم. بله.
اوکی. تمام کسایی که اینجا هستن از طرف مکتب، از طرف ساکرامنتو، از حساب بورد ایژوکیشن جایی که برای از طرف مکتب ساکرامنتو هستن و از الیار جان بسیار زیاد تشکری میکنن به خاطر از اینکه بسیار یک شاگرد لایق، شاگرد خوب، شاگرد است که همیشه با وقت، یعنی اولین شاگرد می باشه که خودش و خوراکش در صنف حاضر می باشه و بسیار زیاد بچه است که کوشش میکنه که بار خود کمک بکنه تا در صنفش حاضر باشه، خودش همچنان در عین تایم به صنف خود حاضر می باشه و به تمام درس‌های خود رسیدگی کرده میتونه و کمک میکنه در وقت مثلا توجه خوراک خود می باشه، در کارهای خانگیش کمکش میکنه. اینا از این خاطر برازی یک تقدیرنامه میتن که بسیار تانسته که در قدر وقت کمی که در دوران مکتب، یعنی از طریق کامپیوتر که هست، تانسته تانسته که بسیار پروگرام پیش بره، به وقت خوب پیش بره و کمک بکنه به خواهر خود یا بسیار زیاد خودش هم در درس‌های خود بسیار پیش قدم است، بسیار خوب است. از او خاطر از طرف از این مکتب برش تقدیرنامه داده شده که برش ما تبریک میگن.
تشکر.
Okay, she says thank you so much.
Great. And thank you, Eliar, for being a stellar student. And thanks for being with us tonight.
الیار جان خودت میتونی جواب بدی اگر هستی.
بله میشنوم.
میتونن جواب بده برای معلم خود بگوید که تشکر که از شما هم میتونه تشکری کنه.
بسیار زود تشکر.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, for joining us as well.
Thank you for the invitation, and we are just greatly happy and proud of Eliar. So thank you, everyone, for tonight.
اونا هم تشکری میکنن از الیار جان و میگن که تشکر از اینکه با ما هستن و تشکر از همه تیم که اینجا هستن.
Okay. Thank you so much. Great job, Eliar. And thanks for doing such a good job. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. بازم تشکری میکنن و میگن که کار خوب کردین و پیشرفت خوب کردین. باز هم سپاسگزار هستم.
تشکر بسیار زیاد. ما همچنان.
Mom says thank you so much, and I'm also very appreciated.
Very good. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, with that, let me actually turn it over to Member Rhodes to welcome Andrea Castello Sanchez from Parkway Elementary.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Morowski. So today we have from Parkway Elementary School, Andrea Castello Sanchez. Andres attends Parkway Elementary, and he's in 5th grade. His birthday was December 20th. So happy belated birthday to him. His favorite color is turquoise, and he loves playing football with his friends and family. His favorite food is pizza, and when he grows up, he wants to be a veterinarian. He loves being a help to others and as well as animals. And Andreas was chosen for Stellar Student at Parkway because of his attendance and his academic supports that he was needed, and he did not resist attending learning hubs. He came to learning hubs every day and completed his assignments. And even assignments he's missed, he's been able to get them up to bar and catch up with them. He has a can-do attitude, and he has shown discipline to achieve his goals. He's very determined and focused. He shows up with a positive demeanor and participates in his cohort. You never have to ask him twice to do anything. He brings laughter and joy to the atmosphere and exhibits top-notch respect to everyone that is role model. And he's a role model and still a student etiquette 101. His favorite part of the Learning Hub is seeing other scholars, the games being played during his mask breaks, the environment and activities that he's able to do because they calm him, And at first he was skeptical of the Learning Hubs, but now he's a true fan. This is Andres Castello Sanchez, and he is a Parkway Stellar Scholar of the Year. A great job to him and his family.
Great job, Andres. And do we have Andres on the line?
No, we do not see him online currently.
Okay, well, we will wish him congratulations from afar. And if we can get him back, maybe we can bring him back later tonight if we can figure it out, or maybe next time. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks to our stellar students, and thank you, Member Rhodes. Okay, moving on to item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session. Ms. Collins, are there any announcements from closed session?
Yes, Madam Vice President, there is one announcement coming out of closed session. the board adopted a resolution pursuant to Education Code sections 44951 and 4429.21, and authorized the district superintendent or his designee to notify 3 specific certificated administrators of their release and or reassignment by a unanimous vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Okay, with that, I'll move on to 6.0 agenda adoption. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, with that, the agenda is adopted. We can move on to 7.0.
Do we have student preferential vote as well?
I think that's just a consent of the board. We just all raise our hands.
Yeah, I think in this
make
case,
sure.
more of a voice vote, but thank you for that reminder. I will endeavor not to forget, and please let me know if I do. Thanks. Okay, with that, item 7.1, revised board policy 3100, business and non-instructional operations. I'd like to welcome, I believe, Ms. Rose Ramos to give that presentation.
Yes, thank you, Member Morowski. And if you could please, and I'm not going to go over every detail on this PowerPoint. It's pretty much the similar PowerPoint we've shared over the last few meetings on this topic. The only difference is that we have now added the specific language as shared by our board members, Morowski and Garcia, Member Garcia. So with that, just go to next slide, please. And here is the current, and here's the proposed with the additional language for the increasing the reserve. Next slide, please. And here's just the benefits, the same slide as we shared last time. Next slide, please. And then just some data on our financial status, how this translates into numbers for the district in terms of dollar amounts. Next slide, please. And then here is the proposed part of the policy on the one-time funds with the specific language as shared by our board members on the exhibit and specifically what it should explain. Next slide, please. And again, the same thing, the benefits for the policy on one-time funds. And next slide. And then if the board would so graciously take action to approve these revisions to board policy 3100. Of course, if there are any questions before then, we could certainly take those now.
Can I, Mr. Flores, can I ask if you could just leave the slides up, at least the first one that has the actual language for board discussion as well?
Thank you, Ms. Ramos, for another very clear presentation. Board members, this is an action item. We've heard and discussed this policy change a number of times. I'm excited that it's coming back to the board for action. Before we
Vice President,
that, I will take public comment.
Yes, we have 2 live public comments. The first comment is from Amanda Connolly.
Hello, thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to say that I definitely support getting a 5% general fund reserve in place, and I hope that we will keep in mind we really should not use one-time funding to fund ongoing expenses and then just hope we'll come up with more money before we run out of money, because that hasn't worked yet. Thank you.
Ms. Connolly. And
yes, our second public comment is from Daniel Darby.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can
Go
you hear
right ahead, Mr. Darby.
Thank you. I would like to ask the board to soundly reject this resolution because the taxpayers of Sacramento and the federal government do not give you money to stash away. By your CBO's own admission at the last meeting, it would only get you 2 more weeks of solvency. Right now, the district, based off of the 2018-19 data on CAST testing, 57% of the students did not meet ELA standards. 67% of the students did not meet the math standards. 75% of the students did not meet the science standards. You are not meeting the basic needs of educating the students, and yet you are more concerned about stashing away money for the future. Right now, these students are living in the present. We, the taxpayers, give you money to educate the students of the present, not for the future. Every time you have come to the people of the community of Sacramento, we have stood by you on voting for bond and parcel increases and sales tax increases, because we want that money to be spent educating our children, not creating a stash fund. Until you meet the basic educational needs of our students by educating them, this should not be on the table. The state of California has determined that a 2% reserve is adequate. And for a district that has not submitted a positive certified budget in years, you are in no position to override the state budgeting guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. Anne, was that the last public comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, again, this is an action item tonight. I am very excited to be in a position to adopt this board policy. It offers us the opportunity to set up fiscal guardrails that will be in place for us, for future boards and superintendents for many years to come. We are trustees. We are entrusted with the fiduciary responsibility of maintaining our district. And so with that sense of stewardship, I think both of these policies are very important. We do not have a great deal of advocates that organize around fiscal sustainability, but this is foundational to our responsibilities. So before I invite a motion, does anyone have any questions? I know we've seen this a number of times, so. Trustee Rhodes.
I just I looked over this in depth, and my questions are not necessarily for this. I did have a question that I asked Rose last meeting when we discussed this around what is our current reserve balance currently right now. Rose, you didn't have it in front of you then, but I was hoping that you can report out what our current balance is now.
Yes, and I apologize for that delay in getting that response to you, Member Rhodes. But for this year, as a first interim, please know first interim was reported in December through the period actual of October 31st, 2020. The projected reserve for the current year, 2021, was 9.71%, or $62 million. Now that's just a 1 year, and we always need to make sure we explain to our community and to everyone that we are not just required to report the 1 year. If that were the case, then our budget would be positive. We are required by EDCO to report out or to demonstrate that we have the ability to also satisfy the same 2% required reserve for the next 2 years out, which we do not, based on first interim.
Thank you, Rose. So what you're saying is that we're right now at 9.1?
9.71%.
71%. Thank you very much for that information,
Sure.
Rose.
Okay, with that, is there any other board questions or comments? Anything you need prior to moving on to approve this resolution or policy revision? Thank you. I'll invite a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent, you can please call the roll.
Sure thing. Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0 with President Pritchett not in attendance. Thank you very much, board. I'm very proud of our board and staff working together to set the policy, to improve those fiscal practices. Member Phillips, did you have a point of order? Or
It was regarding 7.2. Sorry, I'll wait.
oh, sorry. Okay then. All right. Well, with that, I think we can move on to 7.2, conditions of readiness for school reopening update and adopt reopening plan, and welcome staff to present that. And I just a word of caution for everyone. I think the presentation may take a little longer than 20 minutes that we had allotted. So I just wanted to let everyone know to expect it might be a little longer than that. So with that, I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I think I'm finished with interpreting. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Morowski, board members, I did want to just acknowledge that as our wonderful staff, and you can see how many staff are going to be presenting to you, a very cross-departmental group of individuals that have been doing a lot of work in this area. The presentation does have a lot of details, so I too will ask that you provide some grace and indulge us, but we do think that it's important to make sure that we go through all of the slides. Mr. Harris?
I believe Board Member Phillips had her hand up.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I just wanted to ask on 7.
I'm sorry, Board Member Phillips.
Sorry, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to know how much time we were going to entertain for public comment on this.
Oh, good question. We hadn't got to that yet. Can we get through the presentation and then we can get to public comment?
Sure thing.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Vice President Morowski, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. And this evening, I'm joined by a cross-section of district leaders to present this evening an update on our conditions of readiness for school reopening and request the board's adoption of our school reopening plan. Just wanted to express staff's appreciation for the board members who express questions they had received on behalf of their constituents. Our effort tonight is to integrate those questions within the presentation or in talking points. And so we hope that the presentation meets the rigor of some of the questions that have been asked, and we look forward to the dialogue as appropriate. We go to the next slide. So ultimately, we've had several presentations around this topic, given the importance of it. And really the anchor point for tonight's presentation is kind of a through line back to the board's adoption back on November 19th. You see the actual resolution in terms of, at that time, based on the best information, those things that we thought were most important for the conditions of readiness for reopening a school. Really important to note that obviously lots more information has been gained about mitigation of the pandemic and obviously creating safe distance for school sites. And so that's why tonight's presentation is such an important through line to that prior work, because many of our measures actually do stand as durable based on what we first shared in November. And of course, we've made tweaks based on the latest information that we've received in terms of creating the best conditions necessary for student learning. Go to the next slide. And so ultimately, all this work is anchored to our Return Together vision statement. And of course, each presentation we've had on this topic has included this statement because ultimately we know that this is what our community expects from us. Obviously, abiding by the county public health orders to ensure safety first, but ultimately really living out the guiding principle, which is how the statement ends, assuring all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate with greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. This is the why of why we think our reopening plan is so important and why safety is tantamount. We also know it has to deliver on instruction. If we go to the next slide. And so in terms of our current context, this obviously is something that the community and board has seen in many venues. And obviously we remain within Sacramento County in the purple tier, at least in terms of case rate for sure. But we can certainly see that we're approaching a new moment, if you will, in terms of seeing us steadily move into a less purplish setting and moving more towards red, the red tier. And so that is very encouraging. If we go to the next slide. This provides the concreteness for that movement. If folks remember from our last board meeting, we were in the mid to high teens in terms of cases per day per 100,000 residents, and now we're at 12. And so the pattern and the trend has been encouraging. Our positivity rate has continued to decline as well. We're now 4.7. And so as we think about the numbers that create the conditions for us to best understand community spread, those numbers are trending in a way that are encouraging. But still, it's important to note we're still in the purple tier area. So the vigilance is still required in terms of the mitigation efforts to ensure everyone's safety. If we go to the next slide. And so this slide is just meant to be a quick snapshot, and actually, in many respects, I'll just summarize it in the context of, we know that within the purple realm, there are more conditions of readiness that are required in order to reopen. And so reopening today simply means, being very intentional. Probably one big change since we last shared this slide is the notion that the conditions of reopening now are driven by grade level, which was what we shared previously, but now also in terms of prioritized student groups. And we'll talk a little bit more about those students later in the presentation, but it's really important to note that as the guidance has evolved and as the regulations have evolved, we now recognize that there's a couple of paths for us to consider as we think about the student groups, not just grade level, but also students who need and benefit from in-person instruction if their families so allow. Now we know that obviously once we turn to red, and I mentioned we're on that path, certainly everything reopens for all grade levels on the Wednesday after we obtain the red tier. So certainly red signals the reopening of the complete grade levels in our system. If we go to the next slide. And so with that, I will turn it over to our Director of School Services, California, Leilani, who will give you really context of the legislation that was recently passed today, actually.
Great. Thank you for that, Vincent. Can I just make sure you can hear me all okay? Okay, great. So thank you for that again, Leilani Aguinaldo, Director of Governmental Relations at School Services of California. And I was asked to join you today to give an overview about Assembly Bill 86. So I can report that both houses of the legislature today passed Assembly Bill 86. There were two bill vehicles identical. That's why there's a reference to Senate bill as well. We didn't know until this morning which bill vehicle would be moving. So it is officially AB 86. And we fully expect that the governor will sign the legislation probably tomorrow. So as an overview for you, there are two pots of money that are included in the bill. The first pot that I will go ahead and summarize for you today is the in-person instruction grants. This is $2 billion of Prop 98 dollars that will be distributed to local educational agencies to incentivize reopening. It's going to be distributed in proportion to your LCFF entitlement. And as a condition of receiving the money, an LEA must offer continuous in-person instruction by April 1st. The legislation does accommodate for spring break, and so that's why I have there in the parentheses for Sac City Unified, it'll be April 5 after we factor in our return from spring break. For districts that are unable to open in advance of the April 1st deadline, there is an allowance to open after April 1st, but before May 15. However, each day that passes after April 1st, if a district is not able to offer in-person instruction to the required students, then it is a loss of 1% of funding for each day that a school district is unable to offer in-person instruction to all of the required students. So as I mentioned, the deadline to access the in-person instruction grants is to offer in-person instruction to all the students that are required by May 15. If a district provides in-person instruction after May 15, then you forfeit all in-person instruction grant money that is available to you. And additionally, any district that is not yet open for in-person instruction must post their COVID safety plan at least 5 days prior to offering in-person instruction. The other thing that I wanted to point out while we're in this section is again to reiterate that the requirement is to offer continuous in-person instruction. If at any time, once a district starts offering in-person instruction, if there is a break in that offering of in-person instruction, then the penalty is that the district will again forfeit all of your in-person instruction dollars. So just wanted to emphasize that as well. So the grade levels or the students that are required to be offered in-person instruction. So moving to the second section here, all students across all grade spans, prioritized students must be offered in-person instruction, and the mode of delivery would be through the cohort model. Summarized in the box there on the right, these are the student groups that must be offered in-person instruction, again, across all grade spans. And this is effective April 1st. It doesn't matter what tier we're in, all these students in the right here, the students with disabilities, students at risk for abuse or neglect, our youth in foster care, homeless youth, English language learners, our students who are unable to access online instruction, and disengaged students. All of those students must be offered in-person instruction across all grade spans. And then if we are still in the purple tier, when April 5th hits, if we are still in the purple tier, then at that point, the requirement is to serve all students across grades TK through 2. And then once Sacramento moves out of the purple tier, once we're in the red tier, then we would be required to expand in-person instruction to all elementary grades, as well as one grade level across secondary school. And I know that there's been a little bit of confusion here. Just to reiterate, that requirement would be to serve one middle school or high school grade. It's not one in each. It's one in either middle school or high school. And that would be a local decision for Sac City Unified to decide which secondary grade we would like to offer in-person instruction to. As far as labor relations, there is no requirement included in AB 86 for any collective bargaining agreement as a condition of receiving the grant funds or as a condition for reopening. However, it is important to note that even though there is no explicit requirement for a CBA or an MOU or a tentative agreement as a condition of receiving the money, existing requirements to collaborate and negotiate with our labor partners, those do remain under existing law under the Educational Employment Relations Act. And then just as a final detail, as far as the grant funds for the in-person instruction grants, those would go to districts in 2 installments, 50% of funds in May, and then the remaining funds in August. And a back of the envelope estimate from school services based on prior year ADA, our estimate is that Sac City Unified's share of the in-person instruction grant would be about $13.4 million. If we get the maximum amount of grant funding serving all the required students on April 5th. Okay, that's the maximum that we would get. Next slide, please. Okay, testing and safety requirements that are included as part of AB 86. The bill does codify what the governor has already said, that 10% of the vaccine supply across the state is required to be reserved for education workers. And in addition, if we are in the purple tier when we were open on April 1st, while we are in the purple tier, as a condition of receiving the grant funds, districts would be required to follow the asymptomatic testing cadence that's referenced by CDPH. So if our adjusted daily case rates are above 14 per 100,000, then the requirement would be to offer weekly testing of all students and staff that are in person. If we're in the purple tier and we have an adjusted case rate of less than 14 per 100,000, then the requirement for testing decreases to every 2 weeks, again, for students and staff. And then and the bill also explicitly says that vaccines are not a prerequisite or a requirement for reopening. And in addition, for testing and safety considerations, the bill does include a requirement that if there are 2 or more outbreaks of COVID-19 within a school site, one school site, then there is an immediate referral to CDPH for a safety review. And just to clarify again, this is for 2 or more outbreaks. And outbreaks as defined by CDPH, this is not a condition for 2 or more positive COVID tests. And the way that outbreaks are defined by CDPH is it's 3 or more COVID cases within a 14-day span, and they're epidemiologically linked in the school. So basically, they can test, and from their contact tracing, they can tell that the outbreaks, the cases of COVID at that time are linked and transmitted likely through the school site, as opposed to, 3 independent cases and those individuals tested positive for COVID through other exposures. So that's the definition of COVID, of the outbreaks. And then finally, switching gears now to the expanded learning opportunity grants. This is a second pot of money that's available to all school districts, and this is specifically for expanded learning. This is $4.6 billion that would be allocated to school districts around the state. There would be funds of $1,000 per student that is identified as homeless, and then the remaining funds would be distributed in proportion to LCFF funding. Back of the envelope estimate from school services for Sac City Unified is that this would be about $28.6 million for Sac City Unified for the expanded learning opportunity grants. These funds can be used immediately through August 31st, 2022, meaning that we would have the opportunity to use these funds across 2 summers, right? We would be able to use it this coming summer for summer school if we wanted, or next summer. And in addition to the 21-22 school year, we'd be available to use the money as well. A few requirements that are worth mentioning: at least 85% of funds must be used for in-person activities, and at least 10% of the money must be used to employ paraprofessionals to support instruction. It's a fairly broad allowable use for this money. It can be used for professional development, for learning recovery. It can be used for extended learning if we wanted to consider expanding the school calendar or providing after-school tutoring. It can also be used for social emotional health supports and other things like that. So pretty wide, broad use that districts can use the money for. And then finally, by June 1st, the governing board must adopt a plan for how these funds will be used. And it is required that parents and community members and staff have an opportunity to be involved in plan development. And next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over to Victoria.
Good evening. So just a little bit about COVID vaccine tonight. So we know that on February 16th, our county did move into that further Tier 1B, providing vaccine for educators and childcare workers. There's a number of pathways that our staff can access vaccine through, our county, our health insurance, and then we've provided a number of opportunities that I'll go through in further detail. The thing we really wanted to stress here, and what we feel really grateful and proud about, is as of March 2nd, all eligible staff in our district have received an invitation for vaccination either through our district directly or through Sac County Public Health or through some links that we've sent them. Next slide, please. So this is just a high-level overview of our priority groupings. And so at our first clinic held on February 19th, we focused on that priority group 1. So this was largely our staff who've been showing up every day, feeding our students, disinfecting our school spaces, as well as some of those elementary educators. And so we vaccinated over 1,000 educators at this clinic and about 1,500 total community members who are eligible, mostly 65 and older. At our second clinic on the 26th, again, we vaccinated over 1,000 individuals. This was really the bulk of our school system. So this was like all of the rest of the teachers, all of the staff that work in our middle school and high school space, our coaches who have been holding practices, and some of our large departments like special education, child development, transportation. So in total, we've vaccinated 3,250 community members, and of those, roughly 2,200 were educators. We're really, really proud of that work. It was a really kind of heartwarming, emotional day, and I know I saw many of you, in and out on those clinics. Next slide, please. So we did have a planned third clinic, as you'll remember we talked about before, with Dignity Health for this coming Friday, March 5th. However, due to some changes in the way that the state is allocating vaccine, Dignity Health was not able to receive any additional doses this week. This is in part because Dignity Health as an organization pledged to not hold any first dose clinics unless they had enough doses for the second dose in reserve. So they're holding on to all of those second dose second doses for all the clinics planned, and they have to expend all of those before they can receive a new vaccine. I have to say we're really grateful for this because we know there's some other large hospital systems that have struggled with second doses and have had to cancel appointments. And I just want to verify tonight, we will be hosting all of our second dose clinics again at Cerna Center on March 12th and March 19th. So when we, lost this opportunity, our hearts were a bit broken, but we quickly reached out to Sac County Public Health and worked with them because we knew we needed to get through our priority 3 group. And so we had a new mass vaccination clinic coming online through Curative at McClellan Park. And so we were able to, get some spaces specifically for that clinic. And we were able to send out those invites. They came directly from Sac County Public Health. We also shared the publicly available link with all of our staff again. And the one thing I really want to say is that we will continue to send those invites out to ensure all staff are offered vaccine if and when they want them. We know we have some staff that might be a little, hesitant or concerned, and people have changed their minds. And so we want to make sure that they are provided every opportunity. This is a quick snapshot of what that Curative website looks like. They are adding doses regularly and daily. They'll likely start adding on probably tomorrow for next week. The other thing I meant to back up and share with you is we continue to talk with Dignity about partnering. So in April, when they start getting their regular vaccine supply, they have asked if we would be willing to partner with them to hold continued vaccine clinics every Friday, potentially Saturday at Cerna Center or any of our other sites to serve our whole entire community. And so we're really excited about that opportunity and looking forward to learn more. And with that, we'll go to the next slide.
Many of these next few slides you've seen in our sequence of presentations. What's important to note is that, of course, we have our reopening dashboard, which has been publicly available now for a few weeks. And really, this gives a brief but important snapshot of all the important data points that we're looking at as we think about reopening. What we'll do in the next few slides is just simply reaffirm those that we've completed as an assurance, and then we'll spend more time, again, reviewing those that are in progress to give you a sense of the work underway to ensure that all of our metrics are in place as we look towards reopening. Go to the next slide. So again, we've shared these metrics previously, so I won't go over them in any great depth, but again, we have strong metrics around communication in terms of our health and safety plan. You've just heard from Director Flores around our clinics, if you will, in terms of vaccination clinics. And then, of course, the data we're tracking in terms of our own ability as a system to track our own internal spread. Next slide, please. And of course, we've made several revisions as information changes, which of course is mission critical in terms of staying on top and making sure that we're communicating broadly to both staff and community the latest on all of these key elements here. Of course, vaccine availability and distribution, COVID testing, all these things are incredibly important for our community and staff. The next slide. And then here, obviously, things about mitigation. And so plexiglass, disinfection, making sure we have practices in place that ensure that we're mitigating any potential opportunity if COVID were to enter our spaces, that we're doing those best practices that we know have worked and there's demonstrated evidence of them working. Next slide. And we've spoken about the daily inspection checklist extensively in our last meeting, and obviously this is one of our front-end things to ensure that all of our site leaders are in the best position to know what's going on a daily basis in terms of mitigation efforts. Next slide. And then here you have an entry into our ventilation and hygiene metrics, and just want to point out that we will be doing in a few slides, or I should say in about several slides, we'll be providing a lot more context around our current ventilation efforts. You'll hear assurances in terms of some of the things we've done since the last presentation to ensure that we're adopting all of the best practices in terms of ventilation. And then of course, obviously the things we've already done in terms of disabling hand dryers, drinking fountains, again, all those things that have been identified as best practices in order to mitigate the potential spread of COVID. Next slide. And of course, we know training is so important, and so all employees have access to our Hour Zero training, which is really a way to communicate broadly those best practices so that as employees, we know them and can practice them. And then, of course, building our testing partnerships with Sacramento County Public Health Department and taking advantage of those community sites. Next slide. And then finally, as we talk about those things that we know are, again, strong mitigation efforts, screening and face coverings. So our thermal scanners are a very effective tool in terms of a frontline information sharing as people enter facilities. And of course, obviously knowing the importance of face mask wearing, face covering wearing in classrooms, and of course, requiring it across all grade levels except for medical exemption. Next slide. And with that, we'll transition now into a deeper dive on those indicators or progress, dashboards and metrics that remain in progress.
There. So I'm here to talk about COVID testing. And so our routine COVID testing is really ramping up. We're going to be providing that testing. Leilani talked about the CDPH testing cadence that we will be adhering to as well for all staff and all students at all of our learning hub sites, all district locations, and eventually all of our schools. And so testing will be conducted during the work or the school day. So this week we've been incredibly busy. I should say our staff has been incredibly busy going out to all of our sites to do visits, setting up those sites, figuring out where the best location is to do testing and the timing, and then working to get those registration links out to all of our staff and our students so that they can register directly onto the Color platform. It's a software, and that's where they consent to testing, and it explains what the process is. And that's also where they will get their results on either their phone or their email. So I'm really excited to say that we are ready to begin testing next week, starting March 8th. And I believe we told the board we'd be ready by the end of March. And so we're pretty excited that we're actually going to start next week. We are using PCR testing right now. That's the one that's readily available, that the software is really functioning well. CDPH is still working out some software issues with the Binex rapid antigen testing. And so we want to hold off until that's really set and good to go. It messed up our PCR testing a little bit. So we're putting that one on hold for a moment. Next slide, please. And so here again is just, you saw these pictures last time, but I just wanted to say Monday morning or afternoon, this is the flyer for nutrition services and our warehouse staff. They're working to get their staff registered right now. And this is a sample of the flyer, and we will be out there. I'm also really happy to say I've tested myself 3 weeks in a row, and just every week our results have come in right at 28 hours. So I tested at 1 o'clock and I got my results around 6 o'clock for 3 weeks in a row. So we're looking forward to sharing more as we roll this out. Next slide.
The third-party facilities assessment provided by PBK is also an important component of our readiness. They were selected to provide the third-party assessment based on their expertise in this area. As it says here, they were provided the same service to many other districts across the state, including local districts such as Twin Rivers Unified, Natomas Unified, Galt, and Robla Elementary School District. As previously stated, PBK initially assessed all district school sites in December 2020, where they outlined any areas of opportunity for the district and site to improve any mitigating measures. PBK is planning to revisit all sites beginning on March.
Can I interrupt you? I think we're showing a different slide with plexiglass barriers and directional signage.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, so let me back up. So as stated at the last board meeting, the installation of plexiglass barriers in these 3 identified areas is nearly complete, with library counters being finished at the end of this week. We currently have plexiglass barriers at all of our front office counters, but the district is revisiting those spaces to install thicker, stronger, and more pertinent barriers that will better stand the test of time in those highly trafficked areas. Once those are installed, the previous front counter plexi units will be transitioned into our library spaces, and the plexiglass in the libraries will be moved elsewhere. Stanchions and signage have also been provided to each of our sites, and we're also in the process of purchasing 500 more stanchions for sites across the district in order to further assist in directing traffic flows in sometimes congested areas. The last remaining component of the signage needed at sites are directional floor dots that will also be used to alleviate potential congestion, and our vendor will be providing those to the district by March 31st for installation. Next slide. All right, here we go. The third, like I was saying, the third-party assessment was completed in December by PBK architects who have extensive expertise in this area. A number of districts they've provided this service to include Twin Rivers, Natomas Unified, Galt, and Roba Elementary School districts. And PBK will be planning to revisit all sites beginning on March 15th in just a couple weeks, and their final inspection will take 2 weeks to complete. The district has been preparing each site since their initial review, and our operations team has been busy walking all sites to confirm their readiness ahead of PBK's final review. And with that said, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Lee Sada on the next slide.
Thank you, Nathaniel, and good evening, board members, for the opportunity to update you on the district's HVAC and filtration system. My name again is Lee Sada, and I recently joined the team as the Assistant Superintendent of Operations. We'd like to start this presentation with a little bit of information about AB 841. There's been quite a bit of advocacy to make sure that we update and repair our HVAC systems, provide new filters, and of course provide for the installation of CO2 monitors. However, we wanted to also let you know that DSA has recently given their interpretation of these rules and has told us that the CO2 monitors are only going to be required in new buildings for the time being. And we sent a BC clarifying some of the facts around that. We have the goals of the legislation listed here and funding sources for the deployment of HVAC improvements and CO2 units can be considered on later projects. There's a little bit of information here and a link to the grant program, which is still being worked out, so the funds are not yet available. Next slide, please. Okay, so we wanted to chat a little bit about what our internal team has been doing. They continue to track the reopening of school guidelines as issued by, as mentioned 2 weeks ago, the California Department of Public Health, the Centers for Disease Control, and both of those two point to ASHRAE as the engineering standard. So a multi-layered approach was created by staff to prepare for the eventual reopening of schools. The Centers for Disease Control continues to provide new information, most recently providing some more information on March 1st, just a few days ago. Next slide, please. According to the CDC, the bottom line is adequate ventilation. And to that end, many of their guidelines focus on the improvement of outside air, airflow, and the filtration of that air. The items listed are highlights from the most recent CDC guideline document, which happened to be released on February 26th. And we've included a webpage here, a link to the webpage if you'd like to take a look at that. We're currently meeting the guidelines, and this evening we want to focus some time on the items there that are highlighted in green. Next slide, please. So this matrix was presented to you in the last meeting, and we've added a status column on the right. We'd like to spend a little bit of time looking at the Merv 13 filtration item, which is about halfway down the page, and bring you up to speed on our work on the portable HEPA units. Jeff, would you like to add to this?
Yes, as you can see in this matrix, SCUSD facility staff have made sure that all recommendations by CDPH, CDC, and ASHRAE are being adhered to, or there is a plan in place to be in compliance. This includes opening all doors and windows, increasing outside air, opening outside air dampers, constant supply and exhaust fans, reprogramming of demand control ventilation units, installing MERV 13 filtration or higher where possible, purge cycles, restroom exhaust fans set to run continuously during all occupied hours, ensure proper operation of HVAC units, and portable HEPA filtration. Next slide, please.
Additionally, we wanted to share with you that we reached out to several districts in the area. And this is the next two slides are a list of information that we received from them. I would say of note is that most of the peer schools have upgraded the HVAC filters from MERV 8 to MERV 13 within their existing HVAC units wherever they could. And because of this, most are not providing portable HEPA units. Additionally, most districts are flushing their, purging their air in the rooms 2 hours before and 2 hours after occupancy. Next slide, please. In all cases, the CO2 monitors are not being installed, with the exception of San Juan, I believe, that's doing some additional study on that. Portable HEPA units are being purchased and combined with MERV 8 filters, or in special circumstances where extra filtration is required, or in the case at one district as a backup to when the HVAC systems may be down. And just incidentally, Los Rios Community College District, our neighbor, though obviously for older students, is flushing their rooms 2 hours before and afterwards, and they are not including the portable HEPA units. They believe that the combination of the purged air, the constant 100% outside air is enough for them to meet the standard. In general, some common concerns that were expressed to us include the cost of MERV 13 units over the long term because they are more expensive, and the wear and tear on the HVAC units due to the added pressure that these thicker filters provide. Next slide, please. Okay, so what did we learn about what are we doing? And based on our learnings from other districts and the continual review of CDC guidelines, we believe that our goals are in alignment with the CDC guidelines and best practices based on peer institutions that were listed. So Jeff, would you like to fill in everybody on our goals now?
Yes, next slide, please.
Go ahead, Jeff.
We're committed to the replacement of HVAC filters 3 times per year. That first cycle was completed in December of 2020, and the second cycle is scheduled for completion on March 12th. And we are set to start the third cycle for replacement on May 1st, and we may be able to start that as early as April 1st. Filter assessments are currently being conducted and should be completed by March 5th. Facility staff have determined or are working on determining where MERV 8 filters can be upgraded to MERV 13 using 2-inch and 4-inch MERV 13 filters in existing HVAC units. And facility staff have identified a vendor with 2 and 4-inch MERV 13 filters in stock. Our goal is to provide, our current goal for filtration is to be able to upgrade 1,500 to 2,000 classrooms with MERV 13 filters by the next filter change cycle. Next slide, please.
Great. So in this slide, we wanted to bring you up to speed. Let me just close the thought on the last slide. So we are working again, as Jeff said, to finish up our assessment of the filtration system. We have located a vendor that would allow us to upgrade our filters from MERV 8 to MERV 13. And we have a discussion point about whether we would start that process on cycle, which would begin on May 1st, or if we wanted to accelerate that to approximately April 1st. And now the second part of what we said we wanted to focus on was our portable filtration units. And for this next slide, I'd like to invite Rose to present the slide.
Thank you, Lee. Just to bring everyone up to speed on the selection of the portable UVDI filtration units that the district did choose to purchase back in the fall. Just for the education of our public that they may not be familiar with the details and what went into this process. As you all know, that we have been on a learning curve in mitigating COVID-19 and preparing for reopening schools and what are the best practices. And we've been working on this since last year, March. So it's been about a year. And in that timeline, there has been not a lot of information available in terms of common standards because, it was kind of a learning process for I think it's safe to say, the entire world, how to deal with this. And especially how to prepare an environment safely for the return of students. So let's backtrack a little bit to the fall, what we were doing to try to hurry up and reopen and have our school sites ready. We were looking for common standards with respect to ventilation from the state or from other entities that are the experts in this area. And as you all know, there was little information available. And it was now information is starting to become available, but back in the fall when we were trying to plan to open for January, it was not available at that time. And then the second factor we were dealing with was funding. As of the fall, we were only allocated that first pot of federal relief funds that had a deadline of December 30th. And so we were dealing with, timing and then dealing with lacking common standards. And as you know, like the common standards that are starting to evolve now, that CARES funding deadline was extended to December 31st of 2021. And just so you all know, that deadline was not officially extended until right around, I want to say it was December 26th, 27th. So it was a very, very short timeline for extending that. So obviously districts were racing to spend that money so that they would not have to lose those funds and send that money back. And one of the areas that we were identifying or working on to spend the funding on was preparing our classrooms. And one of the areas we focused on was the ventilation. And so what we did was the district contacted 11 commercial companies and we received 3 responses because again, it was just new technology as far as addressing COVID-19. And the criteria for selection included a device or a unit that would mitigate COVID along with the other ASHRAE standards, and that it would accommodate a large classroom for about 960 square feet. And then again, in our unique situation, as you did see in the previous slides, many of the other districts in our areas, they have already been able to upgrade their HVAC units. So they were already compliant with Merv 13 filters, where we just have not been that fortunate due to funding. They've been passing other bonds or they've just had other access to other funding that have made that available to them. And so they were able to respond very quickly to the MERV 13 criteria, whereas we were not. And so this third bullet here was very important for the district because we did not have, and still do not have, the electrical infrastructure to be able to support certain units. We just cannot do that. And so we had to look for units that would not take as much of our power, otherwise then we would risk damaging those units. And our electrical infrastructure. Then, of course, the health and safety of staff that had to, replace these units. And then the other factor we were looking for, criteria, I should say, is that in the recent years, unfortunately, California has been a victim of a lot of wildfire. And we've had to shut down districts. My former district, we were shut down for weeks at a time, very close to the fires over in the Santa Rosa area. And as a result of those fires, the byproduct is smoke and that very unhealthy air for students. So this unit also had to have the ability to be able to address that. And so just again, looking for an improvement in general indoor air quality. And the only unit that rose and met all of these criteria was this UVDI filtration unit. So again, we're just providing this information just to let the public know how the district arrived at this decision of investing in this unit and why. And yes, and next slide, please. I will turn the presentation over back to Lee.
Great. Thank you, Rose. So where are we at today? So we have conducted another review of the HEPA filtration units. We received a list of 23 units that did not include the UVDI technology. And we kind of simplified the criteria to include The mitigation, of course, the COVID virus. Again, we still have the open classrooms of an average size of 960 square feet, and our current, continued challenges with our electrical infrastructure. Jeff, would you like to kind of talk us through what was selected and where we arrived?
Sure. So 6 HEPA units were found to meet the basic criteria that was listed, and 4 units were found to be able to handle the classroom size, the average classroom size that we've shown of 960 square feet. We're purchasing 3,000 units that could be shipped and delivered by April 1st, and we had to make sure there was adequate supply to cover the classrooms in the district.
Great.
Lee?
Next slide, please. Okay, so as we work through the final delivery and deployment issues for this new HEPA unit, we've also launched a few assessments and tests. The first was to ascertain the effectiveness of the UVDI unit. And we believe this is simply just a part of thorough due diligence to better understand how the unit performs both in the classrooms and in a clean environment. We're also in the process of hiring an architect and engineering team to provide district-wide HVAC assessments. The goal here is to determine which units require replacement in the near future and the further out future. And then in terms of AB 841 and the CO2 sensors, as mentioned earlier, they were not required as the only to apply it to new buildings. And then a little note there about our architecture and engineering team that's been being brought in to prepare the mechanical assessment. And we hope to use this as a basis for creating an HVAC project list, which would then include CO2 sensors. But it's really more in the category of construction projects, so it's going to take a little more time. Next slide, please. Okay, and then finally, we continue to do our research with other ventilation items. And again, I'd like to invite Jeff to walk you through these.
Thank you, Lee. Excuse me. District staff are evaluating ventilation enhancements that include the following. Ceiling fans with UV uplighting or ionization. We're seeking input from peer schools. We're considering UVC HVAC solutions that utilize UVC in-duct air disinfection. And this can be coupled with Merv 8 filtration, but costs have not been established on that yet. Portable HEPA units may not be large enough to accommodate our existing gymnasiums. And we may need to consider outside activities in lieu of gym use and consider alternate solutions, including outdoor activities where practical. Thank you.
Next slide. Okay, so we've presented you with a lot of information here, and we wanted to just have a summary to summarize our back to school plan in this slide. So again, we can commit to running our HVAC with open dampers and 100% outside air while we continue to research best practices. As mentioned earlier, several districts are simply purging the air 2 hours before the classroom is in operation and 2 hours afterwards. But for the time being, we continue to run our systems at 100% outside air 24/7. We have stated that we will install MERV 13 filters wherever possible. And again, we're close to finishing, Jeff and his team are close to finishing their assessment on whether we can simply receive these higher MERV 13 filters and put them into the existing equipment. Our idea then is to prioritize the elementary school classrooms first, because of course those students are coming back first, followed by middle school and high school. And then for the areas where we cannot upgrade to MERV 13 for whatever reason, we have committed to purchasing the portable HEPA units, and the purchasing department has confirmed that the 3,000 portable HEPA units can be delivered before and deployed by April 8th of this year. And then just as a final note, some opportunities and challenges. One of the things that we learned from our fellow districts is that MERV 13 filters may actually shorten the lifespan of the HVAC units or create more repair work because the machines are working a little harder. But we obviously are prioritizing student safety, as many of our peer districts are, and so we're going to keep moving forward. The procurement and installation of the MERV 13 filters is possible in the next filter cycle, which, as Jeff said, was going to begin on May 1st. We could move that forward a full month if desired. And then finally, we are putting together an assessment, and our goal is to tune up the HVAC systems by the end of summer, and we're seeking a capable HVAC vendor. So that concludes our portion of the presentation. Thank you. Next slide.
And as we move to the next slide, thank you. We wanted to share with you an update in terms of where we are with the intent to returns. We have just this week, we started at 53%. As you can see, we're up to 57% now. We think that in addition to the calls and the additional outreach, that the vaccinations are really having a positive effect on this, although still not where we want to see the numbers ultimately. So you might remember we started in August with the first intent to return inquiry. We followed up with one in November, and again, the one in January. If we go ahead to the next slide, we'll take you through a further breakdown of what it means in each of those areas. So looking at this slide, slide 38, this is an update of what you saw last board presentation. We, as I said, are now up to 57% and still missing in some areas, but we are getting information in daily, and that's helping. So you can see again, the first column plans to physically attend. They selected option 1. Plans to physically attend with some assistance, plans to remotely attend, option 3, and finally does not plan to attend. Now, we understand that this information, as we requested it, people can change their minds, situations change. We wanted to be able to use this for planning purposes. And as we get closer and closer to actually opening, this information becomes more and more important. So we do want to still continue people to reach out and to submit their intent to returns via the Informed K-12, which is a really simple process. And a few clicks of a button so that they can do that. We'll go ahead and, well, actually just on this slide, I do want to note that while increases in most, if not all of the areas, we do again need additional responses. And the employees, as we're making phone calls, one thing we are hearing is that people do attend to return, but they're waiting until they get vaccinations or they're waiting for various reasons. So we will continue to ask and monitor. The 278 that you see noted under the plans to physically attend with assistance are being further looked at by our risk management team to better understand what it is that the individuals need through an interactive process to know how we can support and help so that they can, again, be physically able to attend, which is their preference. Next slide. So we went through and broke down by segment. So you can see, as of right now, with the information available in the Informed K-12 system, where things are at. Clearly, we want to see the numbers increase in all areas and continue to ask people to share information or update, even if they submitted previously, to go ahead and update. We do know that in some of the outreach, what we've learned is some individuals feel that they have already answered the question. They perhaps returned the form in November and thought, you're asking me again, but I've done it already. So we're trying to work with that to get additional clarity that they need to complete this one and ask the questions a little bit differently, and it gives us a lot more information. Let's go ahead to the next slide. With the middle school section that you can see on here too, on this case, I do want to highlight that the additional information coming in today, as an example from one particular school on this list, showed that they were able to gather almost 100% of the staff that they need. So they're sent those to us. We'll be updating this so that you'll have the most updated information. But based on what's in the system as of right now, this is what the numbers reflect. We'll go ahead to the next slide. Okay, it says my internet's unstable, so hopefully you can still hear me. The K-8 schools, again, just a breakdown to show you where things are. The additional outreach, we know we are specifically hoping to get additional information for the K-3 segment first, although we are calling and making outreach to every single employee, whether it's via email reminders or those personal phone calls. And the last slide shows the high school numbers that are available at this time. And what I will say is in all of these different areas, these numbers represent the entirety of the staff, right? So it's not just looking at teachers or not just looking at one particular classification, but looking at employees. So with that, I'll go ahead to the next slide for the next presenter.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm here this evening to report to you on part of our academic plan to meet the needs of all of our learners when everybody returns back to school. And so much of this is actually already in place and is already moving. So for example, we have our scope and sequence focused on the priority standards, which are already in place. And within that, these are really focused on the grade level standards, which are a priority for all students to know and understand. And what we are encouraging our teachers to do is to basically pull groups of students in small groups for targeted instruction to teach any prerequisite skills which they may be lacking beforehand, so that we can accelerate their learning so that they can actually access those grade level content standards. In terms of universal design for learning, we have been giving professional learning series for both our site leaders and our teachers. For our site leaders, that's live synchronous instruction, which we're giving. And for our teachers, we're recording sessions, and we are making those available to our site leaders who can then play those sessions, stop them in certain portions, go through the learning, and so on and so forth. And the whole point of UDL is to create expert learners, really focusing in on individual strengths. So the goals are firm. Okay, so what we want students to know and be able to do are firm. However, there are flexible means for students to be able to get there. There's flexible means for students to be able to learn that and show what they know as well. And our different sessions on universal design for learning are really focused in on removing barriers from the learning intentions or goals, from the assessments, from the methods, and from the materials used when we're planning and delivering our lessons using the Universal Design for Learning as a framework. Universal Design for Learning is also an anti-racist pedagogy. If we look at our data, we can clearly see the disparities and the disproportionality with our students of color compared with their white peers. And so it's clear that our students of color are facing more barriers within their learning. And UDL is all about finding those barriers, recognizing those barriers, and removing those barriers to learning. Moving on, we have our cohort 1 schools for database decision making, who are in their planning year and making great gains at the moment. And there's a lot of momentum behind the database decision making work at the moment for those schools. And also, we are taking our leaders through some anti-racist professional learning. And these are 9 modules which have been produced for us by EPIC. And so far, we've been through 2 of those modules with all of our site leaders. And we have about 2 of those modules a month coming up until the end of the year. Now, all of these modules are available to our leaders right now to go through independently. And then we have these small group reflection sessions planned, as I say, about twice a month, so that we can reflect and deepen our learning. And I will say that the one which we just had last Wednesday on recognizing microaggressions was a really, really great session and a lot of really good reflections for leaders. Thank you very much. And I will pass on the next slide to Maisie Lee, our SEL Director.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening.
This is a really long presentation. So before I continue, I asked Vincent if maybe in the spirit of SEL, I can invite you to take a quick 2020 mini brain break with me. So feel free to look 20 feet away from your computer and focus on your breath for 20 seconds. Okay, hopefully you were able to expel some cortisol from your brain so you can come back to focusing on all this wonderful content. So now more than ever, we need to prioritize social emotional learning, or SEL, for ourselves, for our students, and families. This last year has been difficult for everyone. As we return, we must center collective healing as the path forward, nurturing resilience, building relationships, and reestablishing predictable routines. We know the pandemic, the racial reckoning, and the shift to distance learning have been challenging and stressful. We also know how resilient our community has been in response to the crisis, and we honor our educators and parents for showing up every day to take care of our students this past year. So as we return, we must reframe the stressors of this past year into learning gains, honoring the technological creativity, innovation, and connections that our students, our families, and staff have established and maintained, even while being apart. We must also build upon the resilience of our community, especially our communities of color, who, while weathering the health pandemic, was also challenged with the ongoing pandemic of systemic racism. As such, in this new normal, prioritizing SEL is not a nice to have, it's a must have and must do. So to that end, we are updating our SEL tools and resources to include anti-racist and racial justice lessons, ideas for amplifying youth voice, and restorative healing centered practices to supporting students. We will continue to support our school sites as we have been doing during distance learning, with weekly updated SEL resources and practices for adults, students, and parents and caretakers. Adult SEL is important now and will be especially critical when we return. We acknowledge that our adults are also balancing family, emotional, and health concerns while returning to support children in an unusual teaching situation. We aim to provide intentional SEL practices that will support adult self-care so they are better positioned to take care of the community of learners under their care. Additionally, our educators will have access to SEL tools so that they can nurture the positive conditions and deepen the SEL skills that are necessary to affirm students' sense of identity, cultivate belonging, and nurture agency. Resources and practices such as SEL mini lessons, daily circle prompts, and mindful brain breaks have been and will continue to be available to all educators. Resources will also be added to support our families who have been critical partners on this journey. In addition to the resources curated on our website, we have been working very closely with our FACE team to develop easier to access videos that are currently being translated into multiple languages and will be shared with our families soon. Next slide, please. In these anxious and dysregulating times where there is no relief in sight, we may be presented with behaviors that will challenge us when we return. When a behavior arises, it'll be important for our adults to hold a trauma-sensitive and restorative mindset in order to best support students. To that end, we will include in our SEL resource toolkit some guidance on how to support students with a restorative and trauma-sensitive lens. The goal is always to re-engage and keep our students in the classroom. Re-engagement strategies, such as those listed here that you can see, should always be used to support student behavior before any discipline action is taken. Suspension is the absolute last resort, and there will not be suspensions on health-related protocols, such as not having a mask. Schools will follow the distance learning discipline protocols from fall 2020 and recently updated in February of 2021, which has clear guidance on removal as not the default, but rather as a last resort, and only considered after all exhaustive supportive processes have been followed, including meeting with the student and parents or caretakers and all of the other preventions that I have listed here. Any suspension being considered will need to be made in collaboration and consultation with the Director of Student Behavior and Hearing Officer, Mr. Stefan Brown, and the Instructional Assistant Superintendent overseeing that school. Again, whether we're in distance learning, hybrid learning, or back in full return to learning, this guidance will be in effect to support Sac City schools as we support all of our students to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Maicy. Thank you for the moment to breathe. And so we just wanted to build on, Maicy spoke so beautifully about our tiered supports that are offered, really focusing on that tier 1 and how we support our entire community. And so we wanted to provide you with an overview of our tier 2 or targeted strategies and tier 3 or intensive strategies that the Student Support and Health Services Department provides. And so using student data through our early identification and intervention system or any other referral source, for instance, staff or a family referral, some of our best referrals come from peers, or even our internet safety filter has actually been a really big source of referral. And that filter flags any content that speaks of self-harm or suicide so that we can reach out directly. We are really focused on providing that healing-centered support that Maicy spoke so lovely about. Really walking beside our students and our families to help them locate the supportive resources that fit their needs or their comfort level. And so I just want to say this will not always be the traditional medical model of therapy that maybe some of us have engaged in. We really are working on identifying and leveraging the strengths of our families and their support systems so that we can work together with families to restore safety and well-being and work toward healing. So this is a pretty extensive list here that you'll see. We pulled this from our draft return to support plan. We have this on our brochure. And I just really do want to focus on those key elements Maicy spoke of what we can do to create safety, that routine, structure, rhythm, prioritizing health and safety and well-being as our number 1, and then really working to identify those who need supports and responding with compassion and care as our default. These are all things that every adult in our system can work on. Next slide, please. And so this is just a snapshot from the Student Support Q1 data report. This is publicly available on our website. And I just wanted to give a shout out to our staff who've just been working so incredibly hard this whole time. We have not taken a breath and we have not stopped providing these mental health supports. Staff have done some really incredible work meeting the needs of the community, particularly around food insecurity or unstable housing. And so this work has been happening really quietly all year long, and we definitely will be continuing it, whether we return in person, if that's what a family chooses, or they're still in virtual space. And as you can see, we've actually increased the number of students we've served this year by 31%. And we've really had to adapt and to be flexible in how we connect with our families. So when students and families aren't engaging, we can't just walk down the hall to meet with them anymore. So we're driving out to their homes, sometimes a number of times, because sometimes they don't always answer. And so you'll see we've increased our home visits by 194%. And we should expect that, though, because our students aren't at our home. So now we need to go out to them. And it's really just about connecting, letting them know we noticed and we recognize that they're not there, or they're not engaging, and that we care about them, and really starting to build that trust and understanding and compassion that so many of our families need right now. So I want to confirm to the board and our community, we will continue to provide all these supports, and really working to welcome our students, our families, our community partners that are so vital to our schools, and our staff back to our schools. Thank you. Next slide.
And good evening again. And on this slide, we're going to dig into a little bit more the concurrent learning model which we're proposing. And so there will be an option for any family or student to choose to remain in distance learning. And this is a group which we're calling Group C. Those students who choose to return in person are going to be split into an A and a B group. And each of those students in the A or the B group would attend in-person school for 2 days a week and engage in distance learning for 3 days a week. Students would be able to keep their same teachers. And in terms of the teaching, there would be synchronous teaching of the teachers, of the students in person and at home concurrently. And hence this is called the concurrent learning model, as that synchronous teaching of both the students at home and the students right there in the school happen both at the same time. This would make time in the day for targeted small group instruction to continue. And we know that for this to be successful, there does need to be a technology hardware setup in each classroom. Next slide, please. And so digging into the elementary learning model a little bit more. On Mondays would be a full distance learning day, just like now. Collaborative time would also be, collaborative time for teachers, so that teachers can collaborate together on what students are learning and what they need to learn, would also be on this Monday. And on the Monday, there would be time for whole group synchronous instruction and that targeted small group instruction as well. On Tuesday and Thursdays, the Group A students would come to school in person in the morning, and they would receive that in-person instruction. On Wednesday, it would be the Group B who would come to in-person school on Wednesday and Friday for in-person instruction. During those days from Tuesday to Friday, there would be around 3 hours of live synchronous instruction in the morning with concurrent teaching of all the students who are there in the classroom and the students at home at the same time. And students would then leave school at lunchtime. They'd pick up a grab-and-go meal, and they'd also be picking up their breakfasts as well for the next day. And then that afternoon time would be reserved for that targeted small group instruction. Next slide, please, and next presenter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turkey. Good evening, Vice President Morawski, Superintendent, board members. My name's Doug Husher, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. One of the departments I support is youth development, and I'm here tonight to share a little bit about our work around hubs and expanded learning. As we move forward with reopening plans, our experience with learning hubs is helping pave the way. We have heard from our stellar students and their families about the value of learning hubs. Hubs have helped us provide a space with a stable internet connection, with consistent routines during a time of unrest, with adult supervision, with guidance to help children navigate the challenges of distance learning, with engagement with friends and mentors, and with much needed social emotional support. Learning hubs have also given us a place to test our return to health plan, from signage to screening, from sick rooms to sanitizing. With learning hubs, we successfully showed that we can safely reintroduce students to school again. We are excited to announce tonight that hubs will continue when we return to in-person learning. It is with much appreciation we offer to our nutritional services department for helping find a way to free up space in our multi-purpose rooms to make space for learning hubs. By continuing learning hubs, we will maintain a consistent schedule for our hub students so they can go to their in-person instruction with their teachers, and at the same time, then return back to their hub space to be supported by our community-based organizations for the remainder of the day. Some of the details on hubs include learning hubs will continue at each of the 14 sites that are currently operational. Students currently enrolled in learning hubs will continue in the program. Programming will be offered 5 days a week, including Monday when there is no in-person instruction. Learning hub schedules will remain unchanged, so either 8:30 to 2:30 as a school schedule may be, or 9 to 3:30. As I shared, and just to reiterate, one difference from hub operations right now is learning hub students will attend live in-person instruction on their designated in-person learning days, and then return back to programming. We have assessed physical space at our school sites, and no school has room to offer both hub programming and in-person learning out of classrooms during the instruction day. For this reason, we will be utilizing multi-purpose rooms at each of these sites. Our plan is to work with facilities and student support and health services to make sure the spaces meet guidelines and the program is congruent with protocols found in our return to health plan. We will also be taking advantage of a spare room here and there on each of our campuses to minimize the number of students in the multipurpose room. Our CBOs will work closely with our school sites and nutritional services to make sure food distribution happens safely and smoothly, given the tightly configured layouts in these spaces. Meeting the needs of our most vulnerable students and our youth is absolutely core to this work. A rigorous selection process was used to identify students that currently attend these hubs. A point system was used to determine need with special attention and prioritization given to the following groups: students residing in foster care, students experiencing homelessness, English language learners, students receiving special education services, and students disengaged in distance learning. This is an agreement with AB 86, as noted in slide 7 of this presentation by Leilani tonight. We've also recently increased our hub size from 12 students to 14 students. There are 4 cohorts at each hub of the 14 campuses. We'll be studying our numbers to see if our hub programming allows for additional students. If we do have additional space, we'll use that same criteria in adding new students. Next slide, please. So youth development will also be offering expanded learning programming following the instructional day for up to 3.5 hours for our 43 non-hub sites. We will again use the same criteria noted above to identify students. Vulnerable students will be our top priority. With great intentionality, we are committed to making sure that programming is offered to our most vulnerable students. In the after-school expanding space, what can expect to see academic support, tutoring, snack time, physical activities, enrichment activities, and also enrichment provided by supplemental providers. The 14 hub sites and the 43 expanded learning sites that we will be operating out of all have been identified by Youth Development's 21st Century and ACES grants. These programs are run by the 9 community-based organizations that have gone through a rigorous selection process to be an agency provider. The 9 include Sacramento Chinese Community Center, the Boys and Girls Club of Sacramento, Center for Fathers and Families, Leaders of Tomorrow, City of Sacramento, the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center, the Roberts Family Foundation, Target Excellence, and last but not least, New Hope Community Development Center. These providers are already either running hub programming or expanded learning programs in the distance learning space at this time. All providers will be given a refresher for grounding programming in the district's return to health protocols. We have worked collaboratively with facilities, student support and health services, budget, risk management, and other departments, and we will continue to do so as we add programming. Youth Development will offer expanded learning programming to the number of students that can be served based on cohorting and how quickly we can scale with assurances of quality. We are also coordinating our work with Jackie Benini in the academic office, who oversees the work at the district's 4 fee-based children's centers. They will also be serving students 5 days a week using the same model as learning hubs. That team will be visiting hubs in the days ahead to learn more about how they are operated. Youth Development is also reaching out right now to the city of Sacramento to share our plan and learn more about programming that they may offer. As you may be aware, through Parks and Recreation, the city of Sacramento uses our school spaces to independently run its 4th R program. Finally, we're working on a creation of an FAQ document for families that may have questions about hubs or expanded learning programming. We will be sharing it with our communications department, so those questions that we anticipate to be most frequently asked have answers and are housed all in one place. And at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Husher, and good evening once again. If we could look at the next slide, thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to dig into the secondary model a little bit, okay? And the secondary model which we're proposing at the moment actually keeps the class start and end times the same as they are now. Monday, just as in the elementary model, would remain to be a distance learning day with periods 1 through 6, with all groups A, B, and C, so A and B being the in-person groups who are split, and then C being the distance learning 5 days a week group. For all of those groups engaging in distance learning from home in periods 1 through 6, and there being collaborative time for teachers. On Tuesday and Thursday, just like in elementary, the group A would come to school in person. And then on Wednesday and Friday, the group B would come to school in person. Each of those days would have 3 periods which are being taught the same as they are now, either periods 1, 3, and 5, or periods 2, 4, and 6. Each of those days from Tuesday to Friday, there would be around 3 hours of live synchronous instruction. Again, it would be the concurrent teaching model, where the teacher would be teaching students in person and students at home. Within the school day, there would also be that time for the targeted small group instruction. And within this model, lunch may well be served at school. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at some of the school districts close by us. And we can see that ourselves, Natomas, and Elk Grove, and well, Elk Grove and Natomas are already doing the concurrent model. Okay, so that's been the model which they're going with. Whereas San Juan and Twin Rivers are doing a non-concurrent model. So in the non-concurrent model, what happens there is that there's synchronous learning for the students within the school who are there in person, and asynchronous then for the students who are at home. And then in the afternoon, it flip-flops. Everybody goes home in the afternoon. Okay, so it's just school within the morning. And then that very same lesson is repeated. It's synchronously with the students who were at home. And meanwhile, the students who were at school, they get to stay at home and do asynchronous work. Within these models, there is much less time for that targeted group, small group instruction. In terms of the full distance learning day, all school districts are offering that, apart from Natomas Unified. Natomas actually has in-person schooling 5 days a week, with the A group and the B group actually changing days each week. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday 1 week, then Tuesday, Thursday another week. In terms of the full distance learning option, all school districts are offering that full distance learning option. And in terms of synchronous hours per day, they're all pretty similar, with school districts stacking up at around 3 hours and possibly 2.5 with the, or 2 with the younger students. And next slide, please. And here, this slide is just comparing the concurrent versus non-concurrent model. And it's important to say that, first of all, both are viable options. In terms of research, there isn't research on whether one is better than the other so far. And as I say, both are viable options. Within the concurrent model, students are taught as one class, which basically means that each lesson only needs to be taught once to each class. The school schedules can stay exactly as they are now, and there is more time for that small group targeted instruction. There is also the need for the technology setup in each classroom. And we need to give grace and know up front, but there is a learning curve to be able to provide that effective concurrent instruction, which teachers would need to go through. And next slide, please. In terms of the learning model, the phase-in of these, this is the same as it was a couple of weeks ago. And so, as you can see, week 1, where we bring staff back to school, would start on March the 26th. We have spring break in between, March 29th through April 2nd, and then the teachers returning to school without the students would continue from April 5th through April 7th. April 8th would signal the return of all pre-K through 3 students and all SDC students in grades K through 6. In April 15th, that would signal the return of all other 4th through 6th graders who choose to return to school. And assuming that Sacramento County moves to the red tier, all 7th through 12th grade students would return no later than May the 6th. Next slide, please. And over to Mr. Schweitzer.
Right. Thank you, Matt. Good evening, everybody. I'm Chad Schweitzer, Instructional Assistant Superintendent here, going to give you a technology update. We had the opportunity to visit 2 secondary sites in our neighboring districts and learn from their chief information officer, their site techs, and teachers on what their journey was in returning students and staff back to their campuses. We received recommendations on what technology may be needed in the classrooms, and those recommendations included 2 devices for each of the teachers. So 1 computer would be for display for students who are home on Zoom, and 1 would be for taking attendance grading, more of a private screen. We would definitely need display screens for students to view what's going on in class. Many classrooms already have an LCD projector or a monitor, and if not, we would look at adding one of those and retrofitting the classroom. Teachers are already used to using their laptop cameras. For students who are Zoom, we could also look at adding a camera that's on a tripod for students in distance learning to be able to view the class or view what's going on in class, like a lab type setting, for example. Also going to need wireless microphone and speakers for students both in class and who are on Zoom. Learn that the devices need to be compatible with Zoom and mic'd right into Zoom so students at home can hear directly from the teacher and not through an amplified speaker that's sitting in the middle of class, possibly. We've also deployed over 31,000 Chromebooks out to students so far, but we know we're going to need additional Chromebooks on campus, carts and chargers, and additional power sources in our classroom so students can charge while they're using their laptops. The timelines for purchasing this technology and getting it installed into the classroom. Installation of devices, most likely going to be contracted out. Additional support could be provided by in-house from Information Technology Department, our academic office, and site level staff. We know teachers and staff are going to need professional development on the new technology in their classrooms. There's many options for this. We saw a few options with instructional videos, and then there were current staff who were tech proficient. They set up their classrooms first and then showcased it to the others on campuses. We also have additional models to follow and learn from with our own staff who are currently in learning hubs and already operating in person at sites. And lastly, regarding the broadband, we currently have a 10 gigabyte internet connection out to the sites. And most sites currently have a 1 gigabit connection back to Cerna. There's only 4 remaining sites that need this upgrade to the 1 gigabyte, and that'll take place by the end of the month. So we feel that this will be sufficient to handle all of our tech needs when our staff and students return. I'm going to turn it over to Diana Flores in Nutrition Services.
Thank you, Chad. Good evening. My name is Diana Flores, Director of Nutrition Services. I'm here today to further clarify what meal services will look like when students return. Current USDA meal waivers allow all our meals each day to be provided at no cost until June 30th. Students participating in hybrid learning will be offered grab-and-go home lunch and breakfast for the next day. This is a change from our previous presentation, and we decided that the benefits to having a grab-and-go lunch eliminates the needs for monitoring meal consumption in the classroom and also allows for a quick entry and exit from campus to ensure student safety. It's important to mention that in Matt's presentation that secondary students may potentially at some high schools have a schedule that will require students to eat on campus. If that does occur at some of the high schools, they would eat on campus outside before their last class for the day. Curbside will continue on Mondays For hybrid learners, they will be offered 3 meals, breakfast and lunch every Monday. And for 100% distance learners, they will be offered 5 meals, breakfast and lunch on Mondays. Water will be provided in the classrooms. Some classrooms already have sinks, so there'll be cups available, and classrooms without sinks, there will be bottled water available in every classroom. And that will, next slide, please.
Good evening, board members. I serve as your coordinator for risk and disability management. The first bullet speaks to site best practices for thermal temperature scanner. And so this full slide speaks to the key role our leaders, our site leaders will play in communicating school reopening to their local communities. And so like previously said, this first bullet speaks to the site best practices for our thermal temperature screening. In tonight's presentation and in past reopening presentations, we spoke a little to the thermal temperature screening devices that will be used to safely take students' temperature as they go through the screening process. Each site leader has guidelines to assist with temperature screening for everyone entering onto campus. The second bullet speaks to the COVID-19 school guidance checklist. This is required by California Department of Public Health to reopen. And so each site is required to have a COVID prevention program posted on every school site's home webpage and displayed in the front office for our community to know exactly what areas we are focusing on. Areas such as face mask requirements, health hygiene practices, and physical distancing. How we focus on entrance and location of health screening, contact tracing, and maintaining stable groups. As you walk through our school sites, you will see measures in place that speaks to each of the requirements I just mentioned. And so to ensure that these requirements are being enforced and that our leaders know what's going on, we have a daily inspection form. And so this form is provided and part of a process for hazardous identification and to ensure mitigation guidelines are enforced. This is a checklist to help our leaders focus on specific areas. Physical reminders such as signage, floor decals and markers, and PPE supply for students and staff inside the classroom and in common areas. Training for staff, students, and families. Our administrators will provide communication on site-specific procedures for staff, how families will be educated on the application and enforcement of the COVID prevention plan. Next slide, please.
So as we actually wrap up the presentation, it's important to note some of the existing resources that have been available since the summer. And so, we just wanted to continue to remind the board and our public of the learn.scusd.edu website. The board saw, as we came to the start of the school year, a first prototype of this website, and it's really a great repository of information that our communications team and webmaster have created, and it's continuously updated. And so just want to remind folks, as you hear the presentation this evening, many of the aspects of it are covered, and you can click into learn.scusd.edu and get direct information. So just wanted to do a quick plug for that because it actually is a great information content. Next slide, please. As we get to kind of our final slides before moving to questions and then the ask in terms of the recommendation, just wanted to really label this slide as kind of this notion of what comes next. And so a lot of this just comes back to getting to the finish line in terms of full access, as you heard from Director Flores, in terms of vaccination and testing. Certainly ensuring that we have appropriate transition time for staff so that everyone understands the safe health and safety protocols just spoken to by Ms. Marshall just moments ago. And then, of course, really focusing on this notion of our public knowing that starting after tonight's presentation, we will start the final process for learning options. And the communications team's already built the infrastructure for sharing our learning options forms so that we can hear from our families in terms of what they desire in terms of the education and learning environment for their children, and then really working with our site teams to strengthen our overall site level outreach, recognizing that we know the local context of the school site is a very important connection that we're excited to sustain and rebuild in some respects as we come into in-person learning. Next slide. And so with that, we'll pause here in the presentation and turn it back to the board and potentially our community for questions. And then we'll end formally the presentation with the recommendation adoption.
Mr. Harris, if you want to just display on the screen what the staff recommendation is.
Sure, that's the next slide. And so, yeah, ultimately, as staff, once the board has had its chance for, of course, conversation, we'll be looking to take the board's adoption in terms of the conditions listed there, obviously following state and local guidelines, and then, of course, looking to have these conditions of readiness approved through November 2021, in terms of making sure that we can get through this next season of mitigation management. And then the superintendent will continue to update the board, of course, as if there are changes to state and local guidelines, as well as obviously implications with our labor partners and anything else that impacts the reopening of our schools.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we'll go ahead and take public comment. I just wanted the board to be cognizant of the time as we decide how to approach our public comment tonight. And how many public commenters do we have?
We have 18 requests for public comment and 37 written comments.
Okay. Okay. Generally, we have 15 minutes for public comment per agenda item. I know this is a topic that many people are very passionate about and attuned to. With the board's consent, I would propose we do 1 minute per public comment. That way we can hear from everyone who wants to comment. Is the board, if folks are good with that approach, I'd just like to see a show of hands. Okay, I think I saw 2, 3. Okay, members, are we good? Just put your hands up if you're good with that. I'm not.
I got a question.
Oh, okay, question. Okay.
Sorry.
Member Phillips.
Is there any way we could do 2 minutes for the spoken and 1 minute for the read?
Well, it's by board consent. We can expand the time if the board wishes to do that. I know the time we're already about an hour over. So I was hopeful that we could, just try to hear from everyone within the 1 minute time frame. And then, and that way we would have time to hear the written comments as well.
It was just, and I'm just saying, I'm sorry. It was very jarring when we had it down to 1 minute for the live comments, just that they were getting cut off. So, I mean, just from my constituents, I'm hearing that they would like to at least have 2 minutes on the live.
Okay, thank you, Member Phillips. Member Garcia, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarifying question on whether the 1 minute applied to both on the phone and in writing. So that just wasn't clear to me. But
I was hoping to do 1 minute per to provide parity, but I'm willing to entertain the board's wishes. Our public comment is generally 15 minutes. So this 1 minute each would take us to, close to an hour. And we're already 1 hour over our time just due to the length of the presentation. So do I have support for 1 minute per comment? Would folks prefer to do 2 minutes? 1 minute? All right. I'm just going to say, if you're willing to do 1 minute per public comment, just a show of hands, please. I just need to see the consent of the board. Okay. I think we can go ahead and do that. And I apologize to keeping it a little shorter, but we are expanding it from just the 15 minutes to close to an hour. So hopefully this will give everyone a chance to be heard. And with that, Anne, if you can just set the timer for 1 minute per commenter. Thank you.
Okay, our first public comment is from Amanda Connolly.
Thank you. I enjoyed the presentation. I appreciate all the information and all the work that went into it. A couple things I wanted to bring to everybody's attention. I looked up the CDC guidelines on their website for school ventilation. I read their dumbed down for the public list, so that I can understand it. And they have bullet points detailing what's most important. At the very top of the list is opening doors, opening windows. Midway down is HVAC systems and all those recommendations. At the very bottom of the list, they put things like portable air filters with the UV stuff. That's at the very bottom of the list, and nowhere on the list is CO2 monitors. I'm not saying the CDC doesn't care about CO2 monitors. I'm just saying they didn't think it important enough to even put it on their main highlighted bullet point list. So maybe we need to just calm down about that. Opening doors and windows is the most important thing. I would like to see our students get a full day option. So maybe we can.
1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Jason Span.
And Anne, if you can just please, while you're introducing, just let them know they have 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jason, you have 1 minute.
I'm stating my support for the return to in-person learning as soon as possible. Although I appreciate the district's work to develop a return to school plan is way overdue. Overburdened with restriction, it does not get the kids back full-time in-school person learning soon enough. Every day should count when it comes to kids' education and mental health. The science has been out for months. There's an ever-increasing body of evidence, including from the CDC, that schools do not contribute meaningful transmission of COVID-19 with simple preventive measures such as wearing masks and physical distancing. Private public schools across the state and country have been safely operating under these simple preventive measures for months without the need for high-tech ventilation systems and mass vaccinations. One might ask, why is the state and district spending millions of tax dollars to implement safety protocols not proven to be any more effective than these simple measures? And why is the district so far behind to reopen, not taking a more urgent approach to getting more kids back to school sooner and for longer periods of time? It's worth observing how quickly the district was to shut down in-person learning based on the best available scientific data at the time, and how slow they are to return to in-person learning based on much more.
Thank you. That was 1 minute.
I support the current opening plan with the following modifications. Reopen K-6 by Monday, March 22nd. Be ready to open all grades to full-time 5-day-a-week instruction within 1 week of being allowed to by the state and county health departments. In addition, reopening should be on the discussion point at every board meeting agenda until all children return to full-time in-person learning. This should be the district's #1 priority.
Mr. Spahn, I'm sorry, that was your 1 minute. I'm not sure if you could hear Ms. Moretti. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Andrea Arneson.
Andrea, you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comment. I'm happy to see that the issue of school reopening is getting attention. I hope it's truly a goal for all parties involved, and it's not just intended to stave off the frustration that's been going on. I want to share the perspective that for students who are struggling and for whom distance learning is taking an emotional toll, the opportunity to get back into the classroom for any amount of time this year will help them get back into social emotional balance and help orient them towards a successful year in 2021-22. I realize it's a complex puzzle to create a distance learning environment and have precautions in place, but in listening to the description of the concurrent model, I'm concerned about teachers being able to devote attention to the students who are in the classroom. I feel like what students are missing is connection with their educators, and I'm afraid there's going to be too much difficulty teachers trying to teach digitally and to in-person students. So whatever can be done to create more connection with our teachers and students would be appreciated. So take whatever input you have from teachers or from districts who are doing it already. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Mo Kashmiri, and you have 1 minute. It looks like Mr. Kashmiri is not with us right now. So our next comment is from John Myers, and you have 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening. This is John Myers with Open Sac City Schools, and I have 3 children in Sac City Unified School District. Last Tuesday, our Open Sac City Schools group sent a letter to all board members, which has now been signed by nearly 100 supporters. We are asking that the school board and district put every effort into opening Sacramento City schools as soon as possible. The key points that we're asking for: continue having reopening on every board agenda until all children return to full-time in-person learning. Number 2, reopen K through 6 by Monday, March 22nd. Every day really matters. And number 3, be ready to open all grades to full-time 5 days a week in-class instruction within 1 week of being allowed to do so by public health. And on a side note from the letter, it really appears that we're getting really close to that. Maybe in 2 weeks, county public health will allow us to enter into red tier. So we really are asking the district to be really ready for this. Distance learning or hybrid learning is a transition. We really are looking for full time to really get our kids back in school and fully engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Gwen Coburn, and you have 1 minute to speak.
Good evening. I have 3 kids in Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm stating my support of the school reopening plan, as I think we must move forward, and I'm afraid that if we continue to work on plans that meet all of the needs that have been expressed, we won't see one in place this year. The point of my comment today is that I firmly believe that the children should be back in school sooner, March 22nd, and they should go 5 days a week. Every day that our children are out of school is one more day of social and emotional stress and isolation. I want to remind us all of what is at stake by quoting the chief of pediatric medicine at UCLA in her LA Times piece, "Kids are suffering, follow the science and reopen schools now." She wrote about the pandemic, "To a child, this feels like an unbearable punishment that's lasting a lifetime. They feel alone in the dark. Many lack the coping resources and connection to caring adults to help them make it through this difficult time." The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recently reported that compared with 2019, the proportion of mental health-related emergency department visits for children aged 5 to 11 and 12 to 17 is increased to approximately 24 and 31%. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Kimberly Buchholz, and you have 1 minute to speak.
Good evening, board members. I have 2 young children in the district. I implore you to reopen our schools sooner than the planned April 8th date. I don't need my 6 and 8-year-olds to suffer any more than they already have, so that stickers with arrows and signage can be posted by the end of the month. I do not need my children to wait on a final inspection from PBK, which is not required by public officials. Every day you continue to allow the classrooms to remain closed. Children continue to suffer. Now is not the time to bow to unreasonable demands from the SCTA. Now is not the time for fear and disinformation. Every industry, from healthcare to our court system, to jails, to our Target and Costco employees, none of them got to demand special filters in order to return to employment. Teachers are no different than other working professionals in our community, and they should not have particular demands that are beyond what the CDC already
That was
deemed
1 minute.
adequate and
Thank you.
safe. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Eric Schrantz, and you have 1 minute.
Is he muted? Ms. Moretti, is he?
If you could please unmute Eric.
I'm sorry. My name is Eric Schreins. I'm a parent of two kids at Caleb Greenwood, one in third grade, one in sixth, and I support opening Sac City schools immediately. I'm an SCUSD employee, longtime volunteer, substitute teacher, coach, and PTSO member. I'm also appalled that we were only granted 1 minute each while we have sat here for the last 2.5 hours and listened to this dithering on about what a lot of us see as nonsense. My words tonight are those of utter frustration and absolute anger. Please understand, I recognize there's a lot of blame to go around. For every bit of blame I feel towards a board, I feel just the same for the labor partners. Only difference is you guys have a public forum and they do not, so thank you. Simple solution. Take a cue from other districts around the country and world, open the doors and windows, buy some fans from Target, wear masks, and let those of us who want in-person learning into the classrooms. Spending an hour of discussion tonight on Merv filters when students' emotional health was only given 5 minutes is appalling. So here's our ask. Be ready to open all grades to full-time, 5 days a week, in-class instruction within 1 week of being allowed to do so by public health. If I can clean my entire garage in 1 weekend, teachers can prepare their classrooms in the same amount of time.
That was 1 minute. Thank you.
That will go towards regaining some public faith in this district. It'll save me $30,000 a year for private school, and it will do what's right, and that's educate and care for our kids. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lena Williams, and you have 1 minute to speak. Ms. Williams, you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself? We can come back to Lena. Our next public speaker is Andrea Arneson.
Excellent. First, I am a school board newbie here, so I'm gonna get right to the point. Thanks for all the hard work of putting together a plan. I do have 2 questions rather than comments. Given the current projections and trends in our county, it seems like we're likely gonna be exiting the purple tier soon, and the 2 days per week model will likely be outdated. Is there a plan in place for the eventuality that a better tier will be achieved, allowing for more in-person instruction? If not, why? I'd like to see us move towards a more traditional school week. And also in that same kind of vein of more in-person schooling, I imagine that some of the students will opt out and just do all full distance learning. And I suspect in those cases, the total number of students requesting in-person instruction could meet the cohort in a single group. In those cases, will these students be allowed to attend in person for both group A and B? And if not, why?
That was 1 minute. Thank you. Our next public speaker is Lisa Lindberg, and you have 1 minute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name's Lisa Lindberg. I'm in total support of reopening the schools safely as quick as possible. The science is clear and every day matters with our children. I would like the board to open K through 6, not just K through 3, by March 22nd and immediately follow with grades 7 through 12 when allowed by the county. We need to make sure school opening is on the topic board agenda every meeting until all schools are in person 5 days a week. Our society has found a way to safely open all other places of business and functions that involve adults. However, places for children have been left out of our efforts to open and are dead last, yet they are deemed essential but closed. We need to change this quickly as our children are suffering from mental health challenges, social isolation, and learning deficiencies, to name a few. Zoom and distance learning are not really an adequate substitute for my child's learning. Children need to be in the classroom to learn effectively. Please help our children set up for themselves for future success and reopen our Sac City schools. Regarding public comments, this is an extremely important aspect for the school district and board to hear from your customers on a routine basis, which are these students and the parents. I would like to see some more time to speak at the next board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sid Johori, and you have 1 minute.
Good evening. As the district moves closer to returning to some form of in-person learning with a mix of excitement and trepidation, I implore you to ensure that our teachers and other professionals within our sites have all of the tools that they need now and ongoing. Beyond the obvious ventilation concerns and other basics that were already outlined, we have things like safe drinking water, which is not adequately offered at our site. We have internet bandwidth issues that are still outstanding even a year into distance learning. Some of our special education teachers have complained that they have not been able to have access to diagnostic tools and equipment for which to provide these assessments that are way overdue. And some of the equipment that teachers will need to toggle effectively between remote and live students, as well as many other things. Some of these issues are new, many are not. So as we return to in-person, it's important to recognize that for many students and staff, school prior to COVID was a series of continuous workarounds. We cannot afford to return together to the status quo. We need leadership to pave a new way to increase access and improve outcomes for all of our students. And this would include input from educators, administrators, and families in creating this.
Thank you. That was 1 minute. Our next comment is from Daniel Darby, and you have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. First off, I would like to say I actually attended the vaccination clinic last Friday, and it was exceptionally well run. Everybody involved should get an extremely big thank you. It's greatly appreciated. I urge the board to continue any efforts you can to continue those vaccination clinics, whether it's for your staff or for the community. It's very successful. Second, I would like to say this is a good first step in getting our schools reopened, but we are not being bold enough. We need to be more bold and be more aggressive because there has been learning loss and we need to attack that right away. So I encourage you as we move forward to be bolder in how we attack this learning loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Tori Sullivan, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, and thank you for your time. I have 2 kids in grade school, one in kindergarten, one in 3rd grade. And our kids need to be back in school where they belong. And you, the school board, are either elected or appointed to represent the interests of the citizens of the city of Sacramento. The union represents the teachers, a much smaller group, but they seem to be largely controlling the narrative and holding us hostage. I encourage you to take the initiative to rally your constituents, us, and get our kids back in school. Be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena Williams, are you there? You will need to unmute yourself to be able to speak. No, it looks like she is not online. So that was the last live comment. And our first written comment is from Nikki Malevsky, and she is combining her time with Cindy Stewart. So that will be 2 minutes. And it says, today, the biggest impediment standing in the way of SUSD schools reopening for in-person instruction is Superintendent Aguilar's refusal to spend $2 million on proven, easily accessible, and affordable portable HEPA air filters and CO2 monitors. 2 million. When the district has received 128 million from the federal government in coronavirus relief, federal funds targeted for exactly this purpose, mitigating the spread of COVID-19 and helping schools to resume in-person instruction as soon as it can be done safely. On February 11th, SCTA presented to SUSD our 5-point plan for reopening. See attached. On February 18th, we gave SUSD a more formal proposal. See attached. Vaccinations. Sac City staff is in the process of being vaccinated, and if the supply of vaccines continues, we are on pace to see all staff offered the vaccine with the appropriate waiting period for the vaccine to take effect to meet or come very close to the April 8th reopening date target. And we want to acknowledge the great work that Health Services Director Victoria Flores has done, working with our school nurses to get SUSD's vaccination clinic up and running. Low community spread. Sacramento County's case rate and positivity rate continues to improve. Current projections are that we will be entering the red tier in a few weeks, again meeting or coming very close to the April 8th reopening target date. Ventilation. Here is the biggest impediment, and it shouldn't be. Virtually anyone with knowledge of COVID mitigation measures in the United States, from the CDC to the CDPH, the Sacramento County Department of Public Health, the White House, Congress, the governor, the state legislature, and most importantly, the scientific experts like Teresa Pisticioni from UC Davis, Dr. Richard Corsi, Dean of the College of Engineering at Portland State University, the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers are united in finding that without improvements in ventilation and filtration in schools, airborne particles will linger in classrooms and spread the virus. And the next written comment is from Natasha Martin Lerner. And it says, I am writing in support of the district's plan to reopen schools. Although I would like to see students return to school sooner and for more hours a week, I think the current plan is a very important first step. Please vote to approve the plan and to get our students back in the classroom where their academic, social, and emotional needs can be better met. In addition, I believe that it is important that school reopening continue to be discussed by the board at each meeting. There is important work to plan for the return of our students and to prepare to return full-time. And the next comment is from Melissa Jernigan and says, thank you to all the board members, etc., for your work and dedications during this difficult time. We all know this is a big issue to solve, getting our children back in the classroom. I would, however, really like to know how it is possible for a teacher to teach students in person and on Zoom at the same time. This choice appears to me that it is setting both teachers and students up for failure. Teaching over Zoom is difficult, and asking teachers to do this while they are also teaching students in person does not seem to be a good solution to a difficult situation. Is the district considering other options of split distance learning / in-person ideas? There are other districts / schools around the state that are doing hybrid learning plans that do not require teachers to have to split focus via Zoom and in-person instruction. I would like to see the district offer up a few other ideas / solutions. Are the teachers fully on board with this Zoom / in-person split? The next comment is from Tiffany Colasanti and says, I am writing to ask you to please look at the instructional model proposed and make choices that are best for students. The only real way to make the quote concurrent unquote model work is to have the teacher sit in front of the computer and teach to the students in the classroom and at home at the same time. I am a kindergarten and first grade teacher. This cannot be an acceptable way for students I serve to attend class while on campus. Students should be able to do activities outside, hands-on with manipulatives, use chalk, dig in our neglected garden, etc. That's what early childhood education is about. Elk Grove and Folsom Cordova aren't doing concurrent in TK through first and TK through fifth, respectively. We need to provide choice for families and appropriate levels of instruction. Let's get creative and make the best out of this opportunity for the students we serve to attend class in person. And the next comment is from Carrie Claremont and says, I am writing to support reopening SUSD schools now. Every day matters. Students should already be in the classrooms. Science has shown it is safe. I also want SUSD to modify its reopening plan to prioritize more in-person instruction. The default should not be distance learning. School is 5 days a week. Students should be in person more than at home. Perhaps a hybrid model where Group A attends Monday, Tuesday for a full day and Group B attends Wednesday, Thursday, and they alternate Fridays would be better. That way there is less need for daily cleanings and students have more time in the classroom. Our president and governor want schools open now. Make it happen. And the next comment is from Jennifer Martin Gallardo and says, as a parent of 2 elementary age children who have been struggling greatly through distance learning, I strongly encourage the school board to reopen schools as fully as possible, as soon as possible. There is no more time to waste in getting the structures in place to support our children. Under these circumstances, I simply cannot provide the same excellence that our teachers provide in helping my children learn and grow. My kids' teachers are phenomenal, and I am so thankful that they have been prioritized for vaccinations so they can feel safe. I will be so grateful when my children can engage with them again in a way that simply cannot be achieved over a screen. And thank you for providing the option to maintain distance learning for those families whose risk profiles require additional protection. And the next comment is from Tiffany Colasanti and says, across California, school districts are making investments to enable the safe reopening of schools to in-person instruction. SUSD has acknowledged it has a ventilation/filtration problem in our schools. Isn't it worth a $2 million investment recommended by national experts to install portable HEPA filters and CO2 monitors that will greatly improve the air quality in our classrooms and pave the way for the safe reopening of SUSD schools? Please invest $2 million of the $128 million in coronavirus relief funds from the federal government to protect the safety and health of students and staff. If Twin Rivers Unified and San Diego Unified can do it, so can SUSD. And the next comment is from Amy O'Brien and says, with students returning to campus, I have concerns about the demands on the Wi-Fi at our sites. This year, our campus has held 2 learning hubs with a maximum of 20 students online at a time. Even with only 20 students, they are dropped out of Zoom regularly and cannot load videos or pages that we are using to learn. When we head into concurrent learning, this could pose a problem for the learning of all students, as teachers might be removed from Zooms as well as students throughout the day. In my 4th grade class, students will need to log into Zooms daily for speech, RSP, PE, and leveled reading groups whether they are at home or on campus. What are we doing to make sure that our sites are ready to support the Wi-Fi demands that both concurrent or hybrid learning would demand? The next comment is from Stephanie Siri Murphy and says, I would be delighted to send my child back to school. Please provide a schedule for my child's vaccinations, as well as official assurances that all faculty and staff have been vaccinated. Then you will be doing due diligence. Next comment is from Peter Castles and says, I have a special needs son, mainstreamed, a junior at Rosemont High, only child, who has struggled mightily during this pandemic. In the past few months, he has reached the point of hopelessness and given up on life, not believing things will ever return to normal. School is his life, and without it, he is empty, emotionally starved and rudderless. All his friends and social life, school band, sports, etc., are missing from his universe, and no amount of good news in recent weeks has helped turn his mood around. The district needs to be ready to reopen school, even if it's only for the last month of the year. Another 6 months of waiting could be a life and death matter for us. I'm not exaggerating, and I know many other families are in the same boat. The problem is based on the administrative chaos and infighting I have witnessed during his lifetime attending SUSD schools. I have little faith the kids' emotional welfare will be put first. I fear the teachers' union and administration will forsake what's best for the students as they resume their endless bickering and finger pointing and find a way to avoid reopening, even if all the other districts around us do so. And the next comment is from David Rice and says, I am a parent of first and third grade students who attend school within SUSD. I fully support the position and requests of the Open Sac City Schools Coalition. While I can appreciate the complexity involved in reopening schools, this needs to be done as soon as possible. I am gravely concerned that it appears SUSD is lagging other similarly situated schools in Sacramento County, not to mention elsewhere in California and the nation. Despite incredible efforts by their teachers, my children are understandably less engaged in learning this year. Additionally, I am becoming increasingly concerned about the nature of the instruction that will occur once the children return. Students need real in-person instruction, not just Zooming from their desks. We have stuck with SUSD so far during this pandemic as our children really love their school. However, we are lining up options for next school year should SUSD fail to provide a satisfactory learning environment for our children. Next comment is from Amy Geiser and says, I respectfully ask SUSD to consider investing more COVID-19 funds to improve the HEPA filtration infrastructure within our schools. This would provide long-term protection against COVID-19 and other illnesses in our schools and provide a much-needed investment in the future health of our teachers and students. Next comment is from Kevin Jacobson and says, if students will just be on the computer while back in class, while others will be on the computer from home, it would be no different than keeping students home. Therefore, students should just be home until it is safe to go back without restrictions. Also, as an elementary physical education teacher, it would not be possible to teach in person and online at the same time. Thus, maybe the elementary PE teachers should continue to teach from home over Zoom. Furthermore, if students are not allowed to touch equipment, this would greatly cripple physical educators and students would rebel just doing 45 minutes of calisthenics. Thank you. The next comment is from Allison Alexander and says, board members and Superintendent Aguilar, thank you for your time. I am writing to strongly encourage you to consider alternative hybrid models for our reopening plan. The concurrent model requires teachers to provide instruction to online students and in-person students at the same time. Although I desperately want my children back in school, I do not want to send my child to the classroom with a Chromebook to continue sitting in front of a screen. I want my child to be in person so he can look at his teacher, a teacher who can move around, make eye contact, and provide her full attention to the children in front of her. I understand the district's desire to not shuffle students and teachers around at this stage in the school year, and I appreciate and agree with that decision. However, the concurrent model is not the only hybrid model that supports this choice. Please consider options such as what is being implemented in San Juan and Twin Rivers, a combination of AM/PM cohorts of in-person and Zoom, along with an A/B model that alternates which morning students come to school. The next comment is from Yvette Castro and says, we do not wish for schools to reopen this school year. Every child's safety is priority as well as their education. Sending students to school while COVID is still harming many would be very worrisome for us and many others. And the next comment is from Rowena Gray and says, please try to open for in-person 5 days per week this school year, or modify the school calendar to push back the end of the year and provide holidays now so that in-person is more likely. Families are making decisions about fall now and are waiting to see how the district and union handles reopening. SCTA, how many pink slips do you want to see this summer? Enrollment is way down, and the uncertainty and intransigence that parents see is pushing more away from public schooling. Currently, public education is dead in the city of Sacramento. Let's try to breathe some life into it as soon as possible. And the next comment is from Jennifer Baker and says, the process for reopening schools, given that we are still experiencing a pandemic, is not easy. As a parent, I recognize we are all challenged and just a little burnt out. I would like to ask that you provide our schools with enough support to ensure that the students of families that choose to remain in distance education will have the same support and quality education as students who are able to return to the classroom this spring. I would like to thank all of the wonderful staff at David Lubin Elementary for the outstanding work they have done to help our students over this past year. I am so proud and appreciative of the work they have done to provide support to our kids and families. This next step to reopen schools for in-person learning may prove to be very complex to implement. I would like to ask that you continuously monitor how the return to school rolls out, and if you find gaps emerging, you provide adequate communication with school sites and parents in a timely manner so that we can also try to fill in the gaps as we have over this past year. And the next comment is from Andrea Mumert and says, I believe she spoke live, and it looks like her comment she had prepared and read. So I'll go to the next commenter, and it's Janet. Yes.
I just said thank you, Ann.
Oh. Is Janet Miller, and says, as an elementary teacher, I want to thank the district for all of their efforts to ensure a safe return for staff and students. I appreciate what a huge undertaking this has been and what a struggle this has been for district staff, teachers, students, and parents. District learning has not been ideal for anyone, but it is clear that it has saved many, many lives. Our county continues to be in the quote purple tier unquote, which is the highest level of infection spread. Please carefully consider if it makes sense to reopen under these conditions. If we are lucky enough to receive a second dose of the vaccine, it should be about 95% effective against most variations of the virus, but not the most prevalent ones. And there is no evidence the vaccine will prevent spreading the virus to or between our students. As teachers, we want what is best for our students. With the propensity for transmission when students congregate, reopening should be based on being fully ready, not on financial incentives from the state. The next comment is from Nessa H. and says, I have heard that if students go back, they will still be doing school on a computer in one classroom for a few hours. How is this any different than sitting at home doing work? Students should be able to go to different classes and interact or have the teachers rotate while students stay in one class specifically towards high schoolers. Next comment is from Shirley Landis and says, as a parent, I believe everyone in our Sac City Unified family is doing their best to support our students and also care for our families. I want us all to succeed and have the support necessary to choose the option that is best for our particular situation. I hope we offer unbelievable grace and understanding as we navigate this, because each person has circumstances that should be recognized. For those families choosing in-person instruction, is before/after school care going to be available for students? Are the learning hubs going to be expanded to all schools? If the instruction will be concurrent for both the in-person and district learning students, I wish to support those teachers that have small children or complicated family structures by allowing them to choose to continue to teach from home and have a substitute in the classroom. My understanding is the district will be receiving funds that could pay for substitute teachers, childcare, and any other supports necessary to take care of all members of our community during this transition back to the classroom. The next comment is from Amy Strimling and says, we have seen over the last couple of days that surrounding school districts have reached agreements to return to classrooms. Our children deserve no less than any other children in our area. It is a disgrace that our district leaders cannot successfully negotiate a deal with the children's needs placed first. While there may be families who choose to remain in a distance learning format, and possibly teachers as well for health reasons, children and teachers who are ready to return must be given this opportunity. I asked you to consider the hybrid cohort models that San Juan Unified School District and Twin Rivers School District will be using. Teachers and students deserve the opportunity to engage intentionally. By offering a hybrid model with cohorts, children and teachers will be able to actively participate in reflective learning opportunities. The concurrent model currently proposed will not be effective in meeting students' needs, particularly for the youngest children. The next comment is from Melissa Noble and says the proposed concurrent learning model for reopening will be a disservice to all students, whether participating in person or entirely online, and teachers. I encourage the board to seek alternative solutions, such as those currently used in Folsom and planned for use in Twin Rivers and Natomas, that do not require teachers to simultaneously provide synchronous teaching to both in-person and distance learning students. The proposed concurrent model entirely negates the benefits of in-person learning and presents logistical challenges for students, parents, and teachers. And the next comment is from Sunny Lombardi and says, SUSD board members and Superintendent Aguilar, I am writing to ask you to consider other models as part of our returning plan. The concurrent model that looks to keep kids on computers, even during in-person instruction, fails to address the needs of children who plan to return to in-person instruction by continuing to keep their eyes glued to a screen. Please consider alternative models being used at neighboring districts like San Juan and Twin Rivers. Their models support AM/PM cohorts of in-person and Zoom, thereby keeping kids with their teachers and allowing the teacher to dedicate the time to each learning type separately. We need to support the best learning environment for both fully remote and in-person learners. For those that choose and desperately need in-person connection with their teachers, anything that only serves to keep them on a computer will fall very short of our call to attention to safely reopen schools. Thank you. The next comment is from Alina Cervantes and says, good evening, board and superintendent. We are in a crisis, so I will keep this brief. As a parent, I would like to see 1, school reopening on every board agenda until all children return to full-time in-person learning. 2, reopen K through 6 by Monday, March 22nd, 2021. 3, be ready to open all grades to full-time, 5 days a week in-class instruction within 1 week of being allowed to do so by public health. 4, please consider a true hybrid model as other local districts have adopted. I prefer a hybrid version, at least for K through 6, as it is more pedagogically sound, SEL driven, gets the kids off the screens, and requires no additional special equipment. But I support any proposal for reopening, including concurrent teaching models. 5, please conduct a new parent survey within the next week to see how many families want to return. The old surveys that were given while Trump was still in office and before vacancies were available are not reliable. And the next comment is from Rebecca Cunningham and says, I am writing today as the parent of a Sutter Middle School student and a pediatrician practicing in our community. At the beginning of the pandemic, we pediatricians were bracing for an onslaught. A pandemic respiratory virus seemed like a surefire way to make a bad flu season seem like a walk in the park. Through the oddities of evolution, children have largely been spared significant illness. This silver lining of the pandemic, however, is obstructing our view of a sinister rising storm. All of us in primary care pediatric practice, and likely the vast majority of parents, have in the past year seen our children go through a staggering disruption. When schools closed in March, only the most prescient would have forecasted us approaching a year of no in-person education for the vast majority of California's 6 million children. In the first full year of the pandemic, we have seen staggering increases in symptoms of depression and anxiety, eating disorders, and truly shocking increases in pediatric overweight and obesity. The next comment is from Jennifer Pierre and says, please reconsider both the timing of returning to campus and the teaching approach. In terms of timing, SUSD should do everything it can to ensure SUSD maximizes its access to AB 86 funding that will be made available to our district. I am hopeful that labor partners, especially SCTA, will share in that goal. That means that grades 4 through 12 need to be back in the classroom far sooner than the April 15 and May 6 dates previously proposed by SUSD. In terms of teaching mechanisms, I implore you to reconsider the concurrent learning model and instead adopt the approach SJUSD and other surrounding districts approach to ensure kids are receiving non-Zoom instruction for at least a portion of the week. SUSD should also reconsider whether Wednesday is a more appropriate all online day than Monday, and Group A should attend in person Monday, Tuesday, and Group B attends in person Thursday and Friday. Afternoons are for Zoom and full-time DL. The next comment is from Ben Gravitz and says, across California, school districts are making investments to enable the safe reopening of schools to in-person instruction. SUSD has acknowledged it has a ventilation/filtration problem in our schools. Isn't it worth a $2 million investment recommended by national experts to install portable HEPA filters and CO2 monitors that will greatly improve the air quality in our classrooms and pave the way for the safe reopening of SUSD schools? Our board should invest $2 million of the $128 million in coronavirus relief funds from the federal government to protect the safety and health of students and staff. If Twin Rivers Unified and San Diego Unified can do it, so can SUSD. And the next comment is from Kara Sinhorst and says, you have $100 million in COVID-19 relief funds. Upgrading the ventilation would cost about $2 million. Figure it out. Students, teachers, and staff need clean air, and not just during this pandemic, but when wildfires inevitably continue to occur. If this is the primary hurdle to getting everyone back on campus safely, it feels like you should be devoting all your attention to this instead of just saying no. Being against clean air is a stupid hill to die on. And the next comment is from Julie Solieri and says, I support opening Sac City schools for in-person learning as soon as possible. Reopening discussions by this board should occur at every meeting until all children in the district are able to return to full-time in-person learning. Reopening elementary schools should occur sooner than the proposed April 8th date, and preferably by March 22nd. Every day matters that the school district does not reopen its school campuses. The proposed plan of distance learning and in-person/concurrent learning should be treated as a temporary fix to get kids back in the classroom, and the goal should still be to get kids back 5 days in the classroom as quickly as possible. Please reconsider the teaching approach to in-person learning. Kids attending class in person should be doing so in a non-Zoom format. The district should look to neighboring districts that are not doing concurrent learning and instead allow teachers to dedicate separate time, AM/PM, to kids attending in person or via Zoom. The next comment is from Jennifer Lahr and says, when are we going to get these high schoolers back in classrooms? My AB student is getting C's and D's. They are in 3 AP classes. The distance learning is not working for them. And the next comment is from Dustin Heron and says, it is unconscionable to force schools to reopen at the end of spring semester for just a few weeks before summer. This is nothing more than further disruption. With vaccinations steadily rolling out, this is not the time to force reopenings and let our guard down, especially if teachers cannot be guaranteed a vaccine before reopening, and especially if the union hasn't agreed to the reopening plan. Our students' lives are not playthings. Keep schools closed until the fall when it will actually be safe to return. And the next comment is from Sonia Moreno and says, hi, I received an email to fill out asking if my child will be returning to Tahoe for the upcoming school year 2021-22. My question is, will the school still offer distance learning for parents and students who wish to continue to stay home? And the next comment is from Taylin Wong and says, as a parent, I am completely unsatisfied with the hybrid options as described. Distance learning requires an entirely different set of skills, an entirely different type of preparation, and entirely different methods in the moment. The Roomy/Zoomy model expects teachers to do 2 completely incompatible things at once. Things that are necessary on Zoom will create chaos in the classroom. Monitoring the chat, manning the waiting room, engaging body language for the camera. Things that are invaluable in the classroom will make the Zoom instruction worthless. Moving from student to student in physical space, quietly offering help so as not to embarrass a student, wearing a mask. Site administrators and district officials do not understand this because they have very little or no experience in providing distance instruction. That's why it's so disappointing to me that these instructional models are being created by exactly the people who don't know what to consider. The next comment is from Laura Randalls and says, board members and Superintendent Aguilar, I am writing to strongly encourage you to consider alternative hybrid models for our reopening plan. that do not require concurrent teaching. I do not want to send my children to the classroom only to engage in the same type of learning they are experiencing now. I want my children to be in person, to be able to actively engage with a teacher who is not teaching to Zoom as well. Please consider options such as what is being implemented in San Juan and Twin Rivers. We all want students and teachers to be reunited, but we need to do so in a way that encourages the highest quality of in-person instruction possible, one that allows teachers to be truly present with their in-person students. Thank you. And she says she's parent of a 4th and kinder student. And the next message is from GA from Allison French Toubeau, and says, as a parent of a MS student and a high school student, I welcome them having any time back in the classroom with peers and teachers. I am not attached to a particular model or time frame. What I am attached to is having an agreed upon plan with solid dates that we can count down to. Number one, the ventilation needs of a classroom at 25 to 50% capacity for 3 hours at a time are not the same as full capacity for 6 hours a day. What is in place for partial reopening this spring doesn't have to be the limit of what can be put in place for next fall. 2, start times / lunch times / transportation. As much as they might enjoy it, I don't want my kids unmasking to eat lunch in a group. Therefore, I don't want the 3-hour schedule to overlap lunchtime. The 3-hour schedule needs to be before or after the pickup times at which nutrition services will need to offer meals for the kids on a full DL or not at campus that day. And the final comment is from David Drellinger and says, this comment is directed at agenda item 7 regarding preparedness for repopulating the schools. The national COVID-19 daily contraction numbers were 2,883 with a 7-day average of 3,177 on October 12, 2020. Those same contraction figures were 4,190 on March 1st, 2021, with a 7-day average of 5,248. This simple math shows that the threat of contraction is not at an all-time low, but instead is nearly double what it was in October. As of today, March 2nd, 2021, in my community, there has been no option to vaccinate either myself or my child yet, nor is there an actual plan in place or deadline for when this might happen. There have been no major renovations at the neighborhood schools that would mitigate the risk inherent to close quarters contact, which ultimately has been shown to be the main factor in the virus transmission. And that's the final public comment on this item.
Thank you very much, Anne. Thank you for your hard work in reading those comments. Well, let's begin the discussion. This is a crisis for our children. We need to get our kids back in school. We are well on our way. I'm excited. There's been a lot of hard work put forward here tonight. I know we still probably have some questions and discussions. This is an action item. District staff is asking us to adopt the staff recommendation to reopen in-person instruction by April 8th, provided state and local guidelines allow it, and the conditions of readiness adopted in November are on track for being met by the target date. So I would like to open it up for board member comments and questions. We'll have that discussion, and then I will invite a motion at the appropriate time. Okay. I will first ask Member Phillips, then Member Shake, Member Villa, and Rhodes, and Garcia.
My question is, when we do open, or actually when the county moves to red, will the district be focusing on students in adversely affected areas? So I'm in area 7, zip codes 95817 and 95820. Are proposed to still be in what's similar to a purple category. I'm not sure if the district is really going to do anything about that, but I really would like to figure out if we have an alternate plan for the disproportionately affected areas in this COVID pandemic. I have a couple other questions. Can I do that? I'll let someone else do the next question. Just can go on. I'll raise my hand if I need to.
Thank you, Vice President Morawski. I can answer the question and then defer to staff. The recommendation that we are making to our board doesn't account for what Member Phillips is describing. We think that the measures that we've put in place would still abide by county public health guidance and the guidance of other entities as well. We believe that those protocols that we've described throughout the presentation would also apply.
If I can just add, I think that, I mean, in some particular areas, we already have trust issues with the medical profession, with the school district. So, I mean, I'm really worried about Black and brown kids, children, you know, who are experiencing being unhoused. I think we really need to look at this. I'm sure someone in staff can give me an answer that's similar to what you gave me, Superintendent, but I think it's really important that we do recognize that there are some systemic issues that are probably going to make it difficult for a lot of these parents to want them to return to school. I just think that there are areas that have not been touched and have not been thought about. And those are my areas.
And if I could just mention Member Phillips and board members and community members as well, depending on the board's action this evening, we are scheduled to send out those surveys as early as tomorrow. That's when we would have a sense of how many of our families would like their children to participate in in-person instruction. In addition, as you saw in one of the slides of the presentation, some of the rollout and the implementation of this would start to occur at our local school site levels. For the reason that you mentioned, Member Phillips, we know that our site leaders have very strong relationships with their school families, their school communities, and we would immediately begin to have those efforts taking place at the most local level, which is within our school sites, our principals reaching out to families, providing forums so that they could express their concerns, laying out what this would look like, and generally just making themselves available to meet with families that they serve.
Thank you, Superintendent. And Member Phillips, I'm sure if you have any specific thoughts or suggestions based on your knowledge of your community about, what would be good outreach mechanisms to help build that trust or to show people what it would look like, I'm sure staff would be happy to hear those ideas as well. Okay, Student Board Member Shake.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm going to try and defer a lot of my thoughts and comments to my report later tonight, but I do have a number of questions. First of all, I was hoping somebody could walk me through sort of the reasoning for why we have a 3-hour school day. And I understand that a lot of our districts neighboring are also doing this, but specifically in Sac City, where we're serving, a disproportionately unprivileged level of students. Could someone just explain what those 3 hours look like and why we're doing 3 as opposed to 6 hours? Because when we're doing 2 3-hour school days, that's not 2/5, it's 1/5 of the normal time in person that we'd be spending.
Student Board Member Sheikh, I will start just on one aspect of your question and then turn it over to Mr. Turkey to give you an answer to what the 3 hours would look like. Indeed, you mentioned it. It is a model that we are seeing across the entire region. It doesn't mean that it is the only model, but what we are seeing across the region and really across the state typically has been that model of about 3 hours of synchronous learning. We demonstrated in that slide how that compares to regional districts that we work with closely. And so that is the best answer. It really just matches what we're seeing across the region, other parts. But of course, I'm very open about this discussion, about what you are hearing from your peers, what our board members are hearing from our constituents as well. And it's, the primary reason for this discussion is to make sure that we can have that discussion more openly.
Right, exactly. The reason I asked is because of what I've heard from my peers and discussions I've had in my own household, where, if a 7th grader is going to return after May 6th, that's basically a month where they're only getting 6 hours a week. So is it too little? And then there's also transportation issues with parents and work. So the question gets asked, is it worth it? And sorry, I'll defer to Mr. Turkey.
Hi, so just in answer to your question about, well, what would those 3 hours look like of concurrent learning? And I'm glad you asked that question, because there was quite a few public responses asking, okay, well, if kids are going to come back, then they're going to be on Zoom all the time, then why would they come back, right? However, I don't think that it has to look like that. So I was fortunate enough to visit a school just earlier this week who's doing concurrent learning. And there's different things which can happen, all right? So let's say at secondary school or at elementary school, okay? In terms of that whole class direct instruction, okay? There is a camera which is on the teacher. The students in the classroom, they don't have to have their laptops up at that point. They can have their laptops down. They may want to have them up, as some students that suits them. That's how they work, right? However, that's just regular instruction to the kids who are in the classroom right there and then, okay? Meanwhile, the camera is catching the teacher doing the teaching, okay, which gets live streamed straight to the kids at Zoom at home, okay? The teacher's got a couple of monitors, all right? One displaying the lesson, and then the other where it's got the Zoom screen, just like the Zoom screen which we're looking at now for the kids at home, all right? And in terms of management and that sort of thing, then the teacher is obviously they're paying attention to the kids in the class, and then they have the screen as well, and they're coming over to the other screen, and so then they're looking at things like in the chat, and they're also paying attention to things in the Zoom. And so that's the whole class kind of instruction. But then there's small group instruction as well, okay? And the small group instruction could work in a variety of manners. In one manner which it could work, the students who are in the classroom in person are grouped with one another. Obviously, they maintain that distance still, right? But they're in small groups with one another. And then the students who are at home, they're in small groups in Zoom rooms with one another, okay? And the teacher monitors. Another kind of twist on that would actually be pairing up the students who are at home in Zoom rooms with the students who are in the classroom, okay? And then, finally, the other part of work would be individual. And that certainly for the students who are in the classroom may or may not be on a computer. But, there's options there. I hope that answers your question. If not, please feel free to dig.
It absolutely does, Mr. Turkey. And I'm glad you addressed that misconception. I heard it a number of times too. And I think that sounds a lot like the model that my brother, who's attending a charter school 5 full days a week, concurrently learning, it sounds very similar. So I'm still sort of confused as to why we're sticking to 3 hours. I don't know if that's going to be addressed right now, but I'll move on to a couple of other questions. I'm continuously encouraged by the number of staff we have saying, we do want to come back. And I think that's a huge part of actually getting back. I guess I'm somewhat confused by the low participation. Like I see 3 teachers from my school that met have answered. And I guess a really quick clarification question from Ms. McCarn would be, when we see that number 3, is that 3 who have said they will participate in person, or is that just 3 people who have answered the survey period?
Hi, thank you for the question and the clarification. So the surveys that have been returned, for the most part, 98% of them are saying that they're ready to physically return. So the numbers represented are those that are returning it and they're ready to return for the most part. I do have one clarification though. On the slides that broke down specifically the elementary sites, the K-8, the middle, the high schools, those were teachers only. The first 2 slides that showed the overall data, that was everybody. Classified, certificated, management, non-represented, everybody. The individual breakdowns were teacher specific.
Fantastic. So I would just follow that up quickly by the fact that, off the top of my head, I can give a more clear picture of my own school. So I do hope that we get a lot more responses quickly, because these are important numbers for any direction that we might move forward in. Similarly, numbers of families and students who might want to return. I'm, really confused as to the fact that we don't have those numbers yet. My question, I guess, is why have we not reached out to families and students so that we can look at, the numbers of people we might have in classrooms and plan ahead to what that capacity might look like?
Member Sheikh, I mentioned just earlier, the surveys that we have done up to this point have not indicated a date for reopening. And so we had been asking, at a point at which we might reopen, what were your thoughts as a family? And you may remember that it roughly was about a third, and a third. Depending on the action that's taken this evening, again, we have already scheduled the rollout of, I'll call it a survey, but it really is requesting from each of our family members to indicate what their decision will be for either sending their children back to our school sites for in-person hybrid learning, or keeping them in distance learning, which is also an option that we want to provide to families. It will be a much more accurate reflection, and of course we will monitor that very closely.
Got it. And then I have one quick clarifying question for Ms. Flores, Victoria, that is, not Diana, on vaccination. And my question was, you said that all eligible staff had been notified by March 2nd. Is that priority 1 and 2? Is that priorities 1, 2, 3? Is that all of them?
Yeah. Yes. So it's every single priority group, including all of our substitutes. We worked really hard to reach out to all of our staff that are on leave of absence. And then we also have a lot of community partners who work, directly with us side by side in schools. And so we're working to make sure they have that information as well.
Fantastic. That's great news. I think everyone should be incredibly excited about that. And then I had a question for the superintendent that I've heard a lot about from students, and I know there's some information out there.
Board Member Sheikh, can I just interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
I just want to let Board Member Phillips know that I see your hand, and I will come back around to you, so you don't have to keep it up. Thank you.
Okay. So as everyone knows, politics plays a unfortunately large role in our district, including now. And I know that the district is in talks with our shareholders, including SCTA. Superintendent, could you just really briefly tell us sort of what role that plays in moving forward? What's subject to those negotiations? Do we need a stamp of approval from SCTA? And sort of what progress have we made? I know that there was some sort of disconnect on CO2 sensors and whatever.
Yeah, well, first of all, one thing that I always want to do is encourage all of our community members to access our website. This is information that's available on our website. We're very hopeful that our community will continue to stay engaged. We'll want to access the sequence of the negotiations in the form of proposals and counter proposals and such. We do have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with our labor partner, SCTA. We have some scheduled with our other labor partners. Keep in mind, we do have 5 labor partners that we work with in Sac City Unified. We are very hopeful that we will reach an agreement. Certainly, there are several items that have to be negotiated related to the instructional models, for example, that we would put in place related to areas that they have expressed around ventilation, vaccination, for example, those kinds of items. We, of course, are very committed to engaging in good faith in the collective bargaining process. I will certainly keep our board and encourage our community to visit our website. It's a negotiation dashboard that you can access this information so that you can track it as well. It is critical that that our community stay in tune, that they stay on top of this. Our commitment is to make sure that people have access to sourced information, so that it's not so much what they're hearing or what they're been told or commented about, but rather that they can review these informations from a sourced document, if you will.
Thank you, Superintendent. One question for facilities, and then one general question. Facilities, I would just ask, there's been a lot in the past year, more and more leaning towards the fact that windows and doors are an incredibly large part of sort of maintaining the spread. So I recall in a couple of listening sessions, we heard from students who basically talked about how there were buildings where windows were not allowed to be open, whatever. So have we done any sort of audit or work towards ensuring that windows and doors can be open, especially as we're heading into this wonderful weather?
Hi, this is Rose. Jeff or Nathaniel, can one of you respond to that question? I'm not sure if we've done that audit.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand the question. Would you be willing to repeat it, please?
Certainly. Essentially, have we had any sort of discussion or action on ensuring windows and doors can be open as much as possible?
I think the guidance that we've given so far has been to keep our doors and windows open where possible in all applications. And so we are assessing those areas right now where windows may not be able to be opened, and we have some work in progress now to rectify those situations.
Good to hear. Finally, sorry, I know there's been a lot, but Dr. Cassiere this week basically talked about how Sacramento County is moving towards red tier in the current definition in 2 or 3 weeks. And Dr. Galley today at the governor's press conference essentially said that they're going to be redefining red tier to not 10 cases, not 7 cases and up. Or purple will not be 7 and up, but it'll be 10 and up essentially. So we're barreling towards red. And I guess my question is, we're looking at the same timeline tonight as we are 2 weeks ago. The sound of $13.5 million from the state sounds nice. Are we sort of thinking of adapting that timeline, tightening it perhaps, in order to both access those state funds and because community spread is moving so quickly in a positive direction?
Member Sheikh, I know you asked a similar question, not related to the funding, but just the possibility of reopening at an earlier date. What we tried to do today by giving you an update of those metrics that are still in progress, if you will, is to provide our best timeline around when we would think, when we think that those would be completed. So we could certainly spend more time talking to you about those areas. In some cases, for example, signage, those kinds of things, we would then want to just have a discussion about whether there are any areas that you would feel comfortable holding off for a later date once we might reopen. Otherwise, our commitment was really to look at a timeline where we felt that we could have all of those metrics completed. I mean, outside of some kind of extenuating circumstances, but that's how we wanted to provide a timeline to the board and to our community.
That's all from me, Vice President.
Thank you, Student Board Member Sheikh. Next, Member Villa.
Hello. So I have a few questions. One, I am a little concerned with the after-school component for especially our working families. I'm not quite sure how this supports all of our students and our families.
equity piece is huge in this. Some folks are going to be able to have their parents pick them up. What do the other children do? And that if there's not a fourth hour option or some kind of after school program, what are we envisioning for these children to do at the end of their 3-hour session?
Yeah, good evening again, Board Member Vila. And we do have Manpreet Kaur here, our Director of Youth Development. Manpreet, jump in anytime you wish. We do understand your concern. It is a great question. We're moving at breakneck speeds to be able to provide the greatest support we can to our students based upon the groups that we discussed earlier, so our most vulnerable student groups. So we will be looking at targeting students who are receiving special education, students that are currently residing in foster, homeless. We'll also be looking at disengaged students. And once we look at demand from each school, and once we apply that criteria, we'll have a better idea as what we are ability to meet and where the demand exceeds the certain situation at that school, and we can reassess at that point. But we first really need to know our criteria very tightly, which we have. We will develop an application process. We will receive the feedback back from our communities. We'll apply that criteria, and then we'll assess whether we think we have the resources in our community through our CBOs to meet that need.
I do want to just clarify that point and just reiterate it, Member Villa. So much of this is going to be dependent on the capacity of our community-based organizations, which of course we are dependent on right now, even for our learning hubs. A lot of it will also depend on the responses to those forms that we will be sending out as early as tomorrow to our families. I have heard from many of our families who have expressed that concern, how challenging it might be for them to pick up their children prior to when they're used to picking up their children. And if I could have it my way, and we did indicate that in the previous board meeting that we do literally see a group D for our students, which is those students that whether they're on a day of in-person or on a day of not in-person instruction, that they would still have access 5 days a week from morning all the way to the afternoon, so that our families could feel that we are providing that support so that they could continue on with their obligations. I don't think, but we will certainly keep you posted. We may not have the capacity at our community-based organizations to have those settings at every one of our elementary schools. This is an area that, again, Doug, Mr. Husher and his team are working very quickly on with our community-based organizations, but this is an area where we really do depend on our community-based organizations.
And so I'll follow that up with my next question, which is in line with that. When we survey our parents as early as tomorrow, hoping that survey can be very detail-oriented on what they prefer, what their situation is, their employment, et cetera, so we have that data and we can use that in the future. My other question here is, I'm a little concerned how we see our teachers in the classroom and how we can support them with having students in the class and also supporting students on Zoom. Are we able to have an aide or somebody in class? I just feel like that's a lot of pressure to put on our teachers who are already coming back into a stressful situation. How are they to support both groups? So I'd like to see what kind of options we can look at there as providing an aid, or maybe even, again, how this works out, but how can we communicate with our teachers and asking them what they need? How are we rolling out a plan to them and getting their feedback to make sure that their classroom is set up as efficient as possible? And I know we have that 2 weeks with them, but I just want to make sure that children are being supported both in the classroom and on Zoom, and our teachers aren't having a really rough day every day. So that's just a comment on that. Also, the lunch option. How are we determining who's going to be overseeing this lunch program, and also who will be overseeing the children when the secondary, when they're receiving their lunch. Just concerned if some of them are grab and go and some of them are still on campus, there's another layer of that. What do we see that looking like? These are detail-oriented questions, and I understand that, but I just want to make sure that, a lot of folks are listening tonight in our community, and I want to make sure that we're giving them as many answers as possible.
Diana, if you'd like to just comment on that very quickly.
Certainly. So at the secondary sites, some of the schedules are still being considered in negotiations, and depending on which secondaries have a late start, there may be some schools that have a lunch before their last class. In that case, we would bring students to outside distributions areas, like outside serving carts, and they would have a grab and go lunch. They would stay outside, eat the lunch, and then they'd have to report to their last classroom. That would be the plan. We're also looking at a plan where all high school students would be on the same schedule and get lunch to go home at the end of their third period. So that's still in the works right now.
Okay. And as Member Sheik had mentioned, we are barreling into the red tier. So I want to look at other options. I know there's a lot of conversations regarding the 3 feet versus 6 feet now. So I want to make sure that we are ready to implement new procedures as quickly as possible. Our community has spoken. It's very clear. The emails, the phone calls, I've mentioned that many of times. It's very loud and clear. Our kids need to be back in school. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can. And I know our staff is. I see the work and I applaud their efforts because I know they're working day and night to get everybody back safely. I know negotiations are starting, but I do believe that I have good faith that we will work together with our partners, listen to our community, listen to what we're speaking about tonight, and have a safe and successful return to school as quickly as possible. I would like to hopefully wrap these negotiations up by next week at the latest. Our community is very clear. I don't want to, it's not going to be acceptable to me or to my district or to the city to have negotiations go on for weeks because we are taking away staff time. We are taking away more time from the students. And again, it's causing more of a frustration for our city, our students. I'll just leave it at that. I appreciate everybody's work on this. I know it's quite a daunting task and it's something we've never done before, but I hope we're listening to our words and to our community tonight, and let's get our kids back in school.
Thank you, Member Villa. Member Rhodes?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the presentation was exciting. I know that a lot of people that were able to view the full presentation probably have a big relief as a light at the end of the tunnel. But I have a couple of questions and then also some statements. And one of the things is I'll do learning hubs first. I think that the learning hubs it's great that we'll be able to start off with the learning hubs we have, and the students that are actively in the learning hubs will get an opportunity to be there 5 days a week and get out at like 3:30, and so their parents will still be able to have a full day of work, and their children get that full school experience. We also I look forward to seeing what the city is saying about their 4th program and how we can work with that. That kind of talks to Member Villa's points for, that doesn't have sites that don't have necessarily a learning hub, but can utilize a 4th. And I know that's through partnership with the city of Sacramento. And so as those conversations move forward, I would look forward to an update on how that kind of aligns with where our plans stand. And then, I think that the indoor-outdoor spaces, when you talk about the after-school program, is going to be huge as well. We need to look at how we utilize our outdoor spaces as well when we start coming back, so that we can utilize the most amount of space and possibly get more children back with limited pushback or any issues. I also would say it's really cool that Leilani, she spoke earlier, and if I have the number right, Leilani, you can let me know if I added this correct. From AB and SB, AB, we're talking about in totality about like $42 million at the maximum side of it. Is that right? Between the two?
Yeah, sorry, I was doing math as well. Yes, based on the estimates, based on the estimates from school services, based on the data that we have for both the in-person instruction grants and the expanded learning opportunity grants, the total would be approximately $42 million. So that's definitely not the final, just an estimate.
No, I believe Sacramento, I'm a Sacramento Unified School District kid, and to be able to do that on my head, good on you guys, district, good on you. And so, okay, thank you very much, Leilani, for that. I would say, and then Mr. Sada, we were talking about the Merv filters, and we were talking about, if we would support moving or like expeditiously moving to April 21st, I would support moving it forward to the April 1st for that installation. But also, I would hope that my colleagues would also support moving that forward. That was just a statement towards you. Thank you for the work that you guys have done on that. And then, oh, here we go. I have a question about how we, and this might be a nuanced question or kind of in the weeds, but the question about, well, this week, we had the pipe bomb incident at one of our schools. And my question that is as a concern of mine is when we look at lockdown or evacuation plans as we go back to school, what does that look like for our school sites? And have we started to kind of talk about that, especially after this week, but to have some of those plans in place because I believe it looks a lot differently with distancing and 6 feet and things like that. So can somebody kind of touch on that for me? And if we had those conversations?
Member Rhodes, let me ask, yes, I see Mr. Lozada here, who's our Director of Safety, who can answer that question.
How you doing, Ray?
Mr. Lozada, you're muted.
All right. The pipe bomb incident, definitely, I think dealing with that and seeing the response and how, you drive up there and you see streets blocked off and everything else. And, it really hits home about our safety when we're talking about real physical threats. Our guidance for all of our schools in our school district is established by the Education Code through the comprehensive school safety plans. They outline evacuation and protocols for how we navigate in whether that's an earthquake, whether that's an external threat, our lockdowns, and all those. And what we have had the opportunity to do with the learning hubs is we maintain the fidelity of our drills. And it was just, we had to modify it as to incorporate as best we could the distancing and to adhere to the protocols for the contagion. So it's just about being able to stick to what the plans are. Every school turned their plan in just recently on February 26th. They've all been completed and reviewed, and we definitely this summer look forward to dismantling and adding some more girth to the plans. But it historically, that's a requirement that we have, and those are still in place.
Thank you, Mr. Lozado. I have one quick question for you. Where would community members access those plans? Do we currently have a product where a parent could go and say, oh, this is what my child's plan would be if there's an evacuation or if there's, whatever that might happen? How are we community facing this information?
Right. So, well, there's two lanes to that. One of the commitments we have, especially in regard to school safety, is what we started over the summer, and that is to engage community and have community participate in those discussions from from my position and how we navigate moving forward. The school sites, each school site has what's called a school site safety committee, where the public and community members have the opportunity to go to their school of interest or where their student is enrolled and to participate in that process. It mandates that our principals and present and engage community members in those conversations as well. This year, of course, we weren't doing anything in person. We did have some principals that did virtual site committees, but for the most part, as soon as we convene, then all these other processes, we'll get those up to speed. So,
thank you, Mr. Lozado. I would say that as we pivot from what we were used to, I would say that that's something that we definitely need to look at. Getting our information out to our community is sometimes where we stumble, and that always comes back to bite us. So I want to be very clear that when we talk about safety and communities feeling safe, that information should be readily accessible through some types of means, systemically through our district. But that's just a statement. And I'll go to my next question, Mr. Lozado. It's always a pleasure, and thank you for chiming in there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And then Ms. Flores, I think it was really, really great. We talked about the increased home visits, so like 194% increase in quarter one. That's huge. And also it was a point where we should adopt this as a new norm, right? There's not very many times that you get to change the system, but how we interact with our families and communities at this level that we've connected, we should continue to connect at that level. And I give you kudos and flowers to you and your team for the work that you guys are doing, and it's really appreciated. But I will say, let's keep that same energy as we move forward. And then I would like to speak to Member Phillips, Trustee Phillips, when she was talking about how we engage with our communities, and she was preaching basically, because in some of our neighborhoods there's lack of access to how we get the communications or the wanting or feeling of being part of that. And so what I would say, and what I offer to Trustee Phillips is, if you're willing, I'm willing to also in your district to walk with you and knock on doors to let also your constituents know about the survey that's going out. I think I keep on saying this, but as elected officials, when we were running for office, we were omnipresent, right? And I think that we have to keep that same presence with our communities, and especially the communities that we service that are at promise, but also low socioeconomical and dealing with other issues with accessing the same information broadly that other areas might not access. And so we can talk offline, but I wanted to let you know that I'm here with you, and whatever support I can give to you on your end, and hopefully you can do the same support on my end as we walk in areas, because that's some outreach work that we have to do, and it's shown through the home visits for 194% increases. As board members, let's try to get more of our constituency engaged in that manner. So once again, I'm excited about this. At a certain point of the presentation, I felt like I could possibly dance, and then held myself back, and really dancing for my community members who get to gain this information tonight, and then hopefully engage around where they see it can be improved upon. So once again, I really do appreciate the whole presentation, and I look forward to more conversation around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great points, Member Rhodes. And I loved your suggestions. Member Garcia.
So I'll try and go through my list. So I'm going to be jumping all over the place because I kept changing things as I was hearing my colleagues make comments. So one question that I keep getting is the model, the instructional model that was chosen. I'm wondering, I appreciate the description of what it looks like, but if you can just give us a brief sort of just explanation why this particular model was chosen for our district as opposed to a different model. So I know there's a logic, but if you can just share that publicly, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So first of all, I'd like to say that between the concurrent model and the non-concurrent model, they both have their positives and they both have their drawbacks, and neither is perfect. Okay, so I think it's important to understand that kind of, straight off the bat. With the concurrent model, firstly, there is no need to change any of the scheduled times for schools at the moment, right? As you may be aware, schools have got quite varied times in when students come to school, when they leave school. They could remain the same, okay? In the concurrent model as well, because you're teaching your whole class at once, okay? The times when you're not teaching, during the asynchronous time, you also then have that opportunity for that small group targeted instruction. Okay, if you flip that around to the non-concurrent model, in the non-concurrent model, you're basically splitting your class and you're basically having twice as many classes as you used to have as a teacher. Okay, now each of the classes are smaller and they're either in person or they're at home. So there's some added simplicity to that for sure, right? But if you're teaching 3 hours and then you're teaching 3 hours, you don't have that time for that small group targeted instruction. Okay. In terms of scalability, to Member Sheikh's kind of a question around the 3 hours, if we go with the non-concurrent option, it's not scalable, right? You're fixed with the 3 hours and the 3 hours. If you go with the concurrent model, you can actually scale that to having more in-person time because you're not bound by having twice as many classes, okay? Having said all of that as well, in the non-concurrent model, students do need to leave at lunchtime, right? So they're actually kind of, all of the schedules would have to kind of be in alignment, right, with the 3 hours, then leaving at lunchtime, and then kind of flip-flopping in terms of who's getting the synchronous versus asynchronous teaching, okay? Let's see. In terms of the, I will say that there's going to be a learning curve with the concurrent model. Okay, there's more moving parts. There's the technology involved, and then there's the, I guess the dexterity of the teacher. Okay, to be able to pay attention to both groups of students. And in the non-concurrent model, you have it's simpler. There's less moving parts. So in a nutshell, neither of them are perfect. Okay, they both have their positives. They both have their drawbacks.
But at the end of the day, there was, if I'm understanding you correctly, there was less disruption in terms of the scheduling to go with a concurrent model.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So now I have an answer for my constituents, in case they're not listening. So another question about the intent to return forms. So we're at 57%. Of the responses. So I'm wondering, have you determined what the target number is that you need in order to implement the plan that we're seeing before us? So I'm wondering if you need, I don't know, 70%. So I know the surveys play a critical component in that, but I would imagine that you're starting to analyze sort of how this is going to work and that target number in terms of teachers that you need in person.
Right. Absolutely. The survey is a part of that, as is looking not necessarily just like at an overall number, because we have the various classifications, right? Classroom teacher versus a non-classroom teacher versus additional support staff. So we are working down to that, trying to parse out specifically with the classroom, actually using a similar strategy that we used last time we were in a situation where we were unsure if we were going to have enough staff. So while I'm not going to necessarily share the number now, I want you to know that we are looking specifically at classroom first, but we do need the student data, the family data to help just firm everything up so we can make sure we have the right people at the right sites ready to go.
Okay, so would there be a gap between families wanting to come back and then we don't have enough classroom teachers? Just wondering if that could happen.
I think yes, yeah, that could happen, certainly. But I do want to just remind the board that, like the student surveys, we implemented these return forms at some point without knowing what the reopening date was going to be, if you will. It would be very different, once we have this plan adopted. We will certainly work with staff members that need accommodations because we are committed to working with them on those things. But the fact that we would need staff to return to work unless there's an accommodation, that is obviously our obligation as employees of Sac City Unified. I think that the initial piece of it was probably felt more like a survey because we didn't have a reopening date. This would be very different in that, of course, we're employed by the district, and unless there's an accommodation or a medical exemption of some sort, then of course we expect our employees to return back to work.
Okay, and I think I heard Kansi mention earlier, that's all trending in the right direction, right? Where more surveys are coming back, and as they're coming back, the answer is yes, I'm ready to return. Okay, and I just wanted to comment on the moving up the date for the procurement and installation. I want to just say yes, please move it up. Anything that gets us closer to being ready, we should, I appreciate the question before the board, but just do it. We just need to move. In terms of the timeline for this is around the AB 86, legislation and grant dollars. The red tier, which is where we're headed, right? That is to serve TK to 6 and 1 middle or high school grade, level. So that I believe that's the floor. That's not the ceiling. It's at a minimum 1 grade level. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking of how to serve more grade levels. And Leilani, maybe you can clarify that understanding, that it's a floor, not a ceiling.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Yes, that is correct. Those are the minimum grade levels that are required to be served in the red tier. All elementary school students must be offered in-person instruction, plus students in one full grade level at the secondary level. And of course, that's also in addition to the prioritized student groups that we had outlined earlier across all grade spans that also must be offered in-person instruction via the cohort model.
Okay, so that was my next question. If this whole plan takes into consideration all of those student groups, not only just in terms of grades, but all grade spans, but also in terms of prioritized student groups across grades.
I would just say that Member Garcia, that when we launched our learning hubs, you may remember we kind of prioritized a group of students that we deemed vulnerable. We did think that it was appropriate to work with Leilani to make sure that that definition was expanded to align as much as possible to AB 86. And that is how we're going to roll out pretty much from now on, everything that we do that is intended to identify our most vulnerable students, moving forward.
Okay, that's good to hear. And just a couple more points. Just to be clear, this plan is to get us through the end of this academic year. So it's from April 8th through June 15th. Is that accurate?
Again, a little bit to Member Shake's question. I mean, that is part of what will be in the negotiations process. We also do plan to come back to the board as our staff have begun to start laying the foundation for what a summer program will look like as well. And we will have some details for that for our board and for our community as we begin again to have a more accurate sense of what are the challenges that our students have suffered through in terms of lost learning, catching up, but really staying committed to the idea that our obligation, of course, is to make sure that our students are all demonstrating grade level proficiency. So those are, again, items that we do want to come back. But in terms of your question, that certainly is part of what we will be working with our labor partners on.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And I did have a formal request for that evaluation of this plan to be a very thoughtful and robust evaluation to help inform what summer school looks like, to help inform what fall of 2021-22, that the next academic year, right? We don't know where we're going to be, but we need to learn as much as we can based on this plan. And then I do have a question about, given that we know that we're heading in the red tier, and that's very good news, how do we need to revisit the April 8th date? Is that something that can be moved up as some of our public comments have asked? I'm just wondering, I know you came up with an April 8th for a reason. I'm just wondering, given everything that we know now, has anything changed where that date can be moved up earlier?
Again, what I said earlier was that was our best timeline based on the metrics that we adopted in November, so that all of the metrics would be completed. We tried to be very transparent about those that are still in progress when we think they will be completed. And then the other, of course, factor is going back to Member Shake's question is we certainly could take the guidance that I'm hearing thus far from some of our board members that we should strive to start earlier, especially if we move into the red tier. And that certainly will be an item that we will discuss as part of the negotiations process.
Okay, thank you. And just 3 more comments. So AB 86 requires for school districts to have the COVID-19 safety plan in place by March 31st. Is that an achievable deadline for the district?
I will ask Ms. Flores to provide an answer.
Good evening. Yes, so we've had our return to health plan posted since this summer, and it is largely meeting all of the requirements. We are really just updating it with some of those new sections around vaccine and testing. So yes, we believe we are good to go, and it will be posted shortly in the near future.
Okay, that's good to know, because it's a key requirement to access those $2 billion. So that's why it's important. And my last 2 comments, requests. On the communications front, I'm keeping this timeline in place, and I'm getting extremely nervous that we're going to find ourselves in a place where we found ourselves when we reopened for distance learning, where parents were getting a phone call from the district on a 3-day weekend in September, letting us know tomorrow, this is what school looks like. And then I don't need to to belabor that it wasn't a smooth opening. It was chaotic. Parents were confused. It just created a lot of unnecessary stress. So keeping in mind that there's going to be a schedule or a timeline for communication, starting with the surveys going out tomorrow. Also, leaning on or partnering up with our school site leaders to have these community forums with their parents, with their school community. I also want to make sure that if that is not enough, that we're ready to have a special board meeting to once again go through the plan, to have a community forums to allow our parents to ask questions. And it's just dedicated to that topic, because even tonight, right, it's a 1 minute comment. So I just want to make sure that we are that we're providing that space where a lot of these questions can be answered, because today it crystallized for me much more clearly what a concurrent concurrent teaching looks like, right? So this just needs to happen for parents as well. So I want to make that request because I am not. I just do not want that to happen again. And then also related to that, I know that that accessing the grant dollars does not require an MOU or a CBA, a negotiated agreement, but the working conditions that plan sort of creates is what's subject to bargaining. So there, and you mentioned earlier that you will be having a meeting with SETA tomorrow, and I just want to also agree with Board Member Villa's comments about this agreement needs to happen soon. And I want to propose a deadline. If we need to have an agreement by March 15th. If that's too late, then you need to then if you can let us know now, if you can let the board know that that's too late in order for us to do the communication piece to our parents, to do all the preparation that needs to happen for an April 8th in-person instruction. So does the negotiating team, would they have enough time if we say we need to have an agreement by March 15th?
What I would say, Member Garcia, and I appreciate you tying back your comments to Member Villa, because I do think that it's really critical to express to you that we need all the time that we can to make sure that we implement this plan as seamlessly as possible, so that we aren't in the same situation that we were in the fall, for example, as you mentioned. Certainly, I can interpret a March 15th target date as something that we would have to come back to you, even if it's in a special board meeting, and give you an update on where we stand. But I remain hopeful that this is something that could be negotiated very quickly. Again, for me, and I think what you're suggesting is that would ensure that we have as much time as possible to communicate effectively, to make sure that we have all of the information that our families would want to know about and hear about from principals and from you and from the district as a whole, so that our students can start their in-person instruction as seamlessly as possible. So if the board wanted to ask that we come back to you with an update, even if it's a special board meeting, we certainly could do that. But again, I remain hopeful that this process could be finished pretty quickly.
Okay, well, then I do ask my colleagues to please support a firm target date, a firm deadline, in order for the negotiations to come to a conclusion, and we can move into communicating with our families and getting ready to reopen on April 8th. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Member Garcia. board members, we are running quite a bit over. I do have some comments. I'll try to be brief. I know Member Phillips had another comment, so if you can try to be brief as well, Member Phillips.
Oh, I'm going now. I'll be brief. What I really just want to say is that we talk a lot about our families, and I think that there seems to be some families missing, some areas missing. I mean, simply as how I frequently am not heard, what it feels like to me on this board with what seems like microaggressions could be something different. But I'm just going to circle back to my question again, and I want to know what we're doing for those disproportionately affected areas, namely 95817 and 95820. But at the same time, I was asked to provide some information. So we're trying to reach out. I could go door to door. I don't mind going door to door. I don't mind calling my constituents and telling them, hey, it's time for you to fill out that survey so that we know if you're going to send your kids back to school or not. With that said, though, I just want to know how the surveys are being delivered, and if we're using any of our 9 CBOs and other CBOs to help us get the message out in the areas where people have not been reached. So, and I'm hoping that staff has an answer for me. I know the superintendent does, but I just want to hear from staff. If somebody can give me information on that as to how we're delivering this information to folks and maybe why we're hitting a bump in the road. Because if a majority of the folks are your poor Black, brown, 3 job having folks, they may not even have time to answer these surveys. So are there different methods that we're using to even get the surveys out? What are we doing to reach the most of those who are the least heard?
Oh, I think
I'm going to ask Ms. Gallegos to give you her perspective on sort of just everything related to communications to make sure that we do get the highest response rate from our families.
so. For the survey, we've partnered with Everyday Labs, and that was the group that we partnered with earlier in the year when we did outreach to our families to inform them about distance learning, to provide them with access to that learn.susd.edu webpage. They are going to help us implement the survey. They are going to help us outreach the survey. Families should expect an email in our 5 targeted languages. They should expect 2 text messages over the next few weeks with those in those languages. The survey, or first off, I know we're calling it a survey, but I think we need to call it a form, and it is going to be a simple form that asks one question: how do you want to send your student back? And the purpose of that simplified form is so that we get the highest response rate possible, because the more questions that we add on that survey, the less likely that people are going to return it. So we are going to send it repeatedly through email, through text messages. We are going to create a toolkit for our principals so that they can reach out to their communities and have the information that they need to be able to conduct site-wide town halls. I think one of the things that I'm hearing you say is that we're not getting a lot of information out. And I think that over the past few months, you've seen the learn.susd webpage, you've seen the Return Together webpage, you've seen updates, the reopening dashboard. And the reason that we're posting that is because we are providing our community partners, we're providing our principals, we're providing our teachers, we're providing our community all of the information that they need so that they can share and they know what is safe to share. And so that is our strategy. That is how we're going to work to get that form out. It is going to go out tomorrow, and it will be out until May 17th. Another strategy that we're using with that form is that we are going to get a data pull halfway through the survey to see who has filled it out and who is not, so that we can do targeted outreach to those families who haven't completed it, very similar to what we did with the LCFF form outreach.
And that was part of the reason that we got such a good completion rate very late in December. I hope that helps answer your question. And if I can provide more information, I'm happy to do so.
Just as long as we're very aware that similar problems that we encountered when we started doing distance learning was people actually having access to the internet. So we got a website and we have this. We have a lot of things that are not necessarily accessible to everyone. So I mean, I hear what you're saying, Ms. Gallegos, and I want to believe that we're going to reach. And like I said, if I have to step out and make some phone calls, I don't have a problem doing that. I just want to make sure that the right information is, even asking someone who's juggling 3 jobs and trying to figure out what to do with all their children when they're not at school, asking them how you want to send your kid back to school, right there people freeze up when they have something where they have to make a definite decision. So I just want to make sure that, I know we can do this. I'm just worried that some people are still just not going to be hit on that. So.
Another thing that we're doing, we'll be sending out a letter halfway through as well. We're going to work with our attendance and engagement team. We've practiced this, reaching out to our communities. We saw, a lack of engagement in March. We did aggressive outreach at that time and have continued to do so. And so we're going to work together to make sure that we're reaching our families.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Phillips. And let's feel free to continue that dialogue and working together on how we can reach out. So I guess just a reminder that this is an action item. So I'll have a couple of comments and questions, and then we can discuss a motion. So first, I guess, I would like to see in this plan more support for working families. Can we build out, more after school programming, 4th hour, in-person tutoring options? I don't think we have to wait until summer to do some of that targeted instruction and, extra help for our kids who need it, and also just supporting our working families who may not fall into one of those priority groups. So I want to put out that that's a concern for me, to make sure we can support them who want to get their kids back in school but may not be able to just make the schedules work. I appreciate all the discussion about the instructional model. I recognize, other districts are using it. There's sort of drawbacks with both. I would just say, I would really want us to look for opportunities within the kind of framework that we have put out so far to maximize the opportunities for additional in-person instructional time and for quality in-person time, whatever that looks like, at the very least for our K3, for our K6. I echo Member Rhodes in looking at our outdoor space, and echo Member Villa on looking at, is 3 feet adequate instead of 6 feet? I have read things that, if we have masking, if we have ventilation, if we have all of these other things in place, the difference between 3 feet and 6 feet is really minimal compared to the massive disruption that causes with respect to how the cohorts have to work. So I just think, this is a start, but we need to keep looking and see, what we can do just to improve it. And I also have concerns about our readiness to purchase, deploy, and train on all the classroom technology that will be required for the concurrent model. So I just wanted to actually ask staff, I don't know if it's Mr. Schweitzer or where are we on that, and how confident are we that we will be able to have all that technology in place to really make this work on time?
Thank you, Member Morawski. I think what we're going to need to do is have surveys so we know what technology is currently in our classrooms. We know that we have some classrooms that are fully teched out and others that are in the beginning stages. Once we know what that information is, being able to contact vendors and determine what is needed and what's available, and then get those timelines so that we can have it all installed.
Okay. I don't have experience in any of this, so I don't know whether to, be alarmed that we don't have that all figured out, or to think, okay, that's something that is reasonable to, to get done in the next, over the next few weeks. So, I mean, I would hope the latter, because that's that's the model that that is being proposed. So I just, you don't have to have an answer, obviously, right now, but that's like an urgent thing to figure out. If we're going to propose this, we have to make sure it's going to work. I would also like us to try to get back sooner, if we can. I know March 29th through April 2nd is spring break. So, I mean, I think there's a little limiting factor there. I don't think we're going to be all ready to, to go the week before spring break. But if we could at least move that up to earlier in the week, I think that would be great. I did have one clarifying question on the ventilation piece. And I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into that. I'm really optimistic about where we are on all of it. I'm wondering why are we looking at the MERV 13 filters now? Because we were under the impression that, just most of our systems couldn't take the MERV 13. Is there some new information staff has that, that these systems we thought were not rated for MERV 13 can now take the MERV 13? Because it seems like it was a big sticking point for a long time that we couldn't, use these. And just wondering what was that, a reassessment or new information or?
Yes, this is
Sure,
Rose, Member Borowski. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Lee. I was going to say, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, in short, we did get new information. We actually have a new engineering team and architectural team helping us with that. And there was a few technical things we learned about we know that these filters are thicker and it changes the airflow. And we didn't have a whole lot of information about the impact of that, but we now have a little bit more. And part of it came through some learnings that we went through in contacting some of our peer schools. So, I'm not sure exactly what was said specifically in the past, but we continue to work on this issue and are educating ourselves in this process. And we do think we have a solution that we can execute at this point in time.
Okay, well, that's really good to hear, and I'm glad that our systems are able to take those better than we thought. I know it sounded like there's a bit of a trade-off with longevity or how well the systems will work. So I'm sure that's maybe still a concern, but maybe less of a concern than we thought.
I think you're absolutely correct in saying that there is a concern. But we wouldn't be the only ones going down this path. We can't quantify exactly what the wear and tear will be. And, hopefully over time, this won't necessarily be, something that we have to do. We can start to improve the units and replace some of the older units so that we bring in the new filtration systems that are designed for the MERV 13 filters, rather than, kind of put them into MERV 8 slots, so to speak.
Yeah, no, and I'm really excited.
About that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited to hear about, having a ventilation and filtration plan. So I'm, that's definitely something we need to do. It's obvious. So I look forward to working with you more on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. I guess I would just, I would just say, the next steps, like we need to get our doors open as quickly as possible. I agree that we need an agreement as quickly as possible, because, the longer we wait, the less time we'll all have to plan, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to, look for, like I said, opportunities to increase the quality and time of in-person instruction. We need to plan for summer and next school year as soon as possible. We need to be thinking about all of the different phases at once. And even, if we can do more of that targeted instruction for learning loss even before the summer, I think we should, look at that too. But, of course, the first step is getting our kids back, and I understand that. The last thing I'd say is just assessments are really going to be critical. We've discussed that in our, in other meetings, but when we're talking about how we make up for lost learning, what we're going to do to target instruction over the summer, if we don't have assessments as to where our kids are at, we are not going to be able to serve them point blank. So it's just, I just want to make sure that we all keep that top of mind, because it's just going to be so important for how we move forward. So with that, like I said, staff recommendation is to reopen for in-person instruction by April 8th. I don't know if you want to pull up this slide and it was a long presentation, huh?
I'm sorry,
but very, very needed.
Slide number?
I believe it's the last slide. Okay, so the staff recommendation is our schools will begin to open to in-person instruction by April 8th, 2021, or date determined by the board if all of the following conditions exist. State and local guidelines allow for reopening, and the conditions of readiness for reopening adopted in November, that should be 2020, are on track for being met at our school sites by our targeted date. So I would open it up for a motion. I think the conditions of readiness, maybe I would suggest saying that we meet CDC, CDPH, and Sac County guidelines, and make every effort to meet the above and beyond guidelines by our reopening date. But I'm a little concerned that there might be something that keeps us back. If it's something tiny, I don't want to be kept back by that. So I would just expect that the conditions, it shouldn't be an if the condition exists, that we should be expecting that we're going to meet all of these conditions of readiness. So I don't know if that should be an if. I would like to propose we move to reopen for phased in-person instruction on or before April 8th, making every effort to reopen earlier if possible. And I don't know if the board is amenable to saying, we meet CDC, CDPH, local public health requirements, and make every effort to meet all of the above and beyond requirements. Would that be a good way to move forward? I'm sorry, I can't see.
I don't know what
everybody.
you're saying, Lisa.
You're looking for clarity, Vice President Wu?
Yes.
Okay. I was suggesting we reopen for in-person instruction on or before April 8th, making every effort to reopen earlier if possible. Meeting CDC, CDPH, Sac County Public Health requirements as an expectation, and making every effort to meet all of the above and beyond requirements we've laid out in our November 2020 reopening conditions.
That's your motion.
I would invite such a motion.
I'll make the motion.
So
second. Doesn't matter who.
And I'm happy to withdraw and have further discussion about the motion if that's if someone wants to. Is there?
I put forward a second.
I made the motion.
Okay. Thank you. That motion's been moved and seconded.
I think Member Garcia had her hand raised.
I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
It's late and it's been a lot of information. So I just want to make sure that the make every effort to meet the above and beyond is not a condition, because the above and beyond goals are not they're not a condition to reopening. So I just want that to be very clear and maybe separated, because I think as long as we meet the federal, state, and local guidance, then we've met the conditions. And above and beyond is, it's a goal for us as a district, but it reopening shouldn't depend on that.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that it was clear. And when you use the word "and," I think that just kind of threw me off a bit. So we can tweak it.
Yeah, definitely. Let me clarify the motion. If you just give me one second, I just want to make sure I can read it out clearly so we can all have clarity. So let me do it in kind of 2 steps. So I would say, I would just rephrase it to say reopen for phased in-person instruction on or before April 8th, making every effort to reopen earlier if possible, meeting CDC, CDPH, and Sac County Public Health guidelines, and subject to state and local school reopening guidelines. Is that confusing?
Yes.
Okay. The original recommendation had state and local guidelines. I think it's referencing whether we're in the red tier or. So let me rephrase that to make it clear. So reopen for phased in-person instruction on or before April 8th, making every effort to reopen if possible, meeting CDC, CDPH, and Sac County Public Health guidelines. The second part could read, the district shall attempt to meet above and beyond guidelines by the targeted reopening date. Shall attempt to meet each above and beyond guidelines adopted. Does that clarify?
Vice President Morosky, are you just being more specific with the language? It sounds like it's saying the same thing, but you're just specifying things out.
Yeah, I'm trying to be more clear.
Okay.
Clear as mud, right?
So you're saying what this says, but putting it in terms of like a specific, like CDC. This is instead of saying state and local guidelines, you're saying these agency guidelines. Is that?
Yeah. So I think the confusion is there's two different sets of guidelines. There's sort of mitigation guidelines, and then there's guidelines as to whether schools should be open at all. So I can say meeting CDC, CDPH, Sac County Public Health mitigation guidelines. Does that make sense? That's like the social distancing, masking, and so forth.
Madam Vice President, it would be helpful if you could copy and paste that into the chat so we can see the text. And in addition, it is 10:30, so I would motion to this meeting until 11:30.
I would ask you if you could make a motion to actually hold off just a second, if you don't mind, before we have a second on that motion. And how much content do we have? Or Ms. Collins?
We have approximately 175 minutes of content, including public comment left.
Okay. Let's extend to 12:30. Does that work? Student board member Shake?
Absolutely. I'll amend my motion to 12:30.
Okay, and we'll just try to keep it moving. Okay, do I need a second? I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Great.
Aye.
Okay. Thanks very much. And we'll try not to make it until 12:30. Okay. So let me just say that if we are not in a tier that will allow us to reopen, we are not going to reopen. I don't think we need to specify that in this motion. Is that okay? So I don't think we need to say state and local guidelines allow us for reopening. Like, we're not going to reopen if we can't reopen according to state and local guidelines, right? Okay, so we can say, to keep it really clear, that we are asking to reopen for phased in-person instruction on or before April 8th, making every effort to reopen earlier if possible, meeting CDC, CDPH, and Sac County Public Health mitigation guidelines. And the district shall make every effort to meet the above and beyond guidelines as adopted November 2020 and subsequently updated by staff. Does that make sense?
Can I state something just really quick? I want this to be easily understood by folks on the street. So if we make it really technical, it's becoming difficult for me to understand. So, I mean, a superintendent, apparently it says he's going to continue to update us as to our labor partners and whatnot. So, and changes in local and state guidelines. So I'm kind of on that keep it simple plan.
Okay, how about reopen for phased in-person instruction on or before April 8th, making every effort to reopen sooner if possible. And just keep it there. And then we can say separately that our district shall meet CDC's, our district shall meet federal, state, and local public health mitigation guidelines.
what if we don't meet those? Then we don't open. So we're making it very specific, saying that the district absolutely must meet these in order for us to meet the qualifications to open.
The CDC superintendent, I don't know if you can address, would you be comfortable with saying meeting the federal, state, and local public health mitigation guidelines?
Yeah, I think, yes, in particular, because as Ms. Flores said, I mean, this is also going to be tied to the COVID safety plan that we have to, and that certainly we would be bound to make sure that we're following to have the confidence that we're not going to have a situation where that's going to be put into question.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I think I'm very confident that the district is going to meet those guidelines before we reopen. So reopen by April 8th, earlier if possible. Is that good? Reopen
April 8th or sooner.
April 8th, making it, I love it. April 8th or sooner.
Yeah.
April 8th or sooner. The district shall meet federal, state, and local public health mitigation guidelines, and the district shall make every effort to meet the above and beyond guidelines, meet any above and beyond guidelines adopted November 2020 and subsequently updated. Does that work for everyone?
I don't know why you have to put in the latter, but
I agree. I don't think that we need to add in above and beyond. I think it was good.
Okay. Are we good with that? I think maybe not as part of the motion, but I think staff direction that we want staff to continue to work towards all of the conditions that we already discussed, right? But I don't want them, if there's one thing that's not there, I don't want that to be a hold up to reopening. And I think that that's the board consensus. So I would ask, I would withdraw my motion first, ask for a motion to adopt, reopen April 8th or sooner, and that the district shall meet federal, state, and local public health mitigation guidelines.
I withdraw my second and I'll adopt that as my motion.
Okay, I will need a second.
Second. Seconded.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. The motion is to reopen April 8th or sooner, and that the district shall meet federal, state, and local public health mitigation guidelines.
Can we change shall to will? Just thinking about that.
No.
Mr. Wu says no.
I think we just move forward, right? Shall, I think that works. Student preferential vote. Superintendent, can you please call roll?
Sure. Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you very much, board. Thank you, staff, for that incredible presentation and the very robust discussion. Moving on to item 7.3. Before we get started here, Superintendent, I want to ask whether you think it's appropriate, given the late hour, to put this item over to a special meeting so we can have more time to discuss it.
Sure. We do intend to bring the board, if possible, and if you're available, we would like to bring the board in space with our LCAP PAC. As I mentioned, I think before, with other members of our district advisories, our CAC, our DLAC, our African American Advisory Board, so that we can have a discussion about the board's thoughts about the LCAP. I know that the board is very interested also in having that discussion and being in space with members of our LCAP PAC. I know that our LCAP PAC members are also very interested in having a specific discussion with the board about how to make sure that we have the best possible LCAP designed that benefits our students. We have thought about and have begun to poll members of the LCAP PAC as well as other advisories for a possible meeting on March 11th. So that's how I would answer your question, Member Morowski. I do want to be respectful. I know that some of our LCAP PAC members have been waiting for this presentation, and so I can't do it. I can't do it in any other way in the Zoom platform except to ask Mr. Harris for his thoughts based on the presentation that they had prepared. We don't think that it's a very long presentation, and I think it would set up a nice foundation for that meeting on the 11th.
Okay. Okay. With that, let's go forward with the item, and we'll just keep it very brief and set it up for a more robust discussion on the 11th. Does that sound good to everybody? Great. Thank you. Mr. Ramirez.
Yes. Good evening, board, superintendent, colleagues, and community members. As you all just mentioned, this can be a brief recap item in the sense that this is a follow-up to the presentation from February 18th. The slides and the content within are identical to those recommendations that were provided by the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members and the Student Advisory Council members on that evening. And they're returning here to have the opportunity to provide, again, that brief recap and then really open up for any discussions and questions with the knowledge that we will be discussing this further next week, it sounds like. I do want to note that we omitted the names of two of the Student Advisory Council members, Deng Huang and Natalie Nielsen, who are also presenting and presented on the 18th, and I apologize for that omission. Next slide, please. So again, this just recaps the content from the 18th, and it is my pleasure to pass off to Renee Webster Hawkins, LCAP PAC member, who will begin the brief recap of the PAC's recommendations. Thank you. Can you advance, please, to slide 4?
Let's see. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Renee. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, Trustee Morowski, board members, superintendent. It is a late hour. I guess we had hoped to have this earlier so that you'd all have the stamina to engage, but I'm grateful on behalf of the LCAP PAC that there may be an opportunity to have a special meeting where we can just focus on the LCAP. And just to recap, I know we went through our presentation at our last board meeting with you and along with the Student Advisory Committee. And with the hope that we do have some time in the very near future to go a little bit deeper into the LCAP PAC's work and our priorities and recommendations for this next 3-year plan. What I want to say at the outset is, on behalf of the PAC, to extend our gratitude that the board is engaging this early in the academic year in the preparation of the plan. For those of you that have been active in board proceedings for a number of years, this tends to be a rushed item of business close to the end of the academic and fiscal year. And as you know, the LCAP is your key accountability tool to implement everything that collectively as trustees you would like to see for all of our students at all sites. And so our work has really been focused on figuring out how we can continue the hard work of the high-level goals that we've been working on for the last 3 or 4 years, including graduation rates, A through G completion rates, literacy, math, across all student groups, but especially targeting our most disadvantaged student groups. But to do it in a way that's very different than we've done in the past. In the past, the plan, at least to me, has looked like a collection of activities, but our plan that we're going to be recommending to you this year and inviting your deep engagement and support for is a collection of coherent strategies that are founded squarely in a multi-tiered system of supports. So I think I'll keep my comments very brief again, just to, in the hopes that we'll have an opportunity soon to go into detail. On slide 5, we have our overarching themes that is an attempt to put together this firm skeleton and framework that will be the connective glue for the entire plan. It's based on consistency across the district, equitable opportunities, disruption of the status quo, and implementation of MTSS. And moving on to slide 6, here we have our the beginning of our priority areas, and it really does recognize the need to dramatically improve our foundational educational experience for all of our students, keeping in mind that an MTSS system assumes that upwards of 80% of our students are meeting grade level standards in all general education classrooms, and that supplemental or interventions are only needed for a small fraction of students. And the scores that Chief Academic Officer Beta shared with you at the last board meeting show that we're only at about 50% of competency rate in our general education classroom. So our recommendations as a PAC is really going to focus on what we can do to transform our foundational educational system. Looking at slide 7, we also will be recommending strategies and activities and investments that assure a robust and equitable district-wide program. And so this is including on top of a very strong and improved foundational educational program. This is where we would expect investments in the arts, sports, after-school programs with no pay-to-play based on zip code. And also adequate resources to build a strong pipeline of students. So our HISP, PACE, IB programs all look like the wonderfully diverse district that we have. So with that brief overview, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Miguel Cordova.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. So continuing on with the slides, looking at integrated supports for students, we are guided by data-based decision-making in order to identify and address student needs. It's critical, especially considering all of the data that shows that inequities likely have widened in the past year with our current conditions. So some examples of recommendations we are developing address the need for increased staffing of counselors. Mental health issues have been a factor in our schools for quite some time, but so many of our communities have been impacted in many ways in the past 12 months. So to add even more significance for the lack of mental health services, and you know, we have to respond to that. So also students have missed opportunities to learn and hear about college and career options, and there needs to be more staff available to support our students, and especially now as the school year is closing, but then looking forward into the next year. The data shows that many students have disengaged, many have missed a lot of schools, and the DNF grades have increased throughout the state. And we need to provide tiered re-engagement for our students to ensure we are ready to re-engage them and ready to provide interventions to increase our attendance numbers. If we can go to the next slide, you know, looking at expansion and improvement of student support centers and wraparound services, and that means finding ways that we can work with students with the highest needs and find the means to help and engage them. This means identifying our homeless and our foster youth and providing necessary services, which is a task upon itself. Our district's student support centers are vital and are necessary at all our school sites. So having services where people are connecting and relating to kids and their families and earning their trust is critical. And these services are necessary at every school site. So I'll pass it on to Maria Rodriguez.
Great. Okay, can you see me? Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Board members and Superintendent Aguilar, thank you for this time to represent, and we look forward to meeting with you in a deeper level. But I think it's important that the public, as well as you, understand the importance of the LCAP process. And thankfully, we live in a state that provides supplemental dollars for the most vulnerable students. Many families come and speak to you and they declare that they're ready to move on. They're ready to move on to private schools and move out of the district. But not all the families have that option. So we've got to make the most of the dollars that we have for these students, and every dollar lost is a shame. So I'm going to skip this slide and go to the next one and speak to the idea of professional development for our staff and how important that is. And as I said last time, you really need to look at the left side of the chart here. And if we're not doing these things on the left side, then we are wasting our funds and our time by trying to do these things on the right side. In particular, this evening, you did talk about anti-racism training. And I would like to commend the administration, because I heard them doing the second component on the left side, which is the unification of components. I heard them talking about anti-racist training as it relates to universal design for learning, as it relates to SEL training. These things don't work in a silo, they work together. And when you see how they work together, that's when they have the greatest impact. But the training needs to be mandatory, and we need to measure its effectiveness. Again, back to anti-racist training, it just so happens since the last meeting, I started reading the book by Ibram X. Kendi. And anti-racism is a pretty complex and challenging concept. It really is. And to expect that someone will just voluntarily or passively watch a video and really understand anti-racist concepts is not giving it its due credit. So that's all I have to say at this moment. I look forward to talking more in person. I do want to make a quick point that I do have a comment for the last item on the agenda. And last time, because I was in this room as opposed to the other room, I wasn't recognized. So I hope that when it comes to the end of the meeting, people realize I'm still here and I have something to say. Thank you. And I'll pass it on to LaShanya.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Do we have her on the line?
I think she was on a phone line, she had said.
I am not seeing LaShanya online.
Perhaps one of you want to step in on her slide?
I can go ahead. I'll refresh real quickly here. Yeah, so we talked a lot about just how you include parents and make them part of the capacity building in our schools. So obviously things with effective use of translation services, so that not only are they participating in the different groups that are established like DLAC and CAC and everything else, but also just so that there's a relationship that's built there, so that there's a trust that's built in the school, so they feel comfortable coming in and talking to folks there. So that's really important to build that in each of our sites, and being mindful of those things. And especially, I think one of the things that we talked about that I had mentioned last time is that, the use of technology, while it was new and it was sprung on us, and maybe we fast forwarded in a lot of ways, it's here to stay. That, we have these devices, we have these computers now, and now these things. So the more that kids and their families can become familiar with it, I think it's a tool that's there now. And so, there's no point in picking those back up and putting them back into storage. Let's put them to use, and let's find ways that we can grow, not just with the kids, but also with the families and in the homes, so that there's more capacity there. We'll move on to the next slide. And so a lot of the things, it's a lot of what we've heard about today, and I was going to mention later on, Board Member Phillips has talked a lot about just, reaching out and finding ways that we're effectively communicating and having parents understand. A lot of parents, the majority of the parents in your district are not going to be on a 4.5, 5-hour board meeting on Zoom. It's just not going to happen. And so ways that we are able to reach out, obviously language is important, but also just access, access of whether if a lot of communication is done electronically, and it's just the difference of how families may treat getting an email or getting a text or something or a call, and being able to act from that. So the more that there's some genuine communication that's built in our schools, that it's not just a transactional kind of thing, but it's a real relationship that's being built, the longer it's going to go in terms of how we're working together to address our kids' needs. I think we'll go on to the next one. I think it's the closing here. So we want to provide, not only important recommendations, but also be able to track and evaluate the progress. With that in mind, we would like to see the use of targeted funding to specifically provide support to students with highest needs. We want to see a full picture of funding for identified LCAP actions, show all the funds that are used to address those specified needs. We want to see more of the alignment of plans and district supports and targeted outcomes, and be able to see how we are working to ensure effectiveness. As it was mentioned earlier, LCAP recommendations in the past have come at a time when so much of the plan has already been, for the coming school year, has all been kind of settled, right? And here we come in June with our recommendations. So we're here, now February, now March, giving the school district a little bit of a glimpse of what we are hoping you begin to think about on how you include in the coming budget. The LCAP was supposed to be a big change in how California manages its school finances and how well we serve our students, and more specifically, how well we serve our English learners, our foster youth, and our low-income students. It was going to include all members of the school community, as all stakeholders were going to engage in the development, review, and support of the LCAP. And I think for a district like Sacramento, this is really important, right? Because that need was so important, so much needed. Local control. Parents would determine the district's priorities. The community would be able to respond to the needs of the students. And the thing that we've seen as we meet month to month is that in good times and in bad times, we talk about good times that we've had financially, bad times that we had. It seems that the same students have had to have tough decisions made for their circumstances. Whether we have an influx of federal money or if we do not, your LCAP group sits in a room trying to choose whether to recommend more reading or math coaches, or do we provide mental health programs for kids? Do we provide English learner staff support? Is that more needed, or is it more important to diversify the GATE program? Providing school attendance staff supports so more kids are coming into school, or adding student support centers and sites where they don't exist. And I think what we see, good times or bad times, students of color, homeless and foster students, English learners, low-income kids, they don't have full access to the mission of Sac City School District. And I really want to kind of emphasize a lot of what Board Member Phillips was saying today, and I thought was really important, is that just providing that voice and that perspective of, these are the kids. Like when we're making decisions all the time about funding, the loudest parents will be the loudest parents, but these kids don't have those voices here. But we have to be those voices, and it's just, we have to realize that some kids are getting all of these different advantages, and a lot of things are extras. These kids don't even just have access to reading, to language arts, to math, and we're trying to decide which of these supports, of which they need all of these supports, which of them to give. And so that's why it's important that, we want to have a conversation more about these things, because it's like, these are tough decisions that somehow it's made it seem like the LCAP's going to solve all this, and it doesn't. And all this money is going who knows where, but the reality is that we need to be able to provide the minimum for them to have access to our education system. And we just fear that so many of these kids, we know it, they aren't getting it. And so we've got to find a way and we've got to work together on that. And so I think next we're having the student presentation. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Faraj. I go to John F. Kennedy High School and I'm a senior. I was here at the last meeting, so I guess I'm just going to reiterate the slides. I'm not sure if everybody really heard them last time, so I'll just go over them again. So one of the priority areas specifically that the SAC has identified is mental health of students. We realize right now that one of the largest issues is that not every student has access to counseling services, and that's pretty problematic when students are going through so much right now during a global pandemic. We also noticed that there really isn't a whole lot of flexibility surrounding assignments, due dates, and assessments with distance learning, and that's definitely putting stress on myself, and I know it's putting stress on a lot of other students, especially those who don't have access to the same resources that I have access to, so that inequity is really playing in here, like it's been talked about a lot in today's meeting. And we've also noticed that there hasn't been long enough counseling meetings. One of the biggest issues, and I said this last time, if you're in the middle of a panic attack, you can't exactly, just feel better in 10 minutes and head back to class. Like, you need time to actually process your emotions. So putting students on a time limit, especially one as short as 10 minutes, just honestly isn't enough for students to take care of their mental health. So with all that being said, we do have a few recommendations. One of the biggest ones that the SAC has been pushing for the past few years is having annual mental health check-ins. This means that every single student, regardless of whether they've expressed a need, is going to be checked in with their mental health or with their counselor on campus. We want to ensure that every student has the opportunity to bring up an issue. And if they don't, they can simply say, you know what, I'm good. I don't need to talk about anything. That's totally fine, right? But as long as every student has access to that, that means that more students will be checked in on, and that means that less students have to suffer silently. We also would encourage a tiered support system so that not all students are put at the same level, because every single student has different needs. And oftentimes there's, different categories of support that students would need. We want to highlight regional equity in this area because we realize that, not every school has access to counselors, even within the SAC. Some of us talk about how, we have one counselor for 400 students, and then there's other schools who have 0 counselors on campus. So that inequity is really playing in here, and that's really important when we're talking about mental health. Your mental health is just as important as your physical. We wouldn't let, a school not have nurses ever. So we should always ensure that students have access to counseling services. Another idea that we talked about on the SAC was increased student support centers. Some campuses have these centers where essentially students can go and kind of relax and process their emotions without actually having to talk to somebody. And that might be better for some students. So having those support centers available will also ensure that if a counselor isn't able to talk to a student, they still have somewhere that they can kind of decompress and process what they're going through. We would also encourage mental health training for teachers and students. The biggest issue right now, and I know personally something that I was struggling with when I began high school, is I didn't really even understand my own mental health. I personally have gone through mental health trainings, and at the level that I've gone through, which are very basic mental health trainings, they've absolutely helped me understand my mental health and what's physically and scientifically, like biologically going on inside my brain. So if we can ensure that students and teachers both understand that, that means students can better check in with themselves, they can better advocate for themselves, and teachers can actually take that into account. So inside the classroom, if they notice a student is struggling, they can give that adequate support. We would also encourage alternative behavioral intervention programs. We've talked about it time and time again in regards to equity in this district, but right now a lot of students are disproportionately students of color are being suspended for issues that might be a result of behavioral issues, maybe stemming from mental health, right? If a student is struggling, they're not able to put their best self forward. So we would encourage alternative behavioral intervention programs so that these students aren't punished for simply going through what they're going through. And finally, we'd also encourage these resources to be spread to students with the 504 and IEP. These students are just as important as every other student, and mental health is something that should be prioritized in regards to those students as well. So thank you, and I'll pass it on to my next colleague. Let me actually finish here. So these are the policy outcomes that we hope would result from these policies. The first one is really important, reducing mental health stigma. We can't actually, address the mental health concerns of students if we don't get rid of this stigma. So showing students that it's okay to talk to a counselor, and we actually encourage you to talk to a counselor, that can help reduce stigma so students will start speaking up. And once students can actually advocate for themselves, now there is going to be a reduced mental health crisis because students are having access to the resources they need. And finally, we see increased student productivity. I know that when I'm not really feeling that great, I can't really be productive. But if students are able to talk it out, they're able to get that support that they need, they're actually able to be more productive educationally. And this means better student outcomes in terms of their education. So now I will pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And it's the last thing I want to do is to reduce the amount of time that we're hearing from students. But I know it's very, very late, and we did have 15 minutes put aside for this entire presentation. So I'm just mindful of the time. And I know we actually, I remember your recommendations well, and I got a lot out of your presentation the last time. So I just wanted to let you know that. And so hopefully we can just make this sort of a refresher course in the recommendations. And we look forward to engaging more with you in the special meeting and going deeper. Thank you.
All right, hello, my name is Young, and I'll be presenting on the next priority area, which is career preparation. And so to begin, not all students have the means or want to attend college. There are many other options out there, such as trade schools or specialty programs for young people to further their education after high school and potentially earn a higher wage. But as of right now, and also as of right now, there's a high demand for trade jobs, yet a low amount of people in the field. So by broadening our students' college career options, they can also learn about the different resources available for them. But as of right now, college is the only thing being promoted throughout our district as a post-secondary option, where most students feel as though that is the only choice for them. However, there's a vast amount of opportunities out there for students to pursue a career after high school. And another issue is the inequity in college preparation throughout our district, where some students have more resources than other students to learn about what they can do after high school. And we think it's really important that no matter where a student goes to, they should have multiple resources to prepare themselves for a career in the future. And a few recommendations we have in regards to this policy is expanding our current programs, such as the Rosemont ECD Engineering Construction Design Program and School of Engineering Sciences College Prep Program. Along with that, we recommend expanding the Superintendent's Initiative on College and Career Pathway, which provides students with better resources on post-secondary education options that includes trade schools and helps broadens their choices after high school. Next slide, please. With those policy changes, these are the long-term outcomes that we look forward to for career preparation. For one, by supporting students in their different career pathways, whether it be college or trade schools, we are normalizing students being able to change their mindset regarding their career, their future career. Aside from that, they will be better informed about the different programs offered to them and have better chances to earn competitive wages after high school, which will help to promote their social mobility from one class to the next. All right, thank you. And next slide.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Abby. Our next priority area is student voice. Just like a general overview, the conversations that we have with students only, or mostly type A students are involved in the conversations, which means that not a lot of students have access to the conversations, which leads to a lack of diverse representation in SAC and other listening sessions. And that causes students' concerns, or all students' concerns, to not be taken into consideration. Some recommendations we have for that are for listening sessions to be scheduled during school operation hours so that students who work or have family needs can attend, better publicization of opportunities so that all students can attend, not just type A students, anti-bias training for staff so that we are able to include all different students, and interpreters for families and students who do not speak English so that all families can be included. Next slide. The 3 outcomes of this are: 1, more students can share their opinions, needs, and wants. 2, policies are tailored to reflect the needs of students and all students. And 3, all SUSD students are supported in their education. Next slide.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and our last priority area is the lasting effects of distance learning. So right now we have students from all different types of community groups. We have young students trying to learn algebra and addition. We have English language learners trying to learn the English language. We have other students, especially our 504 and IEP receiving students, and those facing resource and technological issues are not getting the support they need from our schools. And we also have mental health challenges written down on there, like Sarah had talked about previously in the presentation. So obviously, when we have things like this, our students are going to be really missing out on a lot of the curriculum and a lot of the content that they would have gotten out of this past school year. And so that would cause lasting impacts that would follow them throughout the rest of their educational career. So our recommendations for this is that we should increase student support programs, including bolstering tutoring programs that already exist, and really focusing on regional equity here and making sure that we're giving our resources appropriately to schools that need them most. Also flexibility for completing assignments, given that many of our students are struggling with mental health challenges and not having the additional time they needed as granted by their previous 504s and IEPs that have not yet been renewed. And really just overall rejecting our normal idea of what schooling is typically looks like, and embracing more creative solutions for how we can make the rest of the schoolwork work for our students. Thank you. Oh, yep. That's the lasting effects policy outcome. So once we tackle this with the policies that we had outlined, we would obviously reduce learning losses, given that if we can get 504s renewed, if we can get advanced technological support to students who need it, and really to students who are trying to learn the language, etc., then we'll stop seeing these really reduced learning hours that they're getting, which obviously leads to improved educational outcomes. They're being able to be in class more often and thus are able to keep up with the curriculum, which allows for academic growth and improved mental health, knowing that they're on track to complete the school year. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for that overview. Very helpful to have it presented again. I am really happy that we're engaging in this sooner and more deeply. I totally echo Mr. Cordova in that LCAP and LCFF was supposed to be a game changer, but it hasn't changed the game yet for our kids. And we have a long way to go. I think it should be the strategic document for our district. I think the board needs to own that and be engaged in its development. And I just commend you for bringing your recommendations to us earlier and rethinking the process so it's really more meaningful as we develop this next 3-year plan. So I look forward to many more, specific discussions as we can hopefully next Thursday. And I would just ask for, oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask for public comment on this item and nobody interrupted me. And do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We had a request from Amanda Connolly for live public comment, but I do not see her online right now. Okay. And then in addition, we have one written public comment.
Okay.
And the written public comment is from Sarah Williams Kingsley. And it says, despite the diligent and dedicated efforts of our parent representatives on the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, I do not believe the LCAP process is set up or operated to truly engage the community of SUSD as the local control accountability plan process intends. Parents on the PAC have asked repeatedly for more information to make more informed decisions and have been denied. As a community, SUSD does not know what works. For example, SUSD as a district has no insight into why we are failing to teach our children to read. We have guesses. If we had robust common assessments, we might be able to ID which first graders were struggling and tailor interventions by site, classroom, and student. However, SUSD doesn't have common assessments because SCTA doesn't want SUSD to implement them. As a result, at the site, district, and parent level, we are flying blind. As a result, the LCAP PAC can't do the work they are tasked to do by state law to assess progress, identify needs, and target interventions. Even when the community has data such as some on outcomes for students with disabilities or discipline, we are not using data to inform interventions. The plan I saw on Tuesday at the Community Advisory Committee on Special Education included TBD for most items for students with disabilities, yet didn't seek actual input on goals from the 50 people who were present. The version presented included an item to add more school psychologists, yet staff could not explain in any detail what the additional school psychologists would do to improve outcomes for students, which students they would serve, or why that intervention was chosen. Without reform of the process, the LCAP and SUSD will continue to be based on guesses instead of real data about what works, what doesn't, and the best way to fix our mountain of issues. And that's the only public comment for this item.
Thank you, Anne. Do we have any board member comments? I would ask just, be mindful of the time and to try to be brief. Thank you. Member Garcia.
Yeah, first of all, welcome again. I think this is the third time you've presented to us. So I just want to apologize for I feel like we're always running behind and not dedicating the proper time for a deeper discussion. I do look forward to having that opportunity because I think both the LCAP PAC members have done tremendous work that is really going to set up the conversation in the direction that it needs to go for the next 3 years. So I just want to make those brief comments, and also the students for really integrating that student perspective and on just a breadth of issues, right? So again, I apologize for once again keeping you late at night, for not being able to have that deeper discussion. But I look forward to that opportunity and doing the deep dive with you. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other board member comments or questions? Member Rhodes.
I just want to say thank you to the LCAP and SAC. LCAP, you guys are like fam. I just came from being on the LCAP. So I understand the work that you guys are putting in. And then those that have volunteered to stay on and come to these meetings, we usually know that we're going to be here long, but you guys have been here definitely longer than usual. And so we appreciate you guys being in the space, and the students that have class tomorrow that are here. So I just want to say, really appreciate you guys. And I do look forward to having a more robust conversation similar to we had about the reopening. I think that the LCAP deserves that space and deserves the time to kind of dive into it. And for our parents and our students who are putting so much effort forward, we deserve to give them the same effort back into really diving into the information and making this a document that guides us. So thank you.
Absolutely agree, Member Rhodes. Thank you. And I hope we can also incorporate some of those great recommendations from the SAC into our final document. Okay, with that, if there's no further board comments, I will move on to item 7.4. Approve a memorandum of understanding, MOU, special education assessments for a distance learning model. Mr. Bozio.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. We are here tonight to present for your approval the agreement reached with SCTA on February 26th to provide for one-on-one special education assessments, including in-person assessments, and to provide the required disclosure of the cost of that agreement per AB 1200. Some of the key provisions that we will share with you tonight, primarily, as I stated, the main purpose of this MOU is to allow for the district to conduct those special education assessments in person, which means that the district can now address that large backlog of cases that have piled up since March 2020. When essentially these types of assessments stopped. And as we shared at the last board meeting, we're under a current order and direction from CDE to complete that backlog by this July. Go ahead and go to, there we go, you're at the right slide, very good. The key provisions continued. Staff who volunteer will return to our campuses for purposes of conducting these assessments in person. So again, emphasis on it's a voluntary agreement for those staff who choose to volunteer to do that. For those staff who are working on conducting these assessments and the associated IEPs and so forth, they may receive up to 10 hours per week of additional compensation. The total amount to be paid to those bargaining unit members on these IEP teams shall not exceed $4 million for this work over the remaining 4 months of the 2020-21 school year. Next slide. These assessments will take place at school sites and locations with a MERV 13 level air filter, or importantly, in outside locations where space is available and privacy of the students can be maintained. I do want to emphasize that assessments can also take place outdoors. If a student's school does not have a MERV 13 location presently, there was a lot of discussion about that, of course, earlier with our facilities in the reopening presentation. But currently, if there's not a MERV 13 location at the student's school, another convenient location, another school site with a MERV 13 unit, class, or location will be provided for that assessment. Next slide, please. So, again, the goal, the district's plan, the district's goal is to complete at least 20% of the backlog of the cases of the assessments that have compiled since March of 2020. Each month, so the goal was 20% completion each month, in addition to those new assessments that come forward in each month. And again, this is in order to comply with our legal obligations to do that, of course, and to meet the requirements from CDE. Again, that we complete our backlog by July of this year. Some of the other important components here, second bullet, discusses that if the district does not get sufficient volunteers to meet that 20% goal, that the district can essentially contract out with third-party qualified vendors or retirees to help the district achieve that 20% goal. The agreement provides for PPE and safety mitigation measures while these assessments are taking place. Of course, the things that you would think of, masks being used, sanitization, and plexiglass guards as well. It's another important item. Next slide, please. We were required to bring this forward to you tonight, it largely in order to really disclose to the board, to the public, the fiscal impact of the agreement pursuant to AB 1200. As I mentioned previously, the agreement provides that the maximum payment for the extra hours worked by staff to do the catch-up is capped at $4 million. There's some additional expenses associated with that, of course, associated with our required contributions and so forth. And these funds are also going to come out of our CARES ESSER funds. I'll let Rose talk a little bit more about the fiscal impact and the AB 1200 disclosure.
Sure. Thank you, Raul. Yes, as Raul stated, per AB 1200, districts are required to disclose a proposed collective bargaining agreement. And we're also required to provide notification to our reviewing agencies, which in our case is SCOE. And part of this notification includes an analysis of the cost of the settlement and the impact on the operating budget. And as Raul shared, the analysis did include identifying the funding source. And in our case, we are going to use CARES, the ESSER funds, a one-time funding source, because this is a one-time expense of, and let me back up, not only because it's a one-time expense, but because this expense completely is eligible for CARES funding. It's the type of expense that satisfies the criteria. And so all we did here was we stated that because we haven't yet budgeted fully that second round of ESSER funds, we are holding the majority of those funds in books and supplies. So what we're going to do with this is that we will be transferring the equivalent from books and supplies up into our salary and benefit line item. And within the board item, there is a link to the disclosure of AB 1200, which shows the impact on the budget. And please know that we are basing this off of first interim because that was the last approved budget that the district approved back in December. And it'll identify where this $4.8 million will fall and the movement of the books and supplies. Thank you.
So that really concludes our presentation. Of course, after public comment, we do welcome questions. And for myself or Ms. Ramos, we also have our special education, our Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, Dr. Hedegaard here, who may be able to answer some of your questions regarding some of the details of the rollout of this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Bozio. And do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 3 requested live comments and 1 written on this item. And the first public comment is from Sarah Williams Kingsley, and you have 2 minutes.
I actually want to share my time with Renee Webster Hawkins, and she's on the line. She has our statement.
Okay.
Shall I go ahead, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Webster-Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees and superintendent. And our comments are also directed to the leaders of SCTA as well. It took 351 days since the shutdown to reach this agreement on essential services to our neediest students. While it does begin the work, it's shamefully overdue. Moreover, it's discriminatory on its face. It says participation in these special education assessments by district employees represented by SCTA shall be on a voluntary basis. That's a quote. This allows staff to opt out of legally mandated educational services without any reason at all. They don't have to give a reason. On Tuesday night, in a public meeting, SCTA staff stated that this language is to address the safety of staff and students and was based on other MOUs by other districts that were negotiated months ago before vaccines were close to approval and when COVID rates were spiking. Those two conditions are no longer applicable. How hard would it have been on February 27th, last week, just before signing, for both parties to concede that this discriminatory opt-in language should be deleted? And it doesn't end there. Later on, it says participating SCTA represented employees who commence providing assessments may elect to withdraw from participation. So they can start with a student and then just end, again, without any reason at all. There is no similar opt-in provision in the athletic MOU that was signed yesterday. Yet again, the ableist culture in this district allows students with disabilities to be blatantly shunned. It would never happen with any other student group. This is Appendix D culture all over again, allowing teachers for no stated reason to opt out of teaching our most at-risk students. When will it end? Will you agree to this ableist and classist agreement? Additionally, after 351 days, this MOU is riddled with ambiguous and imprecise writing, which could be susceptible to twisting if and when it suits the needs of either side. And these are questions I ask each of you to consider as you vote. For example, the title is Special Education Assessments while in a Distance Learning Model. Will it be enforced when we start concurrent learning on or before April 8th? Doesn't say. In any case, the agreement expires on June 30th, 2021. What will happen then? Will our students be back in the same impasse as they have been for the last 351 days and denied essential services? At what point will the district decide that it doesn't have enough volunteers? When will it hire the outside vendors? Right away? Or wait until May or June when enough progress isn't being made? Doesn't say. The agreement says 20% per month through June 30th. That equals 80% if the evaluations began 4 days ago. The drafters of this agreement should please go attend my fifth graders math class at Matsuyama and be mindful that it will take 25% per month to clear the backlog before the end of June. Who will be conducting the triennial and initial evaluations that become ripe from now until June 30th, and in what order? Lastly, the agreement invites SCTA members to submit a shopping list for materials and resources needed to conduct these evaluations, including more testing kits beyond the existing policy of one testing kit per site. Really? Think about our comprehensive high schools. It also embraces the use of tests validated for virtual administration, as the Coalition for Students with Disabilities recommended to you on November 5th. So the question is, and SCTA indicated they have the list ready to go. How long will it take for the district to procure and disseminate these resources to our special education staff who've been asking for a year or more? I invite your deep thinking about these issues because it matters to every single student with disabilities in our district. Thank you very much.
Our next commenter is Angela Sutherland, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Students with disabilities in Sac City Unified have been struggling in distance learning. Not having a distance learning agreement for nearly 1 year, including no agreement for the delivery of special education evaluations, has resulted in a lack of clarity and consistency and glaring inequities. But this is not a surprise, as in this district, they have been discriminating against students with disabilities for over 25 years. The district is now backlogged with over 800 initial and triennial evaluations. This resulted in CDE stepping in to demand that SCUSD and SCTA reach an agreement by February 1st or proceed with hiring outside contractors to begin conducting the evaluations and finish by July 30th, 2021. The district chose to ignore CDE's directive and continued to negotiate with SCTA past the deadline and did not proceed with hiring the outside contractors to do the work, further delaying the students' ability to be assessed for special education. Even though there were qualified contractors willing to serve and evaluate students with disabilities all this time, SCUSD still withheld these services because the SCTA teachers and staff who might ordinarily provide the services did not have an agreement. Why didn't SCTA and SCUSD carve out of the MOU to allow the assessments to proceed with the outside providers 11 months ago? David Fisher says it had to be negotiated. It appears that they wanted to wait for overtime compensation. Finally, on February 27th, an agreement on special education evals was reached. Detailed plans, though, are not being shared. This presentation was much too short. These are students, these are not numbers. And you need to show us a plan that's going to remedy the issues with student regression in social, academic, and functional skills. Students are being failed.
Thank you. The one written public comment was also from Angela Sutherland. So this was the final public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Do we have board comments or questions? Member Garcia.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge and validate the public comments that said this is long overdue. I think we can all agree on that. But here we are, we have an agreement now. And so I look forward for these assessments to happen as soon as possible. I do have some clarifying questions on some of the language. I did want to ask about the status of I think it's the group of professionals that is coming up with a list of, I printed this out too small, so now I'm having a hard time reading it. A list of assessments, tools, and whatnot. So I noticed that they were supposed to meet within 10 days of the execution of the agreement. So, but the language does not have a deadline as to when whatever work they're supposed to come up with gets done. So how's that coming along?
Member Garcia, let me ask Dr. Hedegaard if she's still on as she's leading this effort.
Good evening. Yes. Yes. So I can report out that 2 of the groups I am aware of have already started to meet and put together the list, the school psychologists as well as the speech and language pathologists. So that information is already being shared with the district and our administrators of teaching and learning. It's a collaborative process and they're being included in those conversations.
But we don't have like by a certain day, right? I don't see anything in the agreement that has like a hard deadline.
That's correct. I mean, that is correct. And I would refer to Mr. Bozio as well, but I would add that there is continuously changing information, assessments that are becoming available as what the tools and resources. So I'm not sure if that was the intention, but I know that, at no point are we going to stop considering requests of what would support the implementation of the assessments.
I think my concern is that there is no additional delay, right, in getting started in terms of conducting the assessments. So I'd like for us to be kept in the loop as a board, just to understand how quickly we're meeting the goal of 20% a month. And I do have a question about, it's something similar to one of the comments. When does the district determine that you don't have enough volunteers to do the assessments? And at what point in time do you seek outside help, contract out?
So our first step is working with human resources in order to distribute a survey and solicit the number of volunteers. And so looking at our overall outstanding numbers, we can anticipate how, approximately how many we need to complete to meet that 20% in the first month. So depending on the number of volunteers we have, it may be very evident that we would not be able to meet that 20% threshold within the first month. If we have a closer number to the number of volunteers to the assessments, we may have to monitor it for that time frame, but we would be able to make a determination as soon as receiving the survey results to potentially within the 3 to 4 weeks of after starting the assessments.
To start applying for additional outside help in finishing the assessment.
Well, and I would just add, I believe this is what you were insinuating, but I would add that we're planning prior to, but initiating would be, that would be true.
Got it. Okay. And then the last comment, one of the public comments, I thought they brought up a good point. Now that we're closer to, the red, to tier red, and we are, this in-person instruction is becoming more of a reality. How does this proposal, or how does this agreement fit into an in-person hybrid and, instructional model? Because it does say distance learning. So is this something that you're going to have to revisit, or?
Mr. Bozio, maybe.
Yeah. I would say that, if and when staff and teachers return to physically return into in-person services at schools, we're not going to, this isn't really necessary in terms of needing the volunteers to come, because that's really the purpose of this agreement, is to have people come in person to conduct these assessments in person. And so the voluntary nature of that is connected to our current status that we've been in with this distance learning and so forth. But once schools reopen for in-person work and instruction, that should really obviate the need for that kind of arrangement that is reflected in this agreement, and would also hopefully help us to increase our pace on the recovery of the meeting. Again, it's a minimum of 20%, and that's a goal. And I would also say, in reference to some of the comments and some of the questions, that of course this was our goal when we first started negotiating, was to complete at least 20% of the catch up back in the fall and earlier winter. So now that some time has passed, we're well aware that we're going to have to do a minimum of 20% and actually exceed that to make up the full backlog by the end of July, which is the date that CDE has provided for us.
Okay. Thank you for your responses. I really appreciate it. I just do hope that we continue to hear about the progress of getting to 100% of all assessments, getting done within the timeline, so that we understand where we're at with that effort. So thank you.
And I would add, though, just to be clear, I want to just clarify, there may be some elements of the MOU that would continue, and some elements that, like the voluntary nature of the in-person elements, that probably wouldn't make sense. But I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your questions, Member Garcia. Any other board comments or questions? Well, this MOU is very overdue. I have a quick clarifying question to Mr. Bozio, just because it was mentioned in the comments, and I just wanted to clear this up. One of the comments alleged there was a CDE directive to contract out by a certain date, and I understand there may be some legal issues there. Can you just address that?
Sure. I think the CDE order directive, it was really kind of without regard to any of our labor negotiations obligations, right? From CDE's perspective, it was give us the plan for how you're going to achieve this goal. And from our perspective at CDE, we don't care what that plan is. That plan can be with your staff. That plan can be through using outside contractors. Give us the plan. That's kind of how CDE directed us. But it didn't obviate our requirements, of course, to work with our labor partners. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
In and of itself, yeah.
Yeah, because the CDE directive doesn't absolve the district of the rest of labor law, et cetera. Right. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I hope we can really get this cranking. And I appreciate all the hard work of staff over the many, many months. And I just hope we can, by golly, work together better, because there is no way that we can, wait this long for really any sorts of agreements in the future. Our kids deserve better from all of us, from the entire SUSD community. It is shameful that we're in this place, but I'm very, very glad to have this agreement in place, and thank you to staff. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the MOU.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Okay, student preferential vote.
Aye.
Okay, Superintendent, can you please call the roll?
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Measure passes. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 8.0. This is general public comment. Ms. Moretti, how many public comments do we have?
We had 5 requests for live comment, and it looks like 3 of those persons are online, and there are 12 written comments.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and take the live comments first.
The first public comment is from Brett Barley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Hello, Mr. Barley.
It's good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and members of the board. It is wonderful to spend such a late night with you. My name is Brett Barley. I am the superintendent of the California Montessori Project, and this is your 1-minute Montessori Minute update for the week. The big news at CMP is our potential return to in-person learning. Our COVID safety plan has been approved by Sacramento County Public Health, and we recently finished a survey of our staff and families. A majority of both staff and families are in favor of beginning our hybrid model on Monday, March 15th. Our board will take action on the hybrid learning timeline this coming Monday. We are very excited to see students back on campus. We have already held parent and student tours and teacher meet and greets so that our first day is as successful as possible. We would love to invite you to our campus to see actual children on Tuesday the 16th, and you can see what hybrid learning will look like at Sacramento City's only public Montessori school. We'll follow up with a personal email to each of you, and we hope that we can welcome you onto campus in just a few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barley.
Our next public comment is from Katrina Trout.
Good evening, almost morning, I guess we could say. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I am actually here because we are having a problem with essentially a bully. And unfortunately, that bully at Rosemont High is a teacher who, since the start of distance learning, has stated, I am only looking for winners. You can go to a less quality class if you can't handle it. Don't go crying to your mama. I gave you all 25 extra credit points because I had to deal with your crazy parents. These are all statements made by a PE teacher to the students that are freshmen in distance learning from a teacher who has no moral compass and is belittling each and every student repeatedly, daily. I would like to say I greatly appreciate Christina Pritchett for listening to me when my concerns became very apparent in October of last year, and they have just continued to get even further involved with the latest assignment of her basically asking the students to tell her what is unethical about her or other students in her classroom. When I asked her about the assignment, she immediately rebuffed it and then proceeded to send my comments to 6 other unknown teachers who my student has no knowledge with, as well as to our superintendent. I'm very disheartened by what is taking place and think that it's not a good look for Sac City Unified School District or Rosemont to have a teacher who is literally trying to tell students, do not tell your parents what is going on in this classroom. That is alarming to me. So,
go ahead.
That
was 2 minutes. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mrs. Trude.
Our next public commenter is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. Again, thank you. Over here at work, again, this is tough. You want parents to be involved, but we're all working. Again, I got a different schedule, but again, we're talking about rushing them back to campus. And again, I want to go back, but again, we have to understand that our school sites are failing us, right? You want us to run back, but what are we going to get? What are we going to get going back right now? Again, like I said, the working families, if they're both working, still out of the home working, I mean, how are you going to pick them up? 3-hour schedule? That's crazy. I wouldn't be able to do that if my kids were in elementary. They're in high school, so I don't have to face that. But again, when we talk about our schools are still struggling, right now the SARCs are coming out. I checked out our SARC. There's no data, so we don't have nothing to hold us accountable to. So I'll go back to the 18-19 SARC. Again, 26% at Hiram Johnson passing ELA. The district is at 43%. Math, 11%. The district is at 32%. Last year we had the teacher vacancy for math. It crushed my kid. And we have teacher vacancies again this year. I mean, I'm going to keep coming and bringing this up. So could you guys get on this? Again, our attendance rate is at 83%. We just had a grant a few years ago with the Be Here grant. I mean, we just lost a lot of progress. We don't have our school improvement grant. We lost millions of dollars. We're our kids. We're going to need some funding. Our SIPSA, we have a handful of different things that are not getting done in there that the district didn't complete for us. So I want to know and understand how the school site council really is something to make a change at the school site. Because again, that's failing us. Again, at work, I really can't focus on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. With board consent, I would propose doing the written comments at 1 minute each. Do I have board consent for?
Can't we just read them?
Yes, read the written comments 1 minute each.
All right.
I mean, we're already late. We might as well hear the people.
Yeah. Okay.
So give them their 2. Yeah.
Does that sound okay to everyone? Okay. Okay, then you can go ahead, Anne. Thank you.
So it'll be 2 minutes each. Is that correct?
Oh, one minute each, as we did earlier.
1 minute?
Yes.
Okay. The first comment is from Aaron Duarte and says, in reference to equity, diversity, and anti-racist training, please consider how you are disseminating this vital information to each staff member. It should not be through a, quote, train the trainer method, unquote. The training should be directly from the source and not filtered through previous listeners. Every staff member needs this training and they need it undiluted without what amounts to a game of, quote, telephone, unquote. Despite the best of intentions, we all look at information with our own lens and experiences, so we need this to be in its most concentrated and brutally authentic form to have any sort of meaningful impact. Anti-racist training cannot be skimped on nor done without the intense time and effort it requires. And the next comment is from Rebecca Gross and says, I am writing in support of parent participation preschool. The loss of time in Miss Tamara Toby's classroom is my family's most significant pandemic outcome. We look forward to, quote, returning together, unquote, but cannot imagine what that looks like without preschool. 1 year ago, parents and preschool teachers who were just beginning to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic spent countless hours meeting with board members and offering creative solutions for the PPP budget. The creative solutions offered by parents seemed to be all but ignored, and teachers ended up presenting a, quote, self-funding, unquote, model, which raised prices substantially for parents and priced out many of the parents who most needed this program. As Superintendent Aguilar stated near the end of your last meeting, part of that solution was that the district would look into grants and other funding options beyond increased fees for all parents. The goal was that these funds could be used to offer scholarships so that the program could continue to serve families that fell between qualifying for state preschool and being able to afford private preschool. With the hit the pandemic has taken on families and the switch to distance learning, it's clear that the, quote, self-funding, unquote, model taken on by parents who are now paying double what was paid in 2019 for a substantially different program did not actually cover teacher salaries. So I am writing to ask, 1, did anyone apply for grants / consider other funding sources over the past year? 2, whose job was it to do so? 3, what was the outcome of those efforts? And the next comment is from Rebecca Wigand and says, I am writing today to encourage the board to vote to preserve the parent participation preschool program within the district. As a parent of a former student at the Tahoe Elementary location, the parent participation preschool program was an invaluable beginning to my child's education. I know it was on the chopping block last year and needed to prove it could pay for itself. Tahoe's program was fully enrolled for the 2021 school year before the end of last school year. It would have paid for itself this year had COVID not kept schools closed, meaning many of families had to unenroll due to needing in-person childcare elsewhere. The parent participation preschool program deserves the chance to prove that it can sustain itself when schools are back in person in the fall. Ms. Tamara has already done an amazing job of recruiting enrollees for the 21-22 school year, so let it fill up and serve the kids in our neighborhood and community who need it. Preschool is the foundation for success, and we know that children who attend preschool programs are much more likely to successfully graduate from high school, go on to college, and become successful contributors to their communities. And the next comment is from Che Geiser and says, for continuity in our children's education, I strongly encourage the district to not force any students to change teachers this late in the school year. Our teachers have worked very hard to build strong relationships with our children, despite the difficulties imposed by district learning. These relationships lead to student buy-in and trust, and this is critical to our students' success. Any change in teachers would be highly disruptive, especially to those children opting to remain in distance learning, as they would not have the benefit of building in-person connections. The next comment is from Nicole Friedman and says, since the day schools closed last spring, SUSD knew that they would reopen. On February 26, nearly a year after the closures, the district released a return plan that is unacceptably tardy and inadequate. First, SUSD and SCTA should be embarrassed by the repeated failure to compromise. Other districts across the region, state, and nation have reached MOUs that are operating effectively. Bad rancor between the district and the union only hurts the students. A leadership change may be needed. Second, the return proposal makes a bad situation worse. Concurrent teaching will not be effective for younger learners. Teachers will be unable to balance the needs of children in person and at home, so both groups will suffer. Other districts in this region, such as San Juan and Twin Rivers, are not utilizing a concurrent system. SUSD should follow their models. And third, the proposed 3-hour schedule is unreasonable for younger learners. 3 hours of Zoom instruction with only a 10-minute break would be difficult for an adult, not to mention a K through second grader. Next comment is from Daniel Garcia and says, parents, including myself, are reaching boiling points with schools continuing to remain closed. Our local and state officials need to stand up to the teachers union and do something about this. The CDC has come out with guidelines for a safe return to school for children and teachers. Stop holding our children hostage as they suffer from staying at home. If some children need to stay home due to the risk, then they should be taught by the same teachers whom are affected by the risks from COVID as well. Please, please, please stop using my children as bargaining chips in this cruel game to gain power. And the next comment is from Brittany Houston and says, as an employee, I beg of you, please do not use a concurrent model. My worry with this idea is that if I'm teaching concurrently, my attention will be split, which can lead to students losing out on learning and personal connection. Instead, I ask you to take into consideration the SJUSD model, which allows the teachers to focus on one group of students at a time. Thank you. And the next comment is from Sarah Klapek and says the schools should not be reopened without restrictions unless a large population can be vaccinated. The next comment is from Daniel Thornburg and says, we all know these are difficult times and there are no perfect answers. How exactly to weigh the benefits of in-person learning with the mortal dangers the pandemic poses is a conundrum none of us can resolve without deleterious consequences. I understand there are no right answers. My concern is not with specific decisions that have been made, but by the lack of clear answers provided by the district. Am I referring to the district's own frequently asked questions offered at, and he gives a web address to supposedly answer questions parents and students have. One question asks, what if my teacher student is not available to come back in person? The answer merely reads, every student will have highly qualified teachers supporting them through their in-person or distance learning. That does not answer the question. The concern is that changing teachers so late in the year will disrupt even more what is already a disrupted educational experience. How likely is it that students will have to adapt to a new teacher with so little time left in the academic year? And the next comment is from Nina Dea and says, questions, how big are class sizes for high school? How will the schools track and resolve issues with social distancing/masking in mind? Issues that arise unexpectedly, how will that be communicated and how often to parents? It seems additional people resources would be needed to achieve the goals above to protect our kids. How robust is the contact tracing efforts by the district, as there have been repeated incidents of issues with food service at various school sites in COVID? Will there be adequate school nurse ratio to students, and has that been considered? The most vulnerable students need emergency plans in place. When will those come into play for kids with IEPs? We appreciate the efforts of the district and staff, including our brave teachers. And the next comment is from Angie Sutherland and says, as shared at the February 18, 2021 SUSD Board of Education meeting and public comments in fall 2020, the Coalition for Students with Disabilities heard from 34 SUSD parents or guardians of students with IEPs and 504 plans about their distance learning experiences. Read more about our community survey. The students represent various school types, including regular, public, dependent charter, independent charter, and non-public. classroom settings, including general education, inclusive/combo classes, and SDCs, student ethnicities, and grade levels from 14 school sites, including elementary, middle, and high schools. While some parents reported their children are doing well, the majority say their children with disabilities are suffering and falling through the cracks while trying to learn remotely. Parent input reveals inequities for students with disabilities on many levels. IEP and 504 services, supports, and accommodations. And the next public comment is from, the last name is Munoz. And it says, I would like to bring up the continuing mental and emotional abuse that Ms. Stevens, a PE teacher at Rosemont High School, is still being allowed to do to the children who attend her classes. I have been having this issue since the beginning of the school year, and we are going on 7 months now with no actions. Through my search for a resolution to the continued bullying, I have found a community thread on Facebook where parents have gone seeking advice and help, and most don't even identify the teacher. But when you see the comments, everyone knows exactly who it is. The children are having attendance and grades used against them. They are called losers, crybabies, and even told only angels can get an A in her class. She sticks them in isolation rooms at a time out for the duration of the class because of mic or camera issues. And that is the final public comment.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Moretti. Okay, moving on to item 9.0, communications, employee organization reports, SCTA.
Yes, we have an SCTA report. And it says, good evening, I'm David Fisher, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Tonight, we will keep our comments brief. On February 12, we reached an agreement, see attached, with the district to establish a vaccination clinic in SUSD staffed by SCTA represented school nurses, among others. We want to commend Director of Health Services, Victoria Flores, for her leadership on this important issue. We are extremely excited by the number of vaccines that have been able to be provided with the strong support of Dignity Health, and that progress has made us hopeful that every Sac City staff person can be offered a vaccination prior in time to meet the targeted April 8th date to reopen schools to in-person instruction. Last Friday, we were able to reach an agreement that provides for the commencement of in-person one-on-one special education assessments. We are glad that this agreement finally was achieved. On Tuesday, we had a very productive discussion with the Community Advisory Council Executive Committee in a very well-attended meeting where we provided an update on the agreement and discussed other ways to work together to improve services to students with special needs. Specifically, we discussed a number of the findings of the recent report of the California Collaboration on Excellence in Education, which is attached, which provides a blueprint for such improvements. In fact, we would strongly recommend the school board hold a board workshop on the study, which includes many insightful observations and recommendations that should be discussed and considered. On Wednesday, we reached another MOU with the district in coordination with SEIU Local 1021, which represents the classified staff, to begin athletic competition here in SUSD. We want to express our appreciation to the dedicated athletic directors throughout the district who were involved during every step of the process, and to the leadership of SEIU Local 1021, with whom we worked side by side to get this done. We also want to acknowledge the positive role played by Greg Purcell and Raul Bozio to help bring this issue to a successful resolution. That's 3 MOUs in roughly 3 weeks. With the vaccinations, together with projections that Sacramento County will soon be entering the red tier, there is very positive momentum to reach an agreement that would enable our schools to reopen by the April 8th target date. But for that to occur, we encourage you as a board to remove the biggest obstacle that could impede that momentum. As Nikki Malewski and Cindy Stewart commented earlier, SUSD needs to spend the resources it clearly has to provide improvements to the ventilation/filtration system in our schools. Only 15% of classrooms have Merv 13 filters. None have CO2 monitors. And that was the 3 minutes for that report.
You can continue, Ms. Moretti.
Okay. By our estimate, 2 million can equip every one of our 1,600 classrooms with CO2 monitors and 1 to 3 portable HEPA filtration units, depending on classroom size, to replicate the MERV 13 standard. For approximately 2 million, this board can remove the biggest obstacle to reopening schools to in-person instruction on April 8th. If Twin Rivers can do it and San Diego Unified can do it, surely SUSD can do it too. And that's the end of that report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moretti. Do we have a report from SEIU?
No, there are no other bargaining unit reports tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'll move on to 9.1, District Advisory Committees. Do we have a report from the Community Advisory Committee?
We have a live comment from Kristen Jordan.
Great. Hello, Ms. Jordan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Great. Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. Tonight I am here representing the district's Special Education Community Advisory Committee, or CAC. My name is Kristen Jordan and I'm the CAC's current vice chair. We would like to call your attention to 3 issues impacting students with disabilities: assessments and learning loss, reopening, and planning for the use of one-time federal funding. First, assessments. The CAC would like to thank the board, district staff, and SCTA for reaching an MOU on special education assessments. While we are heartened by the MOU, it is our hope that finalizing an agreement around common assessments for students with disabilities is prioritized as a next step in the negotiation process. Also, per corrective action number 5, issued by CDE and addressed during the last meeting, the district was required to develop a plan by February 2nd for completing overdue assessments by July 30th. But the completed plan has not been provided for public review. We ask that the district share the plan for completing assessments with the CAC. The public has no insight into the specifics of the plan, including the use of qualified non-district contracted assessors. Second, learning loss and reopening. Students with disabilities are the most vulnerable and lowest performing subgroup in the district. During this pandemic, the gap has only widened. We acknowledge that the families of students with disabilities are a diverse group with diverse needs. Some students need in-person instruction, and their families want them to access in-person instruction. Other families may have concerns about having their students return to in-person instruction, regardless of where or how instruction is delivered. Parents have been clear in sharing with the CAC that both learning loss and regression are very real for students with disabilities. We ask that the board partner with the CAC to reach out to the 7,000 families of students with disabilities as plans for reopening are finalized and implemented. Their voices and experiences matter and deserve to be heard during the planning process rather than as an afterthought. Third, planning for the use of one-time federal funding. It is our understanding that the district will be receiving additional one-time federal funding for the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, ESSER. What are the plans for these funds? We would like to ask that the district provide a clear plan for how these funds will be allocated, especially as it relates to students with disabilities. We would respectfully request that the district share both the plan and the benchmarks with the CAC and offer us an opportunity to provide input to the extent possible before the plan goes into effect. In conclusion, immediate action needs to be taken to address learning loss, solicit parent feedback on reopening, and conduct student assessments. Finally, we would like to thank SCTA, district staff, and community members who attended our meeting earlier this week. We look forward to providing a forum in the future for all parties to engage with the community around issues relevant to special education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jordan. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Do we have a DLAC?
No, no report.
No report. LCAP Parent Advisory Committee?
Yes, we have Vanessa Ariza King on the line to report.
Great, thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. King.
Hello, hello, Superintendent Aguilar and elected board members. On behalf of the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity earlier this evening to discuss the PAC's recommendations, and we're looking forward to ongoing engagement and discussion with you in support of the development of the new LCAP. In our last meeting, the PAC reaffirmed some key themes that have been through lines in our recent discussions regarding the development of the new LCAP. One is the PAC's priority that allocation decisions be linked to measurable outcomes and the continued funding of specific actions be linked to demonstrated outcomes. Another is the identification and replication of programs that have demonstrated success. We are all interested in making sure every dollar of LCFF funds is going into programs backed by evidence and generating measurable and meaningful outcomes for our children. Let's make sure we are getting a return on our investments. In reviewing the draft goals, a key piece of input was the need to emphasize a systemic approach to attaining our goals. For example, on the goal related to college and career readiness, we need to be implementing specific actions and strategies at early grades, including elementary school age, to build understanding at an early age of what is needed, as well as ongoing education for parents of young children and students to address and overcome barriers that they will confront as they move through grade levels. At an early age, also making sure children and families get exposure to trade and craft jobs for our children that want meaningful and important jobs outside of a traditional college degree. We want all our students, especially our students whose families may be limited by financial resources, to be exposed to as many career options as possible, thus systemically providing exposure, education, and resources from elementary through high school for whatever the future may hold. Lastly, the PAC discussion also included reaffirmation of the importance of assessments, including our general assessments, but especially the assessments of our special education students. Since the last PAC meeting, the district announced it had reached the MOU on special education assessments. I believe I can speak for the PAC in saying that we are encouraged by this development in addressing this critical issue. With the various challenges our district is facing, it is good for all of us to see this step happening to address the needs of one of our most vulnerable student populations. We can all agree that it is well past due, but common ground and agreements in this district can be reached. Although resolution to our various challenges do not solely lie in your hands, we continue counting on your leadership, Superintendent Aguilar and elected board members, for these assessments to be conducted as quickly and as seamlessly as possible, as consistent monitoring of progress and assessments of needs is a key component of the LCAP goals and the PAC's own recommendations. In the coming month, the PAC will continue to review draft LCAP materials and begin development of its follow-up recommendations to those that were discussed this evening. Thank you for your time, your work, and your commitment to our children's success.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. Do we have a Student Advisory Council update? No update. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to 9.3, Superintendent's Report.
Vice President Morawski, just given the hour, I know everyone is tired. My comments were largely going to be about reopening. I think we spent a lot of time on that topic. And so we are going to, of course, double down and continue to work diligently to make sure that we can operationalize the board's action this evening. So I will just defer to a later date for more comments.
Okay, very good. And we'll look forward to that follow-up as well. 9.4 President's Report. I do not have a report for President Pritchett. So I do have one comment I will share in board member information. 9.5 Student Member Report. Student Board Member Shea.
Thank you, Vice President Morosky, and thank you, Superintendent, for saving us some of that time. In that spirit, I'm going to try to be brief. Today, Assemblymember Kevin McCarty talked about our district, saying they're fighting over what color the sky is every day. And people not familiar with the region had no idea what he was talking about. But people who live in this county were way, way too familiar with the reality that he's talking about. Between teetering on the brink of fiscal insolvency, subjecting our students to an entire year of distance learning that private school kids don't face, and the fact that there was a pipe bomb found outside a learning center, the city's education is in a pitiful state. Assemblymember McCarty's point is an important one, and the things we disagree on are a lot more consequential than the pigmentation of the sky. We're jeopardizing the future of an entire generation by refusing to address reality, whether it's these larger things or some of the smaller things with regards to special education testing that we just talked about. What reality? For one, today a new analysis by Fair Health, the percentage of all, points to the fact that the percentage of all medical claim lines for intentional self-harm nearly doubled in March and April for teenagers. Disproportionately for girls, those claim lines for overdoses increased by 94.91% in March of last year and 119.31% in April last year. And that trend didn't stop in the first 2 months. 1% of second graders meet the benchmark for phonics, meaning 89% do not. And 20% of students are chronically absent. That's thousands and thousands of students, a fifth of our student body, regularly missing the little instruction they're being offered. All of this is contributing to potentially fatal drops in enrollment as we barrel towards fiscal receivership. Other districts can't comprehend our level of political games and lack of action. We're essentially a laughingstock in the eye of outside observers. My question to us all is, members of the board, staff, shareholders, do we have the decency to be embarrassed of our current state? In my very first report to this board, what seems like 1,000 years ago, I reiterated something staff and experts have told us over and over again, that distance learning can never replace the experience of actual school. I think that's more than been understood by this point. And I think it's important that we understand that the same goes for a hybrid learning plan that we voted for today. I'm super excited. It's a great step. I'm going to be going to school in person. But while I understand that there's little chance of a 5-day school week in the near future, this board cannot follow the example of some other educational organizations who will not be returning in full in the fall. We need to begin planning now in order to have full 5 days a week in fall so that we can begin the years-long work of climbing out of this pit that we've dug ourselves into. Not just with the pandemic, but years of insufficient education for a lot of students in this district. So as we plan for a full return in fall, and as we return towards normal rapidly with the economy, with vaccinations, with slow transmission, there's a lot to do. You know, the sky is blue. There are a lot of facts we must recognize. And with those recognitions, there's a lot that I'm hopeful that we can get to.
Thank you very much, Student Board Member Shea. It's always the highlight of my night, so I don't begrudge you the time at all. I thank you for keeping us honest and focused, and for your report. Item 9.6, information sharing by board members. Does anyone have information to share? Member Villa?
This isn't really any news to share. I just think this is a really, I just want to quickly say, this is a time that we have an opportunity to really reimagine the way that we're looking at education for our community and for our families. And it's going to be a challenge, and change is hard, but we we have to be the leaders in this situation to reimagine creative education to serve our community.
Thank you, Member Villa. Any other board members want to share out? Okay, then I will just quickly say I just wanted to ask our superintendent and staff, I don't want to hold up anything about reopening our schools, but I also think it's important for us to lead as board members by example, and I hope that we can get back into the boardroom and start meeting in person. And so I just want to ask superintendent, if we can have staff look at that and bring back to us kind of what modifications we would need to make, and hopefully get us back there, maybe in line with our school reopening as well. Okay, with that, we will move on to 10.0, the consent agenda. I request that item 10.1E, the appointment of board member Chinua Rhodes to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly, be pulled from the consent agenda and be considered separately for approval, immediately following approval of the remainder of the consent agenda. Do we have board consent to do that?
I so move.
Okay, just consent of the board. So everybody's.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will take a motion to approve the consent agenda. Minus 10.1E.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Student preferential vote?
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you. Superintendent, can you call roll?
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask about public comment on this item. Ms. Moretti?
There is two live public comments and one written public comment. The first public comment is from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Thank you.
Hello, Trustee Morawski and members of the board, Superintendent. I'm wanting to address item 10.1, the early literacy support block grant that's on your consent agenda. I really wish that this had been an item that was a topic of an actual presentation to the board, because it's actually a bit of good news and a positive example of how a grant-funded program can come to us to support our MTSS framework and intervention to improve the literacy skills of our primary learners. This $3 million grant was provided to us by the CDE as part of a $55 million financial settlement from a successful class action statewide lawsuit, which accused the department of failing in its responsibilities to oversee local education agencies' services to students with disabilities. This grant was earmarked for the 75 lowest performing schools in California of third graders on statewide ELA assessments. Unfortunately, our district had the dubious distinction of having 4 of these schools, but as a result, we have this $3 million grant to identify the root cause of our systemic failure to teach students to read on grade level. And as such, it is an opportunity to reimagine teaching, just as Member Villa said, and suggest a way to think about our expenditures as a return on investment. The grant supports professional learning and improving the access of all of our primary students to higher quality instruction using research-based reading approaches with fidelity to proven methods and common assessments to monitor progress. This work should substantially further the dyslexia intervention program launched by the district 2 years ago. And I would respectfully recommend that staff provide you a presentation on the district's literacy improvement and intervention programs as a whole, including the professional development and new curriculum that might be considered under this grant, along with an update on this training to staff and services provided to students under the dyslexia intervention program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Good evening. I wanted to make sure that as this grant it goes forward, that the interventions are evidence-based, and that when I was reading the grant, it looked like a lot of the interventions were not about literacy. They were about improving students' home life, which in the past has been used as an excuse for low performance from our students who are from low-income households or in other situations. And I desperately don't want that to happen in this situation. We shouldn't be blaming families when we as a district can't prove that we're actually teaching students to read. And if we have this many schools with this low performance, we should be owning the responsibility rather than putting that onto families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams Kingsley. And we need to just extend for another, let's say, and Ms. Collins, do you think 10 minutes would do it at this point?
I would say 15 just to be safe.
Okay. Extend for 15 minutes. Show of hands. Thank you, board members. Go ahead, Ms. Moretti.
Thank you. There is one written comment from Ursula Y. Israel, and it says, why is a gang suppression grant more important to a school district than providing the highest quality of education? Funding should only be spent to provide resources and services that remove scholars, especially Black scholars, from being the lowest performing academic group. A grant like this doesn't reimagine school safety. It only puts our scholars in danger and at risk of being murdered, and those insured from this grant would basically receive qualified immunity. Police were removed from SUSD, so this grant doesn't align with the will of the people. Do not approve these monies. More information needs to be provided to parents and scholars.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. With that, I will go on to item 10.1E, approve our CSBA delegates. I believe we need an amendment to add Member Garcia's name to our delegate form. So we can, I'll just ask.
I'll move that.
Okay, a motion to do that. Move it with that amendment. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Superintendent, can you please call roll? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations to you both, and thank you for serving.
Excuse me, Vice President Morawski, was the vote finalized for the consent agenda? I know the roll call started, but was it completed?
Yes.
It was. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for checking. Okay, moving on to 11.0. Business and financial information reports, receive information. I believe we have public comment on this item.
We do. We have one live and one written public comment, and the live public comment is from Maria Rodriguez.
Okay. Good evening, board and superintendent. I love numbers, and so I love looking through this last report that always comes at the end of your agenda. And I want to point out to you two things on page 8. One's a quick thing and one's a little bit longer. On page 8, it's the attendance report for elementary schools. And the school with the highest attendance is Crocker Riverside with 99.58%. The school with the lowest attendance is Leah Tata Floyd Elementary with 80.79%. And I looked it up. Those two schools are 1.2 miles away from each other. They are so close to each other. So something's going on there, right? So I love data, and I respect the fact that we always want more data. But I also think that data can mislead us. There's other things that are important besides data. So looking at this data, one, I asked, how accurate is this data? Two, is this data comparable to prior years? And three, what are the stories behind this data? Like, I get that there's a discrepancy between attendance, and we definitely need to work on that. And that should be like something that we keep going back to, the difference in attendance of these two schools. But there are stories. I mean, there are stories at Leah Floyd Elementary. And there's things, I don't know what those stories are. But what I say is there's more to everything than just the data. Something is working there or not working there. I don't know. It's late. I'm tired. I'm probably rambling. I thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
We have one written comment from Sarah Williams Kingsley. And timer going. It says, I want to call attention to the attendance report included in tonight's board packet. A few things stand out to me as a parent, and I would like to follow up on the issues at a future board meeting. First, the number of students in, quote, special education, unquote, in the attendance reports is listed as less than 2,000 district-wide. However, other reports indicate there are 6,000 students with disabilities in SCUSD. Which students are included in special education and which are not? Are these just students in SDC classrooms? If our students with disabilities are to be called out in an attendance report when no other groups of students are, then it should include all of them, not just a subset. Secondly, it is obvious that attendance in even our virtual classrooms at our wealthiest schools is higher than at any others in the district. What are we doing to make school work for all of our students today? Third, attendance at our high schools averaged 88% for the last reporting period. That deserves our attention now. And that's the end of that comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moretti, for all your work tonight. Okay, with that, we'll go on to 12.0 future board meeting dates. March 18th is our next meeting. Please note that it's 3 weeks between that meeting and our April 8th meeting, which is the next regularly scheduled board meeting. And for now, we are still Zooming, but we will certainly let you know when and if that changes soon. Okay, with that, I believe we're ready to adjourn. I will take a motion.
Moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all
Aye.
very much.
Good night. Thank everyone.